Grand Rising, everybody. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off like we always do, playing some music and shouting y'all out, man. Grand Rising. Power to the motherfucking people. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Powers family. Let's go. Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Power to the motherfucking people. Let's go. Lee Top.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true.
Yelder. Lineal, Grand Rising. Much love and respect to you and the family, Yelder.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote.
Yeah.
This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker. When the cosmos talking, that's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought, I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You can get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if it get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part two. Part two. Hey, shout out my brother, Last Dundada, Grand Rising. Much love to you and the family.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope fall over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch, you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts, cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood Politics Part 2, my name dangerous.
Getting hard and getting turned on are not the same thing.
Apologize for the commercials. Let's go. Part 3. Hood Politics.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world. Many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl or any child. When you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him?
Put it in the
My
air
brothers and
if you got
sisters,
it.
we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped
Until we stop it
until we
ourselves.
stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter. When in life you tryna climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on the platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3, my name dangerous.
They attack the victim And then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
We going over here to my network family, man. Shout out to network. Shout out to network, man. My network family. Network for life, nigga.
This that Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium, fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear the shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now and got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like a blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule, showgramming, executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the non-sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You throwing in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck your head, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the full fifth, waving you down like hi hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man.
Hey, fire that up, OG.
Scary
Stay dangerous.
here, man.
Always,
Know
man.
y'all feel the
Always.
pressure. This network shit.
Network shit.
This shit real, man.
Real, man.
Ain't nothing but real shit over here,
The
nigga.
real shit over there.
Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot. Dangerous just put you niggas in a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man.
Wake and bake. Put it in the air.
Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game. You niggas lame. Come and catch this flame. We ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check. Lily from the logo. Smoke is out. You can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three. Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the niggas see prey, and move like Neo when the niggas see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheater moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man.
What it is, man.
Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Trey Cobbs, man. This network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real. You already know. Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe. Network, nigga.
Network, nigga.
Network forever, nigga.
Network forever, nigga. Man, shout out my network family, man. Let's go over to my nigga Sanchez. For all the Flat Power family, man. Chief Eagle Eye,
Are you
Grand
starting a
Rising,
business?
brother.
Do you need a logo?
Much love and
Design.com
respect to my
offers the
brother,
world's
Chief
#1
Eagle Eye,
AI
Grand
logo
Rising,
generator.
man. Hopefully you and the family good this AM, man. Appreciate that, my brother. Salute OG, liberation through non-participation. The Realix channel on YouTube. Like and sub up, please. Thank y'all, man. Thank you, my brother.
Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
We're gonna take this shit back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Self-sustaining.
Merc Heights, I see you.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican, all of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trust in them. You been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pausing's got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is, all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulate us and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world.
Outside in, inside out.
Damn.
Hey, get y'all flat power gear,
Outside
man.
in,
Get y'all
inside
flat
out.
power gear. Check out Bruh Sanchez.
Real.
Outside in, inside out.
Check his
You're
gear
telling
out,
the
man.
truth.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real. Shit is terrible.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we gonna take this motherfucker back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Take this motherfucker back.
Outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me, marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Hey, shout out my
Shit is
brother
crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV. Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even be watching the news.
Outside in, inside out.
Nigga 98, peace and power.
Bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Everybody.
Outside in, inside out.
We going over here, man. Niggas out of pocket, man.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some love.
Apologize for the commercials. Let's go, man. Any topic, the links in the chat, man.
Threads 3000.
Any topic,
You out of pocket, 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 pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, 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 you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Check yourself. I'ma just do the race myself. Even when I sneeze, I bless myself. I'ma get through the rest by myself. Go to the Nike store and check yourself. Talking to the police, arrest yourself. Hate is a disease, test yourself. Suicide yourself, X yourself. Don't find me, find yourself. Niggas be getting beside themselves. Please get lost, nigga, hide yourself. Spend all summer long by yourself. Kill yourself, outline yourself. You ain't solid as me, remind yourself. Monkey ass nigga, climb yourself. Transform Optimus Prime yourself. Bird box gone, unblind yourself. Got spend all day time yourself. Wind yourself, down yourself. Bitch ass nigga, flat on yourself. The way you move, retire yourself. Find you a flunky and hire yourself. Worried about me, admire yourself. You a pretty good goddamn lie yourself. Focus on you, desire yourself. Loose shit's lying, empire yourself. Stop hating every day and inspire yourself. Got 21 questions, wire yourself. Hate my style, get fly yourself. If it ain't working out, then fire yourself. Might as well rich or proud yourself. I'm laughing at you, you proud of yourself. You out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. You out of pocket, pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. You out of pocket, pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of
Fuck
pocket.
nigga, catch amnesia. Play the victim when they don't need you. Just cut they water like the water people. Pole hustlers, no you can't feed them. Need a handout for every reason. Bills late for every reason. Hit my trap phone for a few zones. Now you gotta play, nigga, I'm the reason. If you owe a nigga, then you out of pocket. Pay your debt, keep your name silent. Can't get a bag on cuss salmon without a piece of shake. It was all solid. Run off without a profit. Run you down with a pocket rocket. Them dirty hoes, they be out of pocket on Instagram, straight pocket watching. Bougie bitches all made up. Ass and titties been nip tucked. Eyelashes can't trick us. And that last surgery looks silly, sus. Bald headed hoe shit out of pocket. Rent late, but your nails proper. Pussy stink, girl, please stop it. When the last time you went and seen a doctor?
You out of pocket, 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 pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. You out of pocket, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Hey, hang yourself.
Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket. Yeah, you out of pocket, you out of pocket.
Return of the Chickamaugas. A lot of niggas died in 1865. Shout out to Trey on this prayer.
Yeah. Alright, man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
Blazing on the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Chickamauga fled, highway ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone.
Had you proud to be a savage.
And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards of the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake, no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slab full of chicken mockers.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go
down. Shout out to Trey Ali, 1865, Return of the Chickamaugas. Going over here to my brother Hurricane and Live and Learn, man. Get ready. Couple more songs, we gonna get the show started, man. We in the intro section. Still in the intro.
When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready.
Living legend, heavy weapons, I am the lethal weapon, steady prepping all my weapons. About to teach a lesson, who you checking? About to pull out my Smith and Wesson, shoot you in your head, you dead. Top of another lesson, got the shot it, knocking bodies, killing everybody like a hobby, leaving bloody bodies in fucking lobbies. Tell somebody if you want to, you little snitch, you will make it down the line. Little stupid bitch, who is this? Mother Fed is playing hero, burning yes alive to play the flute like a Nero, racking up the dollar. I gotta get this to zero. Hacking everything, encrypted ones and zeros. Fuck the crypto, you tryna bag me in info. Fuck us so good to put some bombs and some benzos. World leader, y'all getting killed with the heater. The hurricane is the reader. Can't hit to delete you.
When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready.
Neural weapons, hacking brain waves, absorb the essence, coalescing with the energy, make a bigger weapon. Everything be destroyed. I am the fucking storm, elemental spiritual form. You people getting warned, better run. Look out, because here I come, having fun. See this whole world, the kingdom come, every fed get decapitated. Decided to say it, nigga fed up in the building that is the liquidated, assassinated. This situation destroyed the nation. These world leaders ain't good, they be perpetrating, kill them all. Got a weapon that make them all dissolve, kill the evil on this planet. Then your problem solved, final call. Middle finger to the fucking law. Alphabet boys, I'm getting rid of all y'all world leaders. They ain't getting killed with the heat of the hurricane. It's the breathing and clean here to delete you.
When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When shit hit the fan, ain't no time for no running. Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready.
Nobody come up, we're gonna review some videos.
Everybody already know the storm coming. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. When you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready.
Going over here to King Isaiah. Y'all know what time it is. Lost Generation, man. Lost Generation. Shout out to King Isaiah. Elevation. That's right, my brother Nivey. Stay ready.
This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. For the lost generation, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix. Look at us, man. Praying God come and save us out here. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. With a lost generation, where everything's fun and games. We drink and we smoke just to numb the pain. We scream for the cops when a brother gets shot. Then we march for our money, don't nothing change. Damn, I'm tired of these fucking games, shit. We gotta do something, man. They label us black, our history snatched. We don't even know where the fuck we came from. They gave you another name, watched it and gave you another brain. We used to be scholars till they gave us dollars. You gotta realize this a fucking game, so make sure you play it right. When you give it your all, you sleep when you lay at night. I am a ray of light, that's an affirmation, something that you could say alright. I hope this word get exposed, I swear this cycle's getting old. How we giving all our children shit we couldn't deal with it. Shit from further from their souls, this world is so cold. Think to myself like damn, sometimes I don't wanna have babies. Like damn, what they gon' have faith in? I guess all I can say is damn, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. For the lost generation, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. With a lost generation, where youngins be selling us dope and politicians sell us hope. We never noticed all the power we got in our hands. They trick us and tell us to vote. Why should I care about July 4th? That one what my people died for was given religion and put up in a wicked system. But this shit won't our choice, so just find yours. There's different meanings of freedom, you need to define yours. Republic or Democrat, I don't get into that. They gotta give us back our voice. Cause how can the president speak for me? Or clean up the streets and find peace for me? They can't part the Red Sea for me. If I thought that, then I ain't even free. I'm just trying to tell them the hand they dealing us is deadly. Let's come together for protection. They use their air, food, and water as weapons for harming my essence. It's time that we check it. I need my people to help me. The time is now, we need plans. But we ain't got no hope, so we apply, go vote and say, y'all don't know, just keep praying. Damn, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. For the lost generation, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. For the lost generation.
I think that if you take one of the O's out of good, it's God. If you add a D to evil, it's the devil. I think some cool motherfuckers sat down a long time ago and said, let's figure out a way to
Juice coming next.
And that's what they came up with, the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would have been a revised copy by now. You know what I mean? Because a lot of shit has changed. And I've been looking for this revised copy, and I don't see it. I don't see it.
Big facts.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after.
Apologize for the commercials. Let's go, man. My nigga, Juice. William Best.
William Best in the building. Welcome everybody. This is just an indigenous thing. Studious, I'm an info for info. I make what's complex look simple. To reclaim my birthright, my MO. My blood ties to the land, my credentials. Turtle Island, Nietzsche, my kinfolk. The vibration on this frequency I live for. We get sick, we don't go to hospitals. We heal ourselves with herbs and crystals. Mother Nature speaks, my soul gets tickled. We already equipped with the essentials. No Similac for my little. All my babies get the milk from mama's nipples. Raising rebels to create ripples in the system. It's not liberal. We teach the youth to go to source for they vittles. Be the B, don't be the man in the middle. That's a third party, a fifth whip. They tell you saving a little is a big deal. Wanna trick the RZA with his own spell? Learn to conjure, then you'll pierce the veil. That's his story, I didn't write that. It's my birthright, I want my life back. Was on the wrong path, now I'm on the right track. Was in the dark, now I'm in the light, fam. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. With the eye of Horus, I see infinity. Woke up like Neo, started training my abilities. I'm not a storm, baby, let me be your peace. Your protector, the enemy runs in retreat. Shout out to Sophia, born to be a steward. Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York. Rod Hayes, Mama Rubber, Interstellar. Dane Calloway, Billy Carson, Young Elder. With my light codes, I'm in fight mode. For the next generation, we gon' right wrongs. Get off the merry-go, don't repeat the cycle. You in the dark cause you forgot to cut your lights on. With the lights on like Tupac, all eyes on. The usurper, trying to take my throne. I urge karma to drown you in a typhoon. An open book, you see what page I'm on. My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Believing I'm a U.S. citizen is propaganda. Had to call a brother True to correct my status. We own churches, not LLCs, they can't tax us. The government and central banking, it's all collapsing. Instead of chasing bread, we run on the bank. They'll be coming soft, we bankrupt the bank. Consumers exercise the power, makes them afraid. The GOV works for us, we the people made. The Iroquois Constitution is supreme law. First Babylon, now it's England and Rome's turn to fall. Put the Pope on notice, discovery doctrine is false. At critical mass, Mother Nature gets restored. A green lantern lights my path, not a torch. At the fork in the road, you gotta choose a course. Light codes or dark secrets, what do you endorse? Me? I make you Darth Vader's feel the force. Yeah, I pray this resonates with your spirit. This is meant for everyone, not just the esoteric. Atomize it, dissect the message in my lyrics. I'm a god, how could I not love my appearance? My skin's divine, I love this melanin. Did you know? My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist.
Couple more songs, we gonna get it started, man. Play some music, jam, let some people get in the house. Dre Cobb, we still here, man. If they don't hit me with a commercial, nope. Dre Cobb, we still here.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make they world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC. Equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And send you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them on waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gon' be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah.
We still here.
You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us.
Bring that wild.
Bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Going over next to my brother Nasir, man. And the link's in the chat if anybody want to come up.
His circle is small but solid.
Anybody want to come up?
Every person in it has earned their place.
Not for kids. Listen, I was raised as a boy by a grown man. Learned early, you don't joke on a closed hand. Unc said, son, every smile ain't a friend. Some laughs led the lines, you can't bend back again. Cold talk, don't play or be played with. If you ain't ready for the smoke, don't say it where I'm from. You press the wrong nerve, that's war. Stand on words or don't speak, that's law. You online, typing tough in the chat box. In real life, you a foe from a small shock. You call it trolling, like that make it alright. Till a man feel tried and he come for your whole life. We don't push buttons, all men we respect. We talk straight, or we step, that's correct. If you ain't ready for the weight when it land, keep my name off your lips, be a boy, I'm a man. I'm just trolling, that's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on the code, don't play there. Don't play with a man that don't play there. I was just joking. You crossed that line, buttons on the man. You wasting time. Men don't test men like some cheap dare. A man got a code, and we keep that. Look, a woman push buttons, she testing my core. My endurance, my patience, what I'm built for. She might poke, she might press cause she feel me. Still my queen, I protect her if it kill me. Her words cut, I breathe, keep composure. She deserve grace, even when it's all over. She got crown energy, even in the rage. She can hit my prime, still she never leave the stage. But you a grown boy, chatting like a child. Smirking on the screen, trying to get a man riled. Then you hide behind memes and a fake laugh. I was just playing, bro. That ain't mancraft, you ain't built for the echo of what you say. You ain't ready for the price that a man pays. So when you speak, better mean every line. If you can't stand in that fire, stay offline. I was just trolling, that's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on a code, don't play there. Don't play with a man that don't play there. I was just joking, you crossed that line. Buttons on the man, you wasting time. Men don't test men like some cheap dare. A man got a code, and we keep that. I don't push buttons, I give warnings. I don't start storms, I bring warnings. I was taught, be straight, never sneak war. If I'm at your door, you knew what it's for, so keep always trolling. Out your grown mouth, or deal with the truth that you spoke about. I was just trolling, that's a weak man's prayer. Say it to my face, you won't dare. I was raised on a code. Don't play there.
My brother Nasir gave me one yesterday to review. And I got a couple more.
Buttons on the man, you wasting time. Men don't test men like some cheap dare. A man got a code, and we keep that.
A man with no friends or a small circle, that's a man you don't mess with. He's learned the hard way that loyalty is rare.
My nigga Sanchez, shout out Enemy Public. That's fire, brother. Big fact.
It's kind of like the sun coming over a dark cloud, shining on you with its warm rays of beneficence.
Get some information out to the people. Do a little network.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do a little network.
Once again from the soul. This is my notebook. Let me rip you a page that'll make you sit back and witness the plague. Got kids pitching grenades, missing the days. Guess you can't be a star sitting in the shade. And at times, life will make you sicker than AIDS. Twisting the haze, laid out wishing you prayed. Working hard, no difference is made. In a world that'll kill you and spit in your grade. The best thing a parent can say to a child, success is no restriction for age. Or we might be another nigga twisting some braids in the penitentiary, spending some days. Bad choices, plus you know how niggas persuade. Them snakes got venomous ways. And the worst thing to a man is feeling betrayed. Head above water, still get hit with a wave. Still think of my queen, get hit with a daze. Still treat us no different than slaves. This world will take hearts and fill them with rage. Water seeds with hate and make them sit in a cage. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. Nothing new under the sun. Shit ain't no different today. You know I can give up what your ministers say. I won't forget the past to remember the faith. As society takes souls and send them astray, then it's the hate you got trapped deep in your heart. So in these times I fall back deep in the arts, hidden colors. Got a nigga seeking the arc, sipping tea, watching devils pull people apart. I remember an old saying, reap what you sow. On your journey, stay humble and teach what you know. And this flow ain't the shit you see at the store. It's more like the damn killer that you greet at the door. Third eye be the seat of your soul. Such a beautiful earth these demons control. Gonna make shit better if I can, cause all over the world my empire stand. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit.
Hey, get y'all bibblers, man.
What's up?
Get y'all bibblers, handmade, handcrafted. My brother Prophet Levi, he in this video too. He the shadow. Shout out to my brother Prophet Levi, man.
I share. Watch this.
Lefty did it.
Low key, I can't help it. Too much love, no selfish. Embracing imperfections, that is why I'm so damn perfect. And my heart is filled with gold, that's why I'm shining. Vegan on my teeth, so you know ain't no denying. Always got kombucha in my cup, don't need no Henny. Shout out to the homie Dino, he supply a naga plenty. Stretching, doing poses, doing all this yoga. Call me Yogi, giving honor to the ones before me. They the ones who know me best. As I citate the sun, Hail Selassie, I salute the number one, that's the truth, and I hail the Trinity. Father, mother, son, I ain't lying, then I tell no lie. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't. Truth is all inside, watch me speak in tongue. Om Namo Guru Dev Namo Om Mane Pade Ham Mang Sang Wahe Guru 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 Wahe Guru Guru Ram Das Guru. Did I lose you? I'm a FUBU. No fat Albert, but my truth is heavier than 9 dudes. Hoping that this knot is stick inside your ear like wax do. Prick your heart like tattoo so you land on feet like cats do. I'm a fucking menace, but you already know that though. I be crystal gemming. Never hit the pookie though, dropping LSD. Give me liquid or the taps, bro. Smoking DMT. Late night out the homie bomb. Healing. Uncle Jassanet. Uncle Jassanet. Uncle Jassanet. Uncle Jassanet. Dive in, Michael Phelps, strip like wood through the void, collecting knowledge of myself. I'm a stone cold killer, serving all these ego deaths. I be floating like a spirit, trying to invoke my ancestors. Last Last night we had a full moon. I cast the spells up underneath that full moon. You know I'm on, charge my stones underneath that full moon. Pure intentions, Gaia guide me higher than a full moon. The way she take them draws off, I'm hiding like it's full moon. But it's high noon, I'm vegan, all the milk I drink is cashew. No cow food, leave them in the pastures. Oh my god, man, fuck a rapture. Get protein from my broccoli. Third eye, I see properly. Psychedelic, I'm properly. High as hell, no devil beat. He is I, you or me. We are all my family.
Man, shout out all the fans.
Peace to the gods and the goddesses. Echo and card mixing Sanskrit in my rhetoric. They hating saying all I rap about is psychedelics. Yes, I'm down for the cause. I'm a psychedelic advocate. Boy, I'm a shaman. Hit you with this fungus trip. Throw your aura in a pool. Let you learn your ass to swim. Psychedelics are not drugs, just the best of medicine. If you haven't, you should have them. You will thank me in the end. Got a bucket if you need to purge that bullshit. Bet your whole life everything that you was taught is bullshit. Hotep to my people, berry rise about them bull feces. Don't ignore the spirit if you feel it in your soul reaching. Begging you to come back home. Just let your soul lead you to knowledge of yourself. Thank your ancestors. Hotep.
Get y'all bibblers, man. Get y'all bibblers, man. We're gonna do the intro.
You ain't getting money, what you call it? Bank got a flow, no rap, no faucet. Mama told me always get my fruit from the market. Empire mind state, roots from the garden. Motherfucker, why lie to a lame? No, the presence.
California breeze, Colorado weed. Meditate on the day, don't focus on my doubts. Hard work, never lazy. So prove me what I'm about. Real niggas will make me. Flip see my spot out. My aura wavy. Overlooking all you clowns.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused.
When it's real, got to keep it real.
Gotta keep it real.
Separate the real from the fake. If that's how you feel, then that's how you feel.
I know how I feel.
It's all about your timing and your.
Shout out my network friends,
Radio.
Man. When they see us in the building. All I have in this world is my balls and my word.
All I have in this world is my balls.
And I don't break them.
I don't break them for no
radio.
DVD radio, turn up your speakers. Niggas, they was hating on me, but wanna feature. I don't fuck with none of y'all. I think y'all all lame. Your panel and your channel suck. That shit small change, doper than some fitting on. This for the music, that's why my shit ahead of y'all. I read the blueprint, these bitches hit the thought spot. She took a pen. Make this shit make sense. We run the marathon, we gon' play some R&B. And you know you getting rap, send it to the show. We gon' play it, even if it's whack. If you really feel a nigga trash, leave it in the chat, tune in. Put the phone down, leave it where it's at. Come and get familiar with niggas that be really up. Niggas drop bombs and got bars that be killing ya. This shit is dangerous, man, y'all already know. Get now tuned in to DVD radio. DVD radio.
Radio.
When they see us in the building, they gon' hate on it. With that type of energy, I gotta stay away from it. You mad how we move, but you frontin' like it's cool. The better question is, nigga, who the fuck is you?
Let's go, man. Grand Rising, man.
Planning to publish your book?
Going over here, the last song. The last song, y'all.
Hurricane 3,
Shout out to
1,
Hurricane.
3.
Wrath of the Ancestors.
Hurricane 3, 1, 3.
Phenom Road 1 Production.
This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelters. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelters. Laugh at every motherfucking fed. Blade, I sever all your fucking heads. Dread, when we come through with different red beam on your head. Bow, bow, leave a hater dead. Blade, to the kind I recuperate. Heal, come back to adjudicate. Hey, about to head to another state. Fed on the list, gotta shoot him in the fucking face. Hey, politician is a politician. Shoot their gas in the head when I pop the clipping. Got a feeling, blowing up a lot of buildings. Power structure coming down, all you people hear it when I rip it. Shred haters in the ribbons. I'm a god, erase you from existence in the instant. Call it the righteous visions. If you scared, keep your motherfucking distance. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter. Dash, hit you with the hidden blade. Raid in my veins while you getting slain. Pain in the name of the hurricane, I'ma destroy everything, leave no remains. Dang, y'all wanna label me the rain. Bang, have to shoot you in your fucking brain. Change the whole world when I spit the fade. Burn the government down, it's the name of the game. Lame, get the fuck up out the way. Bitch, you would never see the light of day. Spray with the AR in the cave. 50 cal, spray it up your real estate. Y'all niggas is asleep and I've been awake. Now I gotta break your face like a dinner plate. In a high speed chase, I would get away. I'm the hurricane, yo, welcome to the end of days. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter. This the wrath of the ancestors. I'm the wrath of the ancestors. For the wrath of the ancestors, I'ma kill the government, run to your bomb shelter.
Hurricane 3, 1, 3. Hurricane 3, 1, 3.
Welcome. Once again, it's time. Yeah. It's King Isaiah, I'm demanding respect. I see everybody ballin' till it's time to connect. I see everybody kill us till you hand them a tech. Or cops read them they rights and nightsticks to they neck. Too many chasing the check instead of checking priorities. Flexing heavy on the ground, but you still a minority. Fucking whips, your chains, or anything that came after. Misleading black people, you a fucking slave master. This is Genesis, I'm flipping the page backwards. Listen to intuition, we ain't got the same pastors. Me, I follow no man, I can't be programmed. This soul food set the mood like a fucking slow jam. It's time to eat up. I'm 10 toes
goes down, who gon' defeat us? I'm living gold, aboriginal, check my features. Who gon' speak up? I turn up and blow speakers. My own teacher, I grew up with no leaders. Can't trust people, cause they ain't telling the whole truth. Get directions to heaven, but you live in the hell too. That's how I feel, keeping it real. Love it or hate it, either way they trying to crucify me like the savior. Put thorns in my crown, they knowing that I'm a king. We been crossed too many times, whipped and hung from trees. I am my ancestors from the past that done bled, and now we here resurrected. Bitch, I'm back from the dead, immortal. They can't kill me, I'm forever on the rise. They despise my genetics, it's something special about my kind. A descendant of the ones in the tombs. Brown babies coming from wombs, in tune with the sun and the moon. You feel me? If it ain't clear, it's time to switch optics. Cause ignorance got us moving in fear, and that bring them big profits. But I'm a prophet, so I kick knowledge. Cause the shit that you hearing on the radio got us misguided. They got our goddesses hating they real bodies, and the gods getting high off lean and pill popping. Bodies are still dropping. Is you paying attention? I guess not. You still paying to listen. I move different in my true image. It's too many projecting hate. Who gon' lift the whole world up and tell them they great? Who gon' tell everybody getting money, but who's spreading the bait? So we can buy back the block, start to better this place. Cause our skin tones is dark, it's divine mastery. The hair grown from my dome defies gravity, yeah. The real rulers of earth, rebirth humanity. Facts. The queen's high supreme, color your majesty. You better batter me, listen, don't be a casualty. Fuck a colonizer, we guardians of the galaxy. They super late, bitch, I move truth, fuck moving weight. Earth is our true estate, then that I like to illuminate and prosper. I promise I'm passionate with my power. I'm writing all my wrongs and balancing every chakra. Who gon' stop when my daddy try? The reason you so scared to fly is cause you scared to die. But I exist on dimensions beyond this plane. You thinking it's all a game. When you open up your eyes, your energy start to change. We still traumatized and healing from all the pain. It's good versus evil, our enemies all the same. So I'm 10 toes down with my feet in the dirt. And when I leave earth, you still hear me speaking this verse. This music is all my scriptures I've been keeping since birth. When I spoke them into existence, I was seeing my worth. My purpose is my perspective. I'm serving a higher message. A piece of the most high is written in my genetics. I speak for my soul tribe. We shed a divine essence, releasing the soul ties to whatever we find negative light. Instead of bashing out women, we heal with them. Instead of running from problems, we deal with them. Instead of killing our brothers, we build with them. So, fuck the illusions, we seeing the real picture. We here. It's more spiritual than physical, nigga. If you ain't trying to bring change, you invincible, nigga, for real. My message lives, it's invincible, nigga. And fuck being rich if you ain't got no principles, nigga. Cramp.
Hey, let me say something real quick. All these years we've been calling each other niggas and they think we tripping. Have our own kind looking at us with resentment, but listen. You see, we not slaves, but we are the descendants. But this is a new age, so it's time to transition. Nigga means noble individual, grace and godly ambition. Cause we always make gold out of the labels that they give us.
The music.
Cause this is our land, we were the first that ever existed. So respect your temple, honor your pigment. From the motherland to the other lands, we are
indigenous.
I enjoy playing the music, man. One more.
What's the fastest way to go viral right now?
Commercial.
That man.
Like my brother Chris Cypher
Spell is
said,
broken,
break
y'all.
those loops. Or spell.
Beat that. See how we gonna do this.
And like I said, we gonna do some videos.
Spell. Shit ain't what it seems. Look. This ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. This ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems. Life ain't what it seems, life ain't what it seems. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. The spell is broken. Finally we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally we can see. The spell is broken. We free. DJ Khaled voice, we the best. Can't dwell on it cause we manifest. I got tough skin, bulletproof vest. You say you for the people, put you to the test cause the spell is broken. People looking sad, I'm just in my bag. Only time I'm not it is playing tag. We ain't come off a boat, they big mad. They ain't give it to a straight zigzag. Get your lick back, say you did that. I once gave a fuck, I had to get it back. Can't get it back, you gotta live with that. Your government is crack, get out of here with that. Now we know who we are. They mad, they know we a star. They lied, they owe us a car. Really, they owe us the land. Recoupment, they owe us some bands. Wanna help, you owe us a hand. You silly, I know who I am. I'm an Indian, I don't give a damn. Why take problems with none of the perks? The system ain't broke, we don't know how it works. The ops ain't gonna tell you the ops is some jerks. The ops really obstacles, we was here first. I'm spitting the scripture, they call it a verse. We fit the description, they call it a curse. It's fucked up. We was really fucked like both ankles. When they try to help, I'm like, no thank you. Trust them and they gon' flank you. They ain't conquer nothing, but they did snake you. Don't sleep near me, cause I will wake you. I'm really woke like pills make you. You show me love and I feel grateful. I'm not a hater, I don't feel hateful. I'ma say something, hope it reach the nation. Less appropriation, more appreciation. God created us, y'all a recreation. When you say Caucasian, all I hear is Asian. I'm a truth teller, I'm not an agent. Truth teller, I'm not an agent. I'm not foul, but the fouls is flagrant. When life's a world stage, stage it, yeah. Right is right, wrong is wrong. We know that we can police our own. This shit ain't what it seems, life is but a dream. Who's ever doing the asking is asking. Then we know who we are. They mad, they know we a star. They lied, they owe us a car. Really, they owe us the land. Recoupment, they owe us some bands. Wanna help, you owe us a hand. You silly, I know who I am. I'm an Indian, I don't give a damn. This ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. This ain't what it seems, this ain't what it seems. Life ain't what it seems, life ain't what it seems. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. The spell is broken. Finally, we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally, we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally, we can see. The spell is broken. We free. The spell is broken. Finally, we can see. The spell is broken. We free. There's 3,000.
Shout out to all the artists, man.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple. 5-star!
Let me pause that. Let me cancel the screen share. Stop the screen share. Grand Rising, everybody. Links in the chat. Anybody can hit the link and talk about anything. I wanted to go over here to my, do this real quick. Let me do some promos. Real quick. Let me do some promos real quick. Let's go.
Welcome to Hampton's Electronics and Printing Solutions. Here where we have custom labels, business cards, banners, booklets, and flyers. Anything copy and computer repair that you need, we can handle it. We specialize also in printing out a custom flag if you need a flag. We have custom yard signs if you need a yard sign. If you step on in, we also do business cards. Business cards for you. Your custom business is what we're looking for. We have booklets if you are into writing a book, a little notepad, anything like that that you need printed, we can help you out. See, we have different labels to fit any type of label that you need to wrap around or stick on the item that you have. We have labels for your need. If you have brochures that you need printed out, we can print out your brochures. If you are trying to print out a magazine, we have the paper that you need to print out your magazine. If you want your barcode put on anything, we can help you with your barcode.
Check out my brother Hampton's
Electronics
Bridge 3 TV. That's the Fire Stick right here. That's the Fire Stick right here. If you still paying for cable TV, stop paying it. Get you a Fire Stick. Get you some internet. You get everything that's on cable TV. You get live TV. You get all the pay-per-views. You get movies. You get 3 free days. And if you choose to purchase the service, it's $15 a month. No matter how many TVs you got. You got 4 TVs, it's $15 a month. 1 TV, 2 TVs, $15 a month. You can have this app on any TV, any and every TV. So get y'all a fire stick, get y'all some internet, and save y'all some money, man. I did. And let me stop the screen share real quick. Let me go over here where I want to go. Go over here. And we're about to get it started. Check this sister website out, man. Check this sister out, man. House of Blessings. My sister, Shamaka. Let's let's do the commercial. Boot camp. What is this boot camp? Grand Rising, brother. Much love and respect to you and the family. Boot camp.
Soft light, evening glow. She make us and she'll let the magic flow. Bath and spray, a gentle star, body butter.
It's a secret. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Every drop, every scent.
All natural
We
products.
are creating something wonderful.
All natural
Stay
products.
tuned. It's a secret.
Feel the magic medicine. She left us and showed how the blessings. Every night, every way, lift your spirit rising. Yeah.
Here go some of the products that she had. You know, aromatherapy sprays, smell goods, you know, body washes, body moisturizer, body butters, bar soap, body wash. All natural products, no chemicals, man. Aromatherapy. All different smell goods and feel goods to the body, man. This is who she done did collabs with. She on YouTube. Blended Healer. Check the sister website out, man. We're about networking over here. This is how you can reach out to her on social media. IG, YouTube, Blended Healing Realm, TikTok, Twitch. And this is our email. Check the sister out, man. It's got some nice products. All natural products, man. All natural products. I will be doing an interview with her very soon. Very soon, man. Hopefully everybody good, man. Grand Rising. Give me 1 second, everybody. I want to do a couple more promotions. I just got to find them real quick. Hopefully everybody good. The link's in the chat. If anybody want to join, man, the link's in the chat. I want to find my other promos that I do. Get y'all Bibler, man. Get y'all Bibler. Get y'all a copy of Enemy Public White book called Fire. Let me put up this image right here. Blow it up. My brother Enemies Public and brother Maybach. They both in the chat. Gonna have a R&B old school battle on March 21st on YouTube. A R&B old school battle. March 21st, Saturday. You know, make sure if you ain't doing nothing, go support the brothers. I'll be there. R&B old school battle, man. Enemies Public and my brother Maybach. Here we go one more time. March 21st, R&B old school battle. R&B old school battle. Saturday, March 21st on YouTube. Let me stop screen sharing that. Come over here. What's that? This the Bibler, man. Get y'all handmade, all natural Biblers, man. The brother Prophet Levi in LA. Get y'all Bibler, man. Handmade, all natural products. Y'all see the Bibler, what he got in his hand. I'm blowing it out. That's what you call a Bibler. Right there. You can put water in there, you can put wine in there, you can put liquor in there, put marijuana on top, Bibler. You have, it's like a water bomb or a bomb. Get y'all Bibblers, man. All natural, handmade, all natural products, man. Get y'all Bibblers, man. Hopefully everybody good. Give me a second. I got a couple more promos I want to do. Hopefully everybody good, man. Grand Rising. Grand Rising. We're going to do some video reviews today. Going to do some video reviews today. Hopefully everybody good. And links in the chat if anybody want to tap in, ask some questions, or just have your voice heard. Anybody can join, man. We got to do our farming group that we have. We have a farming group, where we help people get their farming license. We help you with any farming needs that you may have. It's called Abundantly Farming Mothers and Families. I think this is it right here. Bam. Let me share my screen. Get y'all a copy of Fire 1 and 2. That's the Enemy's Public White Book. Get y'all a copy of Fire, the Enemy's Public White Book. At Abundantly Farming Families, grow legacies, unity through farming, family roots, future fruits, nature, nurture, abundance. Abundantly farming mothers and families grow legacies, unity, self-sufficiency. At Abundantly Farming Mothers and Families, we nurture the next generation of building through nature, farming, and community, sowing seeds of abundancy of togetherness. Join our movement to grow food, family, future. Together we build legacies that last generations. That's how you can contact them. Facebook, Instagram, X, and Abundantly. We have a Zoom call every Sunday morning. Every Sunday, noontime. We have a Zoom call. Anybody interested in participating? Get with myself, Alabama, my brother Chief Eagle Eye, who was in the chat. We be helping people, do the farming. So this is one of my passions that I have. You know what I mean? Getting back to nature, getting back to agriculture, growing something. Like Wale said, make something, grow something. Become more self-sufficient, man. Become more self-sufficient. Let me see what else I might have to promote real quick. Real quick. Hopefully everybody good. I think that's about it, though. I think that's about it. We did the Bibler. We did Shamaka Essentials. We did the Fire Stick. Hopefully everybody good, man. Grand Rising. Let's go to the videos now. Video reviews. Let me minimize that. And the link's in the chat. If anybody want to come talk to the OG, somebody come talk to the OG. Let's have a conversation, man. Any topic. Any topic. Any topic. Whatever y'all want to talk about. Go to my video reviews. Give me 1 second. Let me bring it up. You know, I think my brother Nasir sent me a video yesterday. He wanted me to review. So I said I'll do it today. Which one was it? We did that one. I might have to check my emails. He might have sent it to my email. I thought I put it up. Let me go to my Gmails. See if it's in there. From yesterday. Yep, I got it. All right, give me 1 second.
Donald Trump is panicking as his top generals and admirals want him to end this disastrous war in Iran right now. In their daily briefings to Donald Trump about the status of this disaster.
Pause it, make sure I'm sharing the sound. Grand Rising, everybody. Doing some video reviews. The link's in the chat. Let's go.
War in Iran. They keep on slipping into his daily war planning, options for how to get out of this war right now. Here's what NBC is exclusively reporting. These top military generals and admirals continue to include these options in their regular war planning about how to end this conflict. Now, we know that Donald Trump doesn't read, though, so that's a big problem. What these top generals and admirals are seeing is that the United States is stuck with no way out in Iran right now. The front page of the Financial Times tells the story. Allies reject Donald Trump's call for warships. Which allies? Frankly, which allies exist anymore? But all of Donald Trump's so-called allies are saying, we are not sending our ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Are you crazy? You started this war. You didn't consult us. You and Benjamin Netanyahu rushed into this disastrous war. Try to figure it out without us. Now, we're learning a lot of other disastrous news from this disastrous war. The official count of wounded service members now exceeds 200, with around a dozen very seriously wounded. Although we know the Trump regime continues to provide false information, so it's unclear what the real number is. And of course, we learned that, at least as of now, from what's been reported, 13 service members have been killed. We've been covering here on the Midas Touch Network how some of the families of these service members are now speaking out against this unlawful war. Should also be noted that the United States has lost about a dozen MQ-9 Reaper drones so far, including one accidentally shot down by a Gulf state. These are these really expensive drones that the United States has, not to mention the United States Embassy in Baghdad targeted again by Iran. We have footage of that I'll show you in a moment. Donald Trump just looks so utterly pathetic, right? I mean, he was out there claiming yesterday that the foreign minister of Iran continues to try to reach out to Steve Witkoff to make a deal. Then you have the foreign minister of Iran saying, no way, we're not interested in a ceasefire. These are lies intended to manipulate the oil markets when we're not trying to reach out to Witkoff at all. We want to teach the United States a lesson. We're learning additional facts as well about how that USS Gerald Ford, that aircraft carrier, that is one of the two main aircraft carriers surrounding Iran, before Donald Trump launched this disastrous, unlawful, and ill-fated invasion of Iran with Netanyahu. Remember, we were talking about those fires that took place aboard that ship, and there was like sewage issues, and then recently there was fire issues, and this ship keeps having problems because it's really exceeded the length of its deployments. There were the sewage issues before, then there's the fire issues. Here's what we're learning that's happening. Sailors on board the USS Gerald Ford, which is now entering its 10th month of deployment, battled flames on board the aircraft carrier last week as well. Then they had the plumbing issue before the war for over 30 hours after a small fire that started in the ship's main laundry area spread through ventilation to several other areas of the ship, including multiple berthings, with more than 600 sailors and other crew members having lost their beds in the fire, and they've since been bunking down on floors and tables throughout the ship. So over 600 of our men and women in the Navy are sleeping on the floor right now, and there's no fix in sight. I mean, it's really pathetic that that's how we're treating our troops right now. Let's go through what's going on in Baghdad as well. We have footage of this. Video footage showing an impact by an Iranian one-way attack drone right outside the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Watch this. And as Donald Trump says, we've totally obliterated Iran. They've been decimated. They don't have drones. They don't have ballistic missiles. We're winning this thing. All right, well, take a look at this video footage right here so you can see for yourself. Play this clip.
Wallah, they go home. Wallah, they go home.
Now I'll show you footage showing this impact from another angle. Also, one of the main hotels in Baghdad, where a lot of diplomats frequent, was also struck by the Iranian drones. And Iran's using its proxies in Iraq, its Shiite group proxies. And by the way, Iran hasn't even as of yet activated the Houthis in the Red Sea. I believe they're holding off because China's telling them to hold off, and Russia for now is telling them, look, let's just hold off because China wants you to hold off. But the moment Iran activates the Houthis in the Red Sea, the way the Strait of Hormuz is shut down in the Persian Gulf, there's a strait in the Red Sea. The Houthis know how to control that. All of these cargo ships are now being diverted to the Red Sea. They're going to get trapped there.
Put it in the chat, man. If you got a video you want me to review, put it in the chat, man. Grand Rising, everybody.
There. Isn't it so obvious that that's what the plan is? But let me show you this footage showing a near direct impact on the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad. Play this clip. And here's another angle of the Iranian Shahid 136 flying low over the capital, seemingly with impunity. Play this clip. And I'll just share with you a video that the Popular Mobilization Front, an Iranian-backed group who's acting as one of the principal executors of Iran's strategic outlook in Iraq, they released this footage right here showing what appears to be one of these drones, these FPVs, first-person view FPV drones, flying unencumbered through the green zone in Baghdad near the embassy. Just watch the flight path right here. Play the B-roll, guys, as people can see the flight path here with impunity. And they're sending a message that at any point in time, we can attack any one of these buildings as we desire. And meanwhile, Donald Trump saying that all of this is AI. Donald Trump is saying that the crowd sizes in Iran that have been showing up to actually support the Iranian government after the United States struck the elementary schools and desalination facilities. And after Israel struck the oil depots, Trump's like, all these crowds are AI right now, to which the Iranian National Security Advisor, Ali Larijani, mocks Donald Trump and says, Trump says about the million-strong anti-American and anti-Israeli rallies in Iranian cities that these images are artificial intelligence. Now, look, I don't know if it's 1 million people, but we know that several other outlets, New York Times and others, have confirmed that there are these pro-government rallies, whether it's 100,000, 200,000. I don't know if it's 1 million, but they're in a lot of cities and they're out there. And you can say, Ben, this is propaganda. This is propaganda. Well, they're staging it, and they're utilizing the fact that Donald Trump is covering up a child sex trafficking ring and that he represents the Epstein class. They're using that to say, hey, look, Trump, Epstein class, they're out here blowing up elementary schools the way they were predators on little girls and covering up for predators of little girls. And that's what the Epstein files is all about. Look at what they're doing in Iran. The first thing they do is kill a school of little girls. That's the argument that they're making right now. Look, explosions and air defense activity in Bahrain. You want to talk about what's going on in the UAE? Basically, all of its airspace shut down temporarily, but shut down in the past 24 hours. UAE fully closes its airspace. The UAE's General Civil Aviation Authority announced a temporary and full closure of the country's airspace to ensure the safety of flights and air crews. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they're being destroyed right now. And Iran saying, well, look, UAE, you made this deal with the United States, right? Trump gave you, those chips. You invested in Trump's crypto companies and Jared Kushner. We know what you did. And now you have all these bases there. So we think that Dubai and Abu Dhabi is a fair target. Iran's also telling Saudi Arabia, clarify your position, because the reporting is that you've been working with Trump and Netanyahu. That's what they're saying. And I want to be clear. I mean, the United States and Israel are pounding Iran, hitting naval targets, decimating the Navy, not all of Iran, decimating certain military structures, certainly not all of Iran. They still have their ballistic missiles and Shahid drones. We're seeing them in action, right? But they're also decimating civilian targets, and they're killing a lot of innocent people as well. And that's rallying people in Iran around the government, unfortunately, and leaving people who were hoping perhaps for a shift to democracy. They feel betrayed right now by the Trump regime, especially when they showed up in mass and they were protesting against the Ayatollah back in January, and Trump said, I got your back. And he didn't have their back. He threw them under the bus. He got thousands of them killed. I mean, you got Israel invading Lebanon, southern Lebanon, calling up 450,000 reservists go into Lebanon. I mean, they're destroying Beirut. I mean, the suburbs of southern Lebanon are just demolished. Hospitals being blown up, hospital workers being killed, in addition to Hezbollah, but they're killing a lot of innocent people as well. And that is further rallying people against the United States and Israel right now. And of course, they're rallying around them for a lot of other reasons as well. You have the foreign minister of Iran, Araghchi, saying, look, we're not talking to Witkoff. He goes, my last contact with Witkoff was prior to his employer's decision to kill diplomacy with another illegal military attack on Iran. Any claim to the contrary appears geared solely to mislead oil traders and the public. And look, if you have evidence that you've been in communication with Iran, then show it. Then show it. But here's what people to be reporting.
Damn, where was that? It was about right here.
Is geared solely to mislead oil.
Shout out to Sister Duke. Much love and respect to you and the family, man. Much love and respect to a Duke and my brother Old Dude. And what happened?
Imagine being able to reach 15 million views on the first.
All right, let me go back. I don't know what I did. These damn touch screens. Oh, let me see there. I just go to a commercial. Yeah, I'm still here.
the public. And look, if you have evidence that you've been in communication with Iran, then show it. Then show it. But here's what people remember. Donald Trump in week 1 saying, we won. In week 2, we're winning. On week 3, send help. I mean, you all saw that disastrous press conference Donald Trump had where he was like, we don't need the help of anyone. Please help us enthusiastically. Or in that press conference yesterday, Donald Trump, 2 different occasions, there was the one press conference in one area in the White House, then the other in the Oval Office. He's like, nobody ever thought that Iran was going to attack its neighbors. Nobody thought that. And Donald Trump's like, but I knew they would weaponize the Strait of Hormuz, and I predicted 9/11. I knew what bin Laden was going to do on 9/11. I wrote about it in my book. You didn't write about that in your book. That's a lie. You mentioned bin Laden in passing once. And what is it? Do you claim that what are you claiming? Are you claiming that you knew about it? You didn't know about it? Are you asking for help? Are you not asking for help? No one knows what the hell you're talking about. And it's, again, utterly deranged. You have the Iranian generals saying, you can tweet your way out of this one. Donald, here, play this clip.
A message to the President of the United States. The outcome of war cannot be determined by tweets. The result of a war is determined in the field, the very place where you and your forces do not dare to approach, and you can only talk about it in your tweets. It's better to name this war as epic fear instead of epic fury.
And then you have Trump state regime propaganda on Fox, like Laura Ingraham, saying the EU was begging their daddy for help. And now we want your help and you're not helping us. Remember when you begged your daddy? What's wrong with all of you people begging daddy? Here, play this clip.
When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, EU nations begged us for an alliance because they were worried that Putin wouldn't stop in Ukraine. They needed daddy's wallet and daddy's munitions. But for decades before that, those same countries had also been free riding on the backs of our military and our taxpayers. It was only when Donald Trump called them out to their faces for their failure to meet their NATO military requirements did they begin to contribute more to their own defense. And they pay, but they do so grudgingly. And some of them still aren't paying up. Now, you've heard of sham marriages. This has been a sham alliance. Sure, like when we're defending them for free, while at the same time allowing them to take bigger and bigger shares of our market, well, of course they're going to like us then. Europe loved running circles around a weak Joe Biden, and they loved hearing Obama apologize for America every time he seemed to speak overseas. I was thinking about it today. I think you should think about it this way. If you're the guy who goes into a bar alone every weekend and buys everyone drinks, well, sure enough, you become pretty popular.
James Money.
But what happens when you show up one week and expect others to pick up the tab at the bar? Well, suddenly all your fake friends can't find their wallets. Well, under Biden and Obama, we weren't leading an alliance. We were the rich guys trying to pay people to be our friends. But in the end, who's better off? The kid who pays for friends or the kid who knows the truth?
And then on 2 separate occasions yesterday, Donald Trump said he was shocked by Iran's retaliatory strikes against neighboring countries, claiming nobody expected such an escalation, but everybody expected it. I mean, whether it was Dropsite or us or other, people were reporting on that this is what was expected. Iran was saying they were going to do it. The Arab nations warned about it. Dropsite did a good job putting these 2 videos side by side. I'll play you one right here. Let's play it.
Look what happened. In the last 2 weeks, they weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that.
This is Jack. He's an entrepreneur.
Was shocked.
Here's another one right here. Let's play it.
You were talking about Iran a couple times today and what they did after Epic Fury began. You said they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. Are you surprised that nobody briefed you ahead of time that might be their retaliation?
Nobody, no. The greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit. They were, I wouldn't say friendly countries, they were like neutral, they lived with them for years. Peter, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel with their nuclear weapon. But after we knocked out their nuclear potential weapon, they started building missiles, thousands and thousands of missiles. And they were going to do it with missiles while they developed. These are sick people. While they developed nuclear, somehow they were going to start at a different site, because that site was, you saw the site, the mountain. They were going to go into a certain area, which we know exactly where it is, and they were going to do that. And it's incredible what we've done. I tell you, the job we've done. Do you know?
And then Donald Trump said, we don't need anybody when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. We're the strongest in the world. We don't want your help. Play it.
We don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine chip around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible.
And then here Donald Trump said, we strongly encourage everybody to get involved. Play it.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us, and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now.
Again, how deranged and demented is that? That's why these generals, as I mentioned, and admirals, they're putting in his briefing, let's get out now. Cut your losses. You're going to have to make this decision anyway. Get out now. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We appreciate you.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and
Hey, shout out my brother Nasir for giving me that video, man. Let me see where I wanted to go to. My watch later. I got another video in here. Okay, where we want to go. Links in the chat if anybody want to come up, man. We're going to our watch later, watch a couple more videos. Let's go here. To Hidden Black History.
Hey, I could barely hear that from out here.
Iran and Black Leaders.
Okay, here. Put this on it and turn it up a little bit.
Apologize for the commercial.
So people don't know this. Kurt, maybe you know this, that when, the reason why we did that is because he wanted, he didn't want to let the United States and Britain steal their oil. And he wanted to keep the oil profits for the people of Iran. So immediately they overthrew him and they installed the Shah.
For prosperity, Jimmy.
And they installed the Shah of Iran, which was a murderous dictator that we propped up for 20-some years, like 25 years.
We brought in the Ayatollah as well. I don't know if you know.
So then they get rid of the Shah, and when they did that, they took some. They stormed the American embassy and they took some hostages, but they didn't take all they released a lot of black people and all the women. Why would they release the black people? Well, guess what?
Because they're barbaric.
This is the part you're not gonna hear. Listen to this.
Okay, one of the most insane historical facts has got to be when Iran took a bunch of American hostages in 1979, but then decided to free all the black hostages and the women. Why did Iran do this, you ask? Well, first we got to go back a little bit to why Iran took hostages in the first place. And when you understand this, you'll also understand why Iran and the USA don't really like each other to this day. You see, Iran had a problem. You see, back before the 1950s, Iran's oil industry was basically completely taken over by the United States and Britain. Iran was barely getting a share of their oil. Iran said, knock, knock, knock. Hello, United States, Britain, can we have our oil back? United States and Britain said, who said we got your oil? Iran said, boy, we're not stupid out here. We see y'all scamming us. United States and Britain said, you got us, and we don't feel like, but we're not giving your oil back though, for real. So Iran voted in a new prime minister that took back Iran's oil. United States said, ooh, we can't have that. Call in the CIA. The CIA pulls up, that boy gone. The United States brings in a new guy, the Shah, and he's very friendly towards the United States. Iran said, the Shah said, look, y'all didn't even give me a chance for real. Yeah, fast forward 20 years later, he gave away all of Iran's oil and had very oppressive policies towards the people. The people of Iran said, time's up. The Shah said, time's up, boy. You know what I got behind me? Roop, roop, roop. Big dog United States. The Iranian people said, all right, let's see if they get to you in time. The Iranian people rose up and started hunting them down. The Shah said, oh, them folk tripping. He calls the United States. He said, yo, them folk trying to get me. The United States said, chill. We're going to get an airplane. We're going to come pick you up. We can't let our assets, our friends, suffer. The Shah gets on a plane and he dips. He said, I'll see y'all folk in the States. The people of Iran looked at the United States and said, bring back the Shah. The United States said, no, the Shah is sick. We can't give him to you right now. Iran said, we got hospitals here and jails. Bring him over. The United States said, no. And we still gonna take your oil because we're gonna bring in a new guy to still take your oil. This was the last straw for Iran. Iranian college students stormed the United States embassy and take everybody hostage. They said, bring back the Shah. The United States said, release the hostages. What are your demands? Iran said, well, they're pretty reasonable. 1, we want the Shah back. 2, we want you to leave us and our oil alone. The United States said, no. If there's something you got to know about the United States of America, is it's very hard to negotiate with. The United States wants it all at all times. They said, hostage, y'all gonna have to hold it down. The hostage said, the United States said, counteroffer, we keep the Shah, we keep the oil, and you give us the hostages. Iran's new supreme leader, Khomeini, said, look at my face. Do I look like I'm finna play with y'all? Give us back the... Hold on. Are those black people? Now here's where things start to get wicked. Khomeini looked at the black hostages and said, don't the United States be like oppressing y'all and messing with y'all too? Black people said, well, Khomeini said, oh no, y'all are free to go. Plus the women, y'all are free to go. The white hostages said, Jamal, ain't you gonna put in a good word for me? He said, my name's Eric. He said, Andre, we're not here to argue about semantics. This is a serious situation. Go talk to them folk. Put in a good word for me. Black people said, all right, give us your number. I'm going to call you on my iPhone. We're going to put in a good word. White people said, iPhones haven't been invented yet. Black people said, exactly. Call me when they get invented. Oh, them folk dipped. Except a black man named Carl. Now, I don't know if this is him, but this picture goes with what I'm saying. You see, Carl was a Marine, but he was also a radio operator in the Marines. So he was privy to very sensitive information. Carl said, okay, we packing our bags, we going. They said, Carl, you can't come. Carl said, y'all see my skin color, right? They said, yeah, Carl, but you privy to info. You're going to have to hold it down. Carl said, ain't this about it? But Carl was released 2 years later with the rest of the hostages because President Jimmy Carter, after a lot of back and forth, there's a lot more to the story than this, finally made a deal with Iran basically saying, okay, we're going to leave you alone. Just release the hostages. Iran didn't get the Shah because the Shah actually passed away. And side note, since Jimmy Carter took so long to get the hostages released, Reagan used that against him to get elected over Jimmy Carter, and Reagan then ruined the world. But that's a story for another day. Side note, to Jimmy Carter's credit, even though he lost the election, he still worked on getting the hostages until his last day in office. In fact, he got the hostages released on his last day in office. And well, even after the hostages were released, Iran and the United States relationship had never been the same since. And in fact, before the hostage crisis and after the hostage crisis, there were many more little incidents that happened between the US and Iran. What's happening today is just another piece in a story that's been ongoing for about 100 years. They just haven't taught you it in your history books. A story that I hope ends peacefully and sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they don't teach you this stuff in the history books. That's for
Never heard that.
sure.
Never heard that story about letting the black people go. They didn't put it in Argo, Jimmy. It wasn't in the movie Argo, which is all a lie. Right. Those Canadians getting their people out. That had nothing to do with our CIA, but they made a lie movie with Ben Affleck, probably to get us going against Iran at the time. Remember?
Oh, yes. That's your
Every time they make these movies with this help of a consultant from the CIA or the Pentagon, we're getting North Korea level bullshit told to us.
That's exactly right. Well, guess. Look at this. Iranian leaders are educated people. They only hate the Epstein class. The Khomeini was very sympathetic towards black people. Here, is a video of him giving tribute to Malcolm X.
To my brother Casino. What's good, Casino? Grandma.
Let's not forget how good they are to the Jews in Iran, because they don't blame Jews, they blame Israel and Zionists.
Yes, right.
They're better than Nick Fuentes, these people.
Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullah.
So here he is honoring Malcolm X. Before I begin my speech, I would like to remind the audience that today is martyrdom anniversary of African American Muslim leader Malcolm X. You can turn up a little.
In Los Angeles, California last year.
I would like to request all attendees to please recite Surah Fatiha, Surah Tawan for the soul of this martyr.
These transforming glasses automatically adjust to what you're looking at.
Oh. Wow. Heavy duty. So Iran knows a lot more about the United States than the United States does about Iran, that's for sure.
I hope I can do the Tehran Comedy Festival, Jimmy, and apologize for America to them.
Yeah, me too. I got invited to go to Tehran in March. Well, it's March now, so they're having a big arts festival, and they wanted me to come and participate, and I said I couldn't, but I'd be there in spirit. And now I don't think they're having that festival. So
yeah, I bet they're not. I mean, also it'd be a good way to get Pegasus again.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure but Kurt, they can Pegasus me anytime they want now. All they need is your phone number. How do you know you're not Pegasus?
Well, if I am, I'll know I've truly made it.
I only got lucky because I was on a plane and on my computer it came up, hey, this MacBook has control of your iCloud. Like, that wasn't supposed to happen, but it did, and I saw it, and that's when I knew I was screwed. And
I hope I get a nice invite to Bohemian Grove, too. I would like the entire package, please. I told you should go to that if they said they give your friend Kurt a taste. Just a taste. That's what Ryan Long said to say.
I know people. I have friends who go to the Bohemian Grove because they're musicians, and they like to have musicians around to entertain them. And they get a kick out of it every time we talk about the Bohemian Grove.
Do they let chicks in yet, or is it still kind of a gay thing?
It's as listen to what Nixon said. It's one of the most goddamn things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Well, look, the bottom line is a place where it could be the one Peter Thiel has at those Collinses that were talking to that feminist who's stupid. The chick ran the Bilderberg of Peter Thiel, of tech people. It's just a bunch of important, powerful people getting together that don't want anyone else to hear what they're talking about, which is how we get evil shit like the Fed. And that's why it's always important to call it out. It's never a good thing. Where's all this good that's supposed to come from it? Have you seen it? I haven't. I would ask your friends that.
I think it's interesting. That's all.
Interesting. You're like the first to bring up AIPAC, which is interesting. It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting.
When they say Freemasonry is just to build better men, and I go, well, where are
which
these
is just
going?
interesting.
Shaq?
Listen, it's interesting you say that, which is just interesting.
Shaq, you mean?
What's interesting about it? That it's just interesting as you bring up AIPAC.
It's just interesting. Anyway.
No, I just mean it's interesting you brought that up.
I just thought it was interesting. All right. Everybody, we'll see you in San Antonio, Albuquerque, Houston, Dallas, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, and then Burbank, May 7th. Get your tickets. The Comedy Store is already sold out. So come see me in Burbank, California at Flappers Comedy Club. I love that club. And then we'll see you in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Spokane, and Tacoma. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Hey, we'll be in San Antonio, Albuquerque, Houston, Dallas, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Burbank, California. That's on May 7th. That's a Saturday. Then we'll be in Tulsa and Oklahoma City, Spokane, Tacoma. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for all those tickets. See you there.
This one is called 10 Things.
They talk about running away north, where maybe.
This one is called 10 Things Black Americans.
The person who invented this multifunctional weeder deserves a promotion and a raise. With it, you never have to pull weeds by hand again. It easily removes weeds of all sizes, pulling them.
1930. The year the economy collapsed. The year the Great Depression began. But if you were black in America, you were already living in a depression that had lasted generations. And while white Americans were struggling to survive an economic crisis, you were navigating something far more fundamental. A system designed not just to keep you poor, but to keep you powerless, to keep you afraid, to keep you in your place. This isn't about laws you could find in a book, though those existed too. This is about the unwritten rules, the ones enforced not by courts, but by violence, by terror, by the understanding that breaking them could cost you everything, your job, your home, your life. There were people alive in 1930 who had been born enslaved, 65 years after abolition, and the chains had simply changed form. So let me tell you about 10 things you absolutely could not do if you were black in 1930 America. Not because they were wrong, not because they were illegal in any just sense, but because the punishment for doing them was swift, brutal, and often final. Let's begin. 1. You could not look a white person in the eye. This seems small, doesn't it? Eye contact, such a basic human interaction. But in 1930, if you were black, your eyes had to stay down, especially if you were a black man looking at a white woman. That could get you killed. You learned this as a child. Your mother taught you. Your father demonstrated it every single day. When a white person approached on the sidewalk, your gaze dropped to the ground. You studied the dirt, the pavement, your own feet, anything but their face. Because eye contact meant equality. It meant you saw yourself as their peer. And that was the one thing the system absolutely could not allow. The entire structure of white supremacy rested on the fiction that you were less than human. And if you looked them in the eye, really looked at them, that fiction became harder to maintain. So you kept your head down. You developed a sixth sense about when white people were near. You felt their presence before you saw them. And you adjusted. Always adjusting. Always making yourself smaller. Your father comes home from work one evening. His jaw is tight. His hands are shaking slightly. You ask what happened, but you already know. He made a mistake. He was tired. He forgot himself for just a moment and made eye contact with his white supervisor. The man exploded, called him uppity, threatened him. Your father apologized, groveled, probably saved his job, definitely saved his life. That night, your mother holds his face in her hands. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to. You watch this moment and you understand. This is what survival looks like. This is the price of making it to tomorrow. 2. You could not testify against a white person in court. Technically, after Reconstruction, black people had the right to testify in court. Technically. But in practice, in 1930 in the South, your testimony meant nothing if it contradicted a white person's word. Imagine this. A white man robs the store where you work. You see everything. He takes money from the register. He threatens the owner. You are the only witness, and your testimony is worthless. Because he's white and you're not. Or worse, much worse. A white man assaults someone you love. Your sister, your wife, your daughter. You know who did it. Everyone knows who did it. He doesn't even bother hiding it because he understands the system protects him. And if you try to testify, If you try to seek justice through the courts, you become the threat. You become the one in danger. The legal system wasn't designed to protect you. It was designed to control you. The courthouse steps where justice was supposed to happen. Those same steps had seen black men dragged away by mobs. Those same judges had looked the other way when lynchings occurred. That same sheriff might have been in the mob himself. So you learned not to expect justice from the law. You learned that the truth didn't matter if you were the one telling it. You learned that the courts were just another place where your humanity was denied. Your neighbor's son is beaten nearly to death by 3 white men. Everyone saw it happen in broad daylight on Main Street. But when the case goes to court, his testimony is dismissed. The white men claim he started it. He was disrespectful. The judge believes them without question. Case dismissed. The men walk free. Your neighbor's son will never walk quite right again. Justice wasn't blind. It could see your skin color just fine. 3. You could not vote. The 15th Amendment gave black men the right to vote in 1870. By 1930, that right existed on paper and nowhere else. The system had found ways around it that were almost elegant in their cruelty. Poll taxes. You had to pay to vote. And when you're living on sharecropper wages, barely surviving, that tax might as well be $1 million. Literacy tests. You had to prove you could read. But the test wasn't designed to measure literacy. It was designed to fail you. Questions like, how many bubbles in a bar of soap? Or, interpret this clause from the state constitution. Meanwhile, white people who could barely write their own names were waved through. Grandfather clauses. You could only vote if your grandfather had voted. But your grandfather was enslaved. So that door was closed before you even approached it. And if you somehow passed all these barriers, if you had the money and the education and the documentation, there was always violence. The Ku Klux Klan made sure people understood what happened to black folks who tried to vote. Bombings, beatings, lynchings. Your name went on a list. And lists were dangerous things to be on. Your uncle was a teacher, educated, could read and write better than most white men in the county. He decided to register to vote in 1930. He studied for the literacy test. He saved money for the poll tax. He had every right to vote under the law. They failed him anyway, said his interpretation of the Constitution wasn't sufficient. He knew it was coming, but it still hurt. Because it wasn't really about the test. It was about power, about keeping him powerless. 2 weeks later, men in white hoods burned a cross in his yard. The message was clear. Don't try again. He never did. 4. You could not eat in white restaurants. Hunger is a basic human need. Food is fundamental. But in 1930, where you could eat was determined by your skin color. You're traveling through a small southern town. It's noon. You haven't eaten since dawn. You see a restaurant. It smells good. Your stomach growls. But you keep walking. Because that restaurant isn't for you. There might be a back door. Maybe. Some places would sell food to black customers, but you had to go around back, stand in the alley, order through the kitchen door, pay more than white customers paid, and eat somewhere else. You couldn't sit down. You couldn't be served at a table. You couldn't exist in that space as a customer with dignity. Most places wouldn't serve you at all. We don't serve colored here. Sometimes said politely, sometimes not, but always final. So you planned trips carefully. You knew which towns had black-owned restaurants. You packed food when you traveled. You went hungry rather than face the humiliation of begging for scraps at a back door. Your grandmother tells you about the time she was traveling with your mother, who was just a baby then. They had been on the road for hours. Your mother was crying, hungry. Your grandmother stopped at 5 different restaurants. All turned her away. She finally found a black woman who worked in a kitchen who snuck out some bread and milk. Your grandmother cried while your mother ate. Not from gratitude, from rage, at the indignity of having to beg to feed her own child. You carry that story with you. Another lesson in what it meant to survive while black in 1930. 5. You could not use the same bathrooms as white people. Basic human dignity includes access to facilities, bathrooms, water fountains, simple things. things we don't think about. But in 1930, these were weapons of degradation. Every public building had separate facilities, white and colored. But separate was never equal. The white bathrooms were clean, maintained, supplied with soap and towels and working plumbing. The colored bathrooms, if they existed at all, were often barely functional. Broken toilets, no running water, filthy conditions. Many places didn't even provide colored facilities. You simply weren't allowed in the building at all, which meant planning your life around access to bathrooms, knowing where the black churches were, the black-owned businesses, the places you could go when nature called. Imagine working all day in a white-owned business. You clean the bathrooms for white customers. You maintain them. You make them spotless, but you can't use them. You have to wait until you get home or find a colored facility somewhere in town. The humiliation is the point. Water fountains were the same. 2 fountains side by side. One pristine, with cold water and a white porcelain basin. The other, rusty, warm water, if it worked at all. And a sign telling you exactly which one was yours. Your father works construction in the city, 12-hour days in the summer heat. There's a water fountain at the job site, but it's for white workers only. He has to bring his own water or go without. 100-degree days, and he's rationing water from a canteen while his white co-workers drink freely from the fountain 10 feet away. He never complains. Complaining could cost him the job. So he drinks sparingly and works through the dizziness and comes home dehydrated every night. This is what 1930 looks like when you're black. 6. You could not defend yourself against white violence. This is perhaps the cruelest prohibition of all, because it meant your body wasn't your own. Your life wasn't your own. You could be attacked, beaten, violated, and any attempt to protect yourself was considered a crime worse than the original violence. A white man hits you. You cannot hit back. If you do, you'll be arrested, beaten by police, possibly lynched. The violence against you is acceptable. Your self-defense is unforgivable. A white man attacks your wife.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel.
Your sister, your daughter. You cannot stop him. If you...
And I agree with a lot of this video.
From 1861 to 1865, nearly...
I've seen in the judicial system...
I'm worse than the original violence. A white man...
They attack a brother, a group of them, and because he protected himself, he got, put in prison. I see it all the time. Shout out my brother Keith Lamont, Grand Rising. I definitely agree. We ain't African Americans. That's some shit they created. Especially during that time.
And hits you. You cannot hit back. If you do, you'll be arrested, beaten by police, possibly lynched. The violence against you is acceptable. Your self-defense is unforgivable. A white man attacks your wife, your sister, your daughter. You cannot stop him. If you try, you will die. And the law will call it justice. This wasn't theoretical. This happened every day. Black men were lynched for talking back, for being disrespectful, for daring to defend themselves or their families from assault. You were expected to accept violence with your head down and your mouth shut. Resistance meant death, and not just your death. They might burn your house, attack your family, destroy your entire community as punishment for one person's defiance. So you swallowed the rage. You took the beating. You watched people you loved be hurt, and you did nothing because doing something meant losing everything. Your cousin is attacked by a white man over a debt dispute. The man is drunk, aggressive, throws the first punch. Your cousin blocks it instinctively, just raises his hands to protect his face. He doesn't fight back. He doesn't have to. The act of blocking is enough. 3 days later, your cousin is found hanging from a tree. The sheriff calls it suicide. Everyone knows better. The white man who attacked him is at the sheriff's office when you go to claim the body. He smiles at you, dares you to say something. You don't. You take your cousin home. You bury him, and you carry the weight of your own survival. 7. You could not own land in certain areas. Property ownership is supposed to be the foundation of the American dream.
They are. Portraying
But
us
in
as soft.
1930, that dream had a color line. Restrictive covenants and deeds explicitly forbade selling property to black buyers. Neighborhoods could legally exclude you based on race. Banks wouldn't give you mortgages. If you somehow managed to buy land in the wrong area, violence would follow. Your house would be burned. You'd be driven out. Redlining meant certain areas were marked as too risky for black ownership. Even if you had money, even if you were educated, even if you'd served your country. The map said no. So black families were confined to certain neighborhoods, usually the ones without paved roads, without running water, without proper sewage. The land itself was often in flood zones or near industrial pollution, the cheapest, worst land, and even that was hard to hold on to. Because if a white person wanted your property, they could take it, sometimes through legal manipulation, suddenly discovering unpaid taxes or zoning violations, sometimes through violence, burning you out and taking the deed while you fled. Your grandfather spent 20 years saving to buy a small farm, 20 years of sharecropping, setting aside every penny he could. He finally had enough, found a black farmer willing to sell. The land wasn't much, 40 acres outside town, but it was his. He farmed it for 3 years, made it productive, built a small house, started to believe in the possibility of stability. Then a white developer decided he wanted that land for expansion, made an offer. Your grandfather refused. It was his land. He'd earned it. 2 weeks later, men came in the night, burned the house, killed the livestock, left a message, sell or die. Your grandfather sold. For a fraction of what he'd paid. He had no choice. He never tried to buy land again. 8.
I'm going to show you guys how you can figure out what's the matter with your car, all on your own, without relying on a mechanic. You see, a lot of times I find mechanics are
problem. We don't have that excuse anymore. We know the history. We can arrested, imprisoned, your marriage annulled. But the law was almost beside the point. Because if you were a black man even suspected of having romantic feelings for a white woman, you could be lynched, not arrested, not given a trial, lynched. The mere accusation was enough. A white woman could claim you looked at her wrong, spoke to her inappropriately, touched her hand. True or not, the accusation was a death sentence. Emmett Till wouldn't be murdered for another 25 years. But the same dynamics were in place in 1930. Black men were lynched regularly for perceived violations of this ultimate taboo, and it was one-directional. White men could rape black women with impunity, could have relationships with black women, could father children with black women. The law didn't care. Society didn't care. Because black women weren't protected by these purity laws, they were excluded from the category of women who deserve protection. Your neighbor is a light-skinned man who could almost pass for white. Almost. He falls in love with a woman in the next town over. She's white, though she has black ancestry that she hides. They know their relationship is dangerous. They meet in secret. They talk about running away north where maybe, possibly, they could be together. Someone sees them, reports them. He disappears one night. His body is found 3 days later. She's sent away to family in another state. The relationship is erased as if it never existed. You learn that love is another thing that isn't free. another thing that has to be calculated against the cost of survival. 10. You could not expect justice, ever. This is the umbrella over everything else. The final, crushing reality of being black in 1930. Justice was not for you. A white person murders a black person. No arrest, no trial, no consequences.
No justice.
A black person is accused of any crime against a white person. Guilt is assumed. Punishment is swift and often extrajudicial. The legal system wasn't broken from your perspective. It was working exactly as designed, to maintain white supremacy through force of law and the threat of violence. Lynchings were public spectacles. Thousands would gather to watch. Photographs were taken. Postcards were made. People brought their children. The message was clear, and it was everywhere. This is what happens when you forget your place. And the law did nothing. Sheriffs participated. Judges looked the way. Federal government ignored it. Because black lives didn't matter under the law. You were 3/5 of a person in the Constitution and 0% in practice. You couldn't call the police when you were in danger because the police were often the danger. You couldn't expect protection from the law because the law was designed to oppress you. So you created your own systems, your own justice, your own protection. Black communities policed themselves, helped each other, hit each other when necessary, created networks of survival because the official systems offered only death. A black man is accused of stealing from a white store owner in 1930. He didn't do it. There are witnesses, black witnesses who saw the real thief. But their testimony doesn't matter. A mob forms that night. The sheriff hands over the keys to the jail cell, says he couldn't stop them, didn't try to stop them. The man is dragged out, beaten, hanged from a tree in the town square. The next morning, the newspaper reports a Negro criminal was dealt with by concerned citizens. The white store owner who made the false accusation faces no consequences. The mob faces no consequences. The sheriff faces no consequences. And you learn again that justice is not a right. It's a privilege. And it's not yours. This is what 1930 looked like. 10 prohibitions. 10 ways your humanity was denied every single day. 10 reminders that you existed in America, but not of it. That you could be born here, work here, die here, and never be considered fully human. And here's what makes this even more devastating. People alive in 1930 are still alive today. This isn't ancient history. This is living memory. Your grandparents lived this. Your great-grandparents endured this. The trauma doesn't disappear because the laws changed. The pain doesn't evaporate because we stopped saying the quiet parts out loud. The year 1930 was 94 years ago. One lifetime, one long human lifetime, and every structural inequality we see today, every wealth gap, every instance of systemic racism, every moment of disproportionate violence, it all traces back to years like 1930. To centuries of being forbidden from the basic rights of human existence. But here's what they couldn't forbid. They couldn't forbid hope. They couldn't forbid resistance. They couldn't forbid the determination to survive and build and create beauty in the midst of horror. Black communities in 1930 created art and music and literature that changed the world. The Harlem Renaissance was happening while all of this oppression was in full force. Langston Hughes was writing poetry. Duke Ellington was composing jazz. Zora Neale Hurston was documenting Black life with unflinching honesty. Black families were raising children with love and dignity, despite a system designed to destroy both. Black teachers were educating students in one-room schoolhouses with almost nothing, and producing graduates who would go on to change history. Black entrepreneurs were building businesses in the margins society left them. They survived. Not just survived. They resisted through the simple act of remaining human in a system designed to dehumanize them. So when we talk about what Black Americans were forbidden to do in 1930, we also have to talk about what they did anyway, what they built anyway, who they loved anyway, how they persisted anyway, because that's the real story. Not just the oppression, though we must never forget or minimize that, but the resistance, The resilience, the refusal to be defined by the limitations white supremacy tried to impose. Your ancestors did that. They lived through 1930 and years like it, and somehow passed down something more than trauma. They passed down strength. They passed down culture. They passed down a determination that you carry in your bones, even if you don't know the specifics of their stories. This is why we tell these stories now, not to wallow in the pain of the past, but to honor the people who survived it, to understand that the world we live in was shaped.
If you haven't, hit the link that my brother Bridge 3 TV put in. Subscribe to his channel, man. Go check out the Fire Stick. That's the one I played earlier. This one right here. As soon as I finish, well, this video almost over. I do it now.
By these forces, and to commit to making sure nothing like 1930 can happen again. The prohibitions I described today were enforced by laws and violence, but they were maintained by silence, by people who looked away, by people who benefited from the system and didn't question it, by people who told themselves it wasn't their problem. We don't have that excuse anymore. We know the history.
They didn't just
we can see the legacy, and we have a choice about what
we always fought back. Always. Let's finish it.
Do with that knowledge.
It's only about a minute left.
So subscribe to Black and White History, not because we've hit some arbitrary number, but because you want to be part of a community committed to truth, to difficult conversations, to understanding the full scope of our shared history so we can build a different future. Leave a comment, share your family's stories. Tell us what you learned today that you didn't know before. Tell us what you're going to do differently now that you know. And share this video. Because there are people who still don't understand what 1930 was really like. Who think segregation was just separate water fountains. Who don't grasp the totality of the system. Who need to sit with the uncomfortable truth of what our country did to millions of its own people. The 10 things I described today barely scratched the surface. There were 100 more prohibitions, 1,000 more indignities, 1,000,000 more moments of casual cruelty that never made it into history books. But every single one of them was survived by people who refused to let oppression define them, who found ways to be fully human in a system designed to deny their humanity, who passed down life and love and culture despite everything. That's the legacy. That's what we're fighting to preserve and honor and carry forward. 1930 is not ancient history. It's a warning and a reminder.
And like I said, the part they ain't showing is that we fought back. Let me do this real quick. Grand Rising, everybody. Grand Rising. Let me minimize that. Stop the screen share. Let me do this real quick. I already did it. I'll do it one more time, man. Let's go. Let me share this. Get y'all fire sticks, man. Go check out my brother Hampton.
Welcome to Hampton's Electronics and Printing Solutions, here where we have custom labels, business cards, banners, booklets, and flyers. Anything copying and computer repair that you need, we can handle. We specialize also in printing out a custom flag if you need a flag. We have custom yard signs if you need a yard sign. If you step on in, we also do business cards. Business cards for you, your custom business is what we're looking for. We have booklets if you're in a little notepad, anything like that that you need printed, we can help you out. So we have different labels to fit any type of label that you need to wrap around or stick on the item that you have. We have labels for your needs. If you have brochures that you need printed out, we can print out your brochures. If you are trying to print out a magazine, we have the paper that you need to print out your magazine. If you want your barcode put on anything, we can help you with your barcode. All you have to do is contact us at Hampton's Electronics and Printing Solutions.
Much love to you and the family, Mac V Productions. That's the fire stick information right there, man. Right there. Get y'all fire stick. Text, call that number, man. 3 free days. You get everything that's on regular TV, man. Everything on cable. And like I always say, Anything I promote, I back with my own money. So if you're dissatisfied with any product that I promote, email me, text me. You know what I mean? From Bridge 3 TV. We got the other books. Let me go back to my emails real quick. We got the other books. We got Fire 1 and 2. We promoting. We got Who Are You Calling Black in America? I don't know if y'all seen Thursday, this Thursday, the last couple Thursdays, we've been promoting this book right here. You know, and we're gonna have the author of this book right here. Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to the End of the Genocide of the Aboriginal Americans. We're gonna start having this sister every Thursday, 7 o'clock. We're gonna be talking about her book, why she wrote her book, different situations, that's going on now. So this Thursday coming up, man. Respect to Sister Angel A and my brother Alabama to take the platform. I got you. I got you. Thank you, my brother, old dude. I'm a play that next. I'm gonna play that next. Thank you, my brother, old dude. I got it. I'll go right to my playlist. And like I said, check out this book, man. Who Are You Calling Black? The End of the Genocide. A demand to the end of the genocide of the Aboriginal Americans. Like I said, this Thursday. And if you haven't, go back and look at a couple streams, the last couple Thursday streams. We had the authors of this book come out and talk about, what's happening here in America. Some of our people don't want to, accept the genocide that has happened in America. Because like I always say, they covering it up with this Iran-Pakistan shit or Iran-Jew shit. You know what I mean? They're still covering up the crimes. America have never apologized for what it did to the nigga here in America. So like I said, if you ain't doing nothing, this Thursday, tomorrow, 7 o'clock, we going to have the author. And we going to do it regularly. She'll be coming over to this platform regularly, man. So, show the sister some love like y'all show OG some love, man. I appreciate y'all. And don't forget to get y'all Bibblers, man. Get y'all Bibblers. My brother Prophet Levi, man. Get y'all Bibblers right there, man. And links in the chat. But we can talk about whatever. The link is in the chat. Get y'all Bibblers, man. ProphetLevi@gmail.com, man. That's how you get your Bibblers. Any product I promote, like I said, the sister, Shamaka, Blended Healing, House of Blessings, all natural products, man. You got something you want me to promote? Email me, text me, call me. We will be doing a one-on-one with this sister right here. This is some of the people that, she did collabs with. My brother Mouthpiece, the Goddess of Love. You know what I mean? Check out some of our products, man. Check out my brother Bridge 3 TV. Check out Enemy's Public white book called Fire, man. We're about networking. Networking over here, man. So you got something you want me to promote? Email me, text me, call me. I'm not hard, I'm not hard to reach. Check out some of that flat power gear. Brother Sanchez. Go to Brother Sanchez TV and check out some of his gear. Shirts, mugs. Go to my brother Big Aboriginal Power TV. Delineation gear. We delineating around this job, man. Let me let my brother Alabama up. Grand Rising, brother 832. Much love to you and the family. How you doing, brother? Day, brother. Give me a mic check. There you go.
Mic check, mic check. My brother from another
Loud and
mother.
clear, my
What's
brother. How you
going on,
doing?
big dog?
Grand.
How are you feeling today?
I'm doing good, brothers.
Yeah, I'm perturbed by that video, but listening to it again, there's certain things and aspects of it that we as a people are operating blind and unfortunately out of ignorance and to some degree a certain level of stupidity. Now, the reason why, and I don't use this to insult people and anyone who's listening in the audience or on the replay, in the act of being a collaborator, co-conspirator, or an agent of the United States government, that's the characterization of stupidity that I'm using. Because if you're doing it willingly, and we already know what a paid agent and a sellout is, if you're innocently, unknowingly participating in the fraud and the crime, how can you, after whatever length of time? If you're doing it because you're a coward or you're fearful of losing your job, because now we're talking about, like the slave catchers, the overseers, which we call supervisors in management, the wage slave existence that we all seem to be, drawn into. When you're watching that video, bro, how does that strike you? Big dog?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I had to unmute my mic. It portrayed us as weak, and that's we're far from that.
Well, see, that is intentional. So now that's part of the propaganda of the system. What irks me is the people who are actively operating with that. So whether you're a pan goofy, that's your choice. But you're suggesting to sway other people to follow your ass down this rabbit hole and this path of self-destruction and collaboration. Now we're talking enemies. Okay? And I think that we are not actively situating ourselves that we have enemies. Because first of all, the premise of how we function and conduct ourselves, unfortunately, out of Christian Negro homes, is that this is normal, Big Don. I mean, you just going through your day, working your job, paying your taxes, sending your children off to school to keep replicating the same condition. We could call it the matrix or whatever you want to call it. It's settler colonialism. And the part we are playing in that has to be addressed. People have to be called out on it. And by the way, again, thank you, brother, for allowing us access to your platform. I'm hoping that we're going to encourage the audience to activate themselves tomorrow as we talk. Who You Calling Black is not just the title of my good sister's book.
Yes, sir. I
It
just talked about it, but
it is
give me a second, brother. Give me a second. I'm gonna bring
sure.
the book back up. Give me 1 second. What the hell? I write English aim straight. My bad. Where is it at? Let me bring it back up. Go ahead, Alabama.
No, brothers and sisters who are, whether you're listening to me or within the sound of my voice today, that are trolling in this chat, are alleviating your personal responsibility by thinking you can make this about entertainment, yakety yak, don't talk back, thinking this is not even a subject up for debate. I
Here we
could
go,
care less
brother
about people who
Alabama.
participate in debate leagues and whatever and think that they're doing intellectual exercises on what is a possible solution. A solution is something acted upon. Right, bro? If you're not taking action, if you're not in active revolt, if you're not in active opposition to the white supremacist system, I don't need to hear you describe it because you're punking out. You might rationalize it for your own purposes, however the fuck you think to see the world, however you think you need to chase a bag. And I'll name drop, and those two specific egregious motherfuckers are Tariq Nasheed and the King Kong of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, his particular offense and criminal act is out of ego and vanity, upset that Tariq has been successful in his FBA bag. This fool had the nerve to defame us by calling us now the descendants of African freedmen in America. Did you hear that latest nonsense, Big Dog?
Yeah, I heard it, man.
It's time out for that shit. So what we're attempting to do, not just that my sister has put it now in documented proof, receipts, references, bibliographies, footnotes, and also time and place with the timeline, who the criminals are, and what is the ongoing crime that's committed. Now, if you want to entertain the conversation tomorrow and move the idea forward, the doors are open. And I'm going to encourage you to actively engage, not just what we're discussing, because this is a mental illness. This is the state of a mind of a people. Who is ultimately responsible is each and every one of us. But who the hell is going to do something about it before the next generation of our children crawling out of the womb and being dropped into this cesspool? Now, back to the war aspect of videos that you were showing earlier, bro. A veteran to veteran, because you know I'm going to have the utmost respect for you, brother. Again, thank you for your service, and not in the
Yes, sir.
flippant
Thank you
manner
for your
that
service
these
too, bro.
bastards say on Memorial Day and Veterans Day. Okay. What the fuck, Big Dog, is going on? These stupid motherfuckers, not just the fact that they're being belligerent, arrogant, out of control, big dick energy, thinking bombing motherfuckers back into the Stone Age makes them authoritative, strong, and responsible. Bitch, send Barron's ass to the front line, okay? You hear me, Big Dog?
Yes, sir. But we know that ain't
These
happening, man.
dumbass motherfuckers are actually
We know
talking
these
about
rich people ain't sending
reinstituting the
their
draft,
kids to
bro.
wars. We know that, man. Only the poor.
And more of the same shit. Then you got a drunken frat boy motherfucker who most people don't know that tattoo on his chest represents the original crusades of the Spanish Inquisition and the Holy Roman Universal Catholic Church. Okay? So we have elected a degenerate who claims he's a Presbyterian, who barely reads scripture, if ever, putting a drunken frat boy in charge who is cosplaying at being a general when he barely was in the reserves. I don't even think he was in active military service. Then you have him hiding behind women after sexually assaulting women, including disrespecting his own mother. And I'm talking about Donald John Trump. And we're sitting here flapping our gums, Big Dog, for what purpose, actually? You know? Do we even understand how embarrassing you look to your children and your grandchildren? You actually would chastise them for spending too much time playing video games or living on the internet and social media. Where the fuck do you think they got that from?
Foxy Moon, much love and respect. Nami, much love and respect, Nami. Appreciate both of y'all for tapping in. Go ahead, Alabama.
No, I'm just again, I'm in a quandary, bro. I'm not sure I can spend much time with you this morning. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm sick and tired of the silence from the trolls and the chat bots and the motherfuckers that are
Yeah, we
being
don't have too
paid
many trolls
by
over here, man, on my channel.
well, but the Russians and the Indians and the North Koreans are hiring and designing bot farms targeting. You heard about that brother. I know you played the video. That brother said that most people still to this day didn't know that the black, quote unquote, representatives of the great Satan and the United States government were released. Did you know that while that 444-day hostage
Yeah, I
situation went on?
remember it. Yes, I did know.
Okay. Do you remember how
Because
Nightline came into?
I used to be Islamic, Alabama, but I basically, stopped
Yeah, but you have a
participating.
different perspective, Big Dog. You have a different perspective than the average Christian Negro. Do you remember how Nightline came into existence with Ted Koppel? That
Yes,
was
sir.
him reporting every night, ticking off the calendar each day that United States citizens, not Americans, that United States citizens were held hostage. So whether you knew it or understand it or not, the Iranians knew the Americans should be released. You feel me, Big Dog? And they sure as hell showed more respect for women, womanhood, mothers, than these degenerate bastards are doing every day, cutting off food stamps. Right? But we are listening to idiots, black and white, Christians, nationalists, and Zionists, say that they're the terrorists and the demonic motherfuckers while you're watching fellow Christians do the dirt in your face. And what's the price tag again on this bombing campaign, bro? It's $1.8 billion a day.
Yes, sir. Something like that.
What's today? 17, 18 days in?
Yeah, 18 billion plus.
That's about
Going to
$36
war to
billion,
back the
bro.
black hats, the Jews.
To the small hats, the Zionists, the want to create the apocalypse, the believing in end times, right? Okay, so Big
That's
Dog,
what I say, brother.
what was the last time you gassed up and what was the price up there where you at?
Probably yesterday. I think it's close to a little over $3 a gallon in Georgia. I really
Oh,
don't
but you're
worry
somewhat
about the cost
fortunate
of
though, even
gas.
though I'm sitting in the so-called center of petrochemical activity and criminality. That shit jumped from 328 yesterday to 338 today. And I went to the same gas station. Okay. Is that not stealing, Big Dog?
Yes, it is all day long, brother.
And these idiots who are listening to whoever the hell they're regurgitating, Fox News, MS Now, CNBC, Fox Business Channel, all of these motherfuckers are lying while at the same time not telling you you're being fleeced and ripped off on taxes on the front end and on increase in prices and inflation on the back end. Now, who's saying you, the United States taxpayer, are being stolen from 24 hours a day? Who's reporting that, Big Dog? Now, that's not
Um,
even up for debate. The motherfucking shit is crunching day after
yeah,
day
I
after
would
day.
say
That's
all
almost
the
$2
media
billion
channels
day
is.
after day after day. Whoever gets killed. And them gas prices are not the only exclusive part. Anything that moves and is transported, isn't that an increase in price, Big Dog?
Yes, sir.
What the fuck is wrong with us, man?
Hey, a
If
lot of
that's not
us have
mental illness,
amnesia,
I don't know what is.
selective amnesia, brother. That's what I see. Selective amnesia.
So, since the bulk of us, the few that know that there is a difference between an American and a United States citizen, and all United States citizens are delusional, then we have a massive mental illness problem on this land. Would you agree, my brother?
Yes, sir. Let me go back to my watch later real quick because I had something in there that I played yesterday.
Cook it up, brother. Cook it up.
Yeah,
Because I
give me
might
a
get
second. 'Cause
disrupted on the
matter
call.
of fact, I want you to, you know, listen to this video real quick. I'm gonna play the one my brother Ted Cruz. Did you see the Ted Cruz?
Yeah, the motherfucker that's being blessed by getting down on his knees and having fellatio on the state of Israel.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
here. Listen to this real quick, Alabama. Let me make sure I'm sharing the screen. Yeah, I'm already sharing. Here we go. Let me know what you think about what he's saying earlier.
If it's playing, I don't hear anything and I don't see it on screen either.
Give me 1 second, Alabama. Let me stop the screen share and reshare it. Make sure I'm sharing the sound and everything. Share, sound caption right here. Here we go. Let me know if you can hear it now, Alabama. We should be about to play.
Here we go. I see it on screen. Yeah, with his decrepit ass. One of my two senators of Texas.
From
Yeah.
1861 to 1865, nearly 400,000 Union soldiers fought and fell to prove whether the principles of the Declaration would remain mere words on a parchment or become the moral foundation of this republic. The Declaration proclaims a simple but yet revolutionary truth: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But for nearly a century, America struggled to live up to that promise. Mr. Werman, let me begin with one of the darkest chapters in our constitutional history. You're, of course, familiar with the Supreme Court decision in Dred Scott versus Sanford.
Yes, sir.
That decision held that African Americans, whether slave or free, could not be citizens of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
By denying citizenship, the court also denied African Americans equal political rights, equal access to the courts, and equal protection of the laws.
Correct. They were denied all privileges and immunities that the Constitution affords to citizens.
Would you agree that the Dred Scott decision pushed the nation even closer to civil war?
It did, by invalidating the Missouri Compromise, among other reasons.
It is hard to imagine a decision more corrosive to the principles of the Declaration. Many historians posit the decision in Dred Scott helped cause the Civil War. And when that bloody war, the bloodiest war in America's history, ended in 1865, the legal status of the newly freed slaves was far from settled. Mr. Werman, after the Civil War, was it clear as a matter of law that the freed slaves would necessarily enjoy the full rights of citizenship?
It was not if Dred Scott was still good law.
Congress understood the danger of that uncertainty, and if the Constitution remained silent, the rights of the newly emancipated slaves could be challenged, undermined, or even potentially stripped away by future courts. That would mean that the blood shed in the Civil War was shed in vain. So Congress acted. In 1866, it passed the Civil Rights Act, declaring that the newly emancipated slaves were citizens of the United States. Mr. Werman, even after Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, were there serious doubts about whether Congress had the constitutional authority to enact it?
Yes, there were.
And so Congress chose a more permanent solution. The solution was to write citizenship itself into the Constitution, so that never again could a court repeat the mistake and the gross injustice of Dred Scott. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That sentence settled the question of citizenship after the bloodiest war in American history. Mr. Cooper, would you agree that the Citizenship Clause sets forth two requirements for citizenship? First, that a person must be born or naturalized in the United States, and second, that the person must be, quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
That's clear from the face of the amendment.
And is it fair to say that the current debate over the birthright citizenship centers on the meaning of the second phrase?
That's right. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
When the amendment was adopted in 1868, was the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof understood to require allegiance in a reciprocal sense?
It certainly was understood to require that by those who authored the phrase and those who supported it in the United States Congress.
So it was understood that way by legislators, by judges, by scholars, by executive branch officials, by those who proposed the amendment, and by those who ratified it.
And subsequently by the Supreme Court in the Elk
Alabama.
case.
Did you hear enough, brother?
Mr. Cooper,
Yeah, you
was
can
this
pause it, but because
also
there's
the
a lot of
understanding
levels of
of the
hypocrisy
authors of the
here.
14th
So
Amendment,
we'll
men
have to
like
break
Lyman
down.
Trumbull, Jacob Howard, and John
I'm on
Bingham?
the
Yeah,
phone call.
pause it, because
Yeah, I'm on a
first
phone
of
call
all,
right now. Can you hold it down for me?
yeah, that first person's name looked like Ilan, Ilan, which sounds suspiciously close to Ilhan Omar. That Mr. Werman, I can't tell his ethnicity, but it sounds or seems to be some Southeasterner, which would be either the red dot Hindustanis, the Pakistanis, the Afghanis, the Burmese, the Bangladeshis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, we were talking about a certain neighborhood that they are now expanding, calling the Middle East. So if you thought it was only Egypt, Israel, Saudi Arabia, up to the borders of Iran that we're seeing that this war is boundary, they're actually expanding the Middle East as a connotation from their definition to places like Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, which most Negroes in America don't know where that stands. In addition, this belligerent bastard, I would say possibly illegitimate born Canadian Cuban, Raphael Edward Ted Cruz, in case you didn't know his government name, who, as a belligerent idiot, was not even authorized to run in opposition against Barack Hussein Obama, that he and Donald John Trump both claim were illegitimate based on his birth. Now, this is the irony of ironies of the level of hypocrisy of both of these anchor baby bastards. Donald John Trump was born to an illegitimate mail order bride from Scotland in 1924. That makes him, by the same definition they use to beat up on brown and black immigrants, to be an anchor baby. Barron Trump makes him the father of an anchor baby. Melania Trump from Slovenia is an actual Slav, and by definition, the first slave, not the first lady. But these same belligerent ass, illiterate, illegitimate foreigners have the nerve to scandalize Barack and Michelle as apes, when they actually, with their pseudoscience of Charles Darwin, are the insipid, degenerate, diminished, and debased descendants of primates. That is their history. That is their pseudoscience. And we, out of our innocence and some level of abject ignorance, are allowing them to insinuate themselves in our lives by referring to themselves as American. Now, I know most of you know this old nigga's message is simple. There can be only one defined American. And no American, no matter how you've been duped, deceived, or convinced that you have a Kunta Kinte origin story or roots that is an absolute fraudulent, plagiarized document of fiction, because a novel, by definition, is a work of fiction. None of these United States citizens are American by birth or naturalized, because naturalization, by definition, applies to an alien, foreign, colonizing invader. All United States citizens are of foreign origin. I care less how long they've been here and could now be native born. That's all that means. Where you are born makes you a native. A natural born person is an American, copper-colored aborigine by birth, a sovereign, free, live being. When do we stop flapping our gums passing time joking and debating over shit that is not up for dispute. When do we stop the nigga shit? My good brother, and I yield. You still with me, big dog? Again, I can't see on the screen because I'm driving. This is always limiting for me to be able to interact. I need to know if you can hear me or if you're back, big dog. The issue
You
being
loud and
raised
clear,
by
brother. You loud and clear.
the issue being raised by Ted Cruz that
Yeah,
people
I'm
are
still on the
confused.
phone. Go ahead,
Got you.
brother Alabama.
The issue being raised by Ted Cruz for those in the cheap seats in the peanut gallery to understand birthright citizenship for a belligerent Presbyterian don't even know how to hold the Bible up right side up and claiming that this was specific to the babies of slaves. No, that is not what birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment, which some would argue was not appropriately ratified. And every amendment since the 13th Amendment, the original one that's been absconded and hidden away in the National Archives, that prevents noblesse oblige, prevents receiving gifts from foreign heads of states, potentates, dignitaries, prevents the corruption that we're seeing every day of these degenerate bastards using cryptocurrency and other ways of receiving gifts in excess of hundreds of millions of dollars. We're seeing every day on display the criminality of the so-called white European that is under the act of Congress, the United States citizen. Until it is adjudicated on what a white person is, the only thing of authority by the Constitution and by natural law of the land of the United States of America is the American. Can y'all please get with the program and stop doing the bullshit? I don't care what you call yourself in the privacy of your home. I don't care what you've deluded yourself to attach yourself to a label or an acronym or what other type of shit that's coming from people external to the American, known as the Negro. You are deceiving yourself. You are deluding yourself. And you are displacing and removing yourself from your homeland, from your legacy, from your inheritance and your heirs' property. Now, when he was showing what he showed about Dred Scott, the thing that you noticed the professor, Mr. Warman, said that it invalidated the Missouri Compromise. Why do people not do the simple thing called reading? The Missouri Compromise, which there's at least two of them, maybe three, but at least two of them going back to 1850. The compromise between two sets of white demon land speculating criminals was to try to keep the political balance between what believed to be north of the 33rd parallel, or what is called referred to as the Mason-Dixon line, and the colonial addition or the ratification and acceptance of new states transferring Indian territory into federal criminal land grabs. Each time that a slave state was being considered to be inducted or included in expanding westward manifest destiny, crossing the Mississippi River, that each time a slave state was authorized, a free state would be authorized. So at least the balance of degenerates like this bastard, no matter the size of the state or the territory or the number of the populations within that territory being adopted as a state, would have two government representatives of the new said state. That was the balancing act created by the Missouri Compromise. The Homestead Act, which happened in 1862. So how is it at the same time these white criminals, the Union versus the Confederate rebel states, How at the same time they're in all-out war, they're handing out allotments of 40, 80, and 160 acres to other degenerate, derelict foreigners under the Homestead Act. That's a full year after the start of the Civil War in 1861. And the war itself started in less than a month of the inauguration of Honest Abraham Lincoln. Because in those days, the inauguration took place in March. The war kicked off in April with the Fort Sumter incursion in South Kakalaki, the first quote unquote colony slash state to rebel against the Union. Now, the irony of ironies, in the same Declaration of Independence, in the same first 10 amendments called the Bill of Rights, it states very clearly in 9 and 10 that the people have the right to overthrow unjust government. So why do you think all the ones that organized in the South felt it was unjust for the Northerners to impose on them the removal of their slave economy? This is not an issue of being in agreement or in disagreement. The issue is, do you understand the rationale while one set of white demon criminals felt that they were being oppressed by the other set of white demon criminals? By the way, those of you who have studied the South, they refer to it as the War of Northern Aggression, not the Civil War. Now, when we spend all of our time, the American, known as the Negro, categorized in law with the Racial Integrity Act as colored, treated, as you just saw in that video, the 10 things that quote unquote black people shall not do in reference to white people. Do you see how they created a black existence? Do you not understand how blackness is a condition not inherent to your DNA? Certainly not a birthright. This is a false thing created by the hand of man, completely evil. How are you so derelict in simple understanding and cannot comprehend that fact? Besides, and I'll land on this, big dog, you can order the book today called The Black Tax. Call yourself black all you want to. Choose yourself to be black. Be blackety black, blue black, blacker than black, FBA, Darfar, King Kong, Godzilla of Pan-Africanism. I don't give a fuck. That's your individual choice that you decide to make for yourself and possibly the detriment of your children and your future family. But go get the Bible and look up what living a black life will be from cradle to grave, because the black tax shows you the tangible, evil, debased existence you will live if you consider yourself black in comparison and proximity to those who are called white people or United States citizens. And I'll yield on that, big dog, because I think I'm about to have a call come in, disrupt my connection.
Yeah, I'm back, everybody. My bad. Thank you for holding it down, Alabama. I was taking a phone call. I'll finish that phone call. My brother Alabama will always be going in. Appreciate his support. You know what I mean? And like, I have to agree. A lot of our people scared. There. You know, or content. They content. It ain't got that bad for them. And a lot of our people are religious. They waiting on so-called called creator or God. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out. Let me do this video right here. My brother sent it to me. You know that shit that's going on in the Middle East. That bombing shit. Where's it at? Right here. Right here. Let's go to the next video. I think my brother put it in the chat a while ago and I meant to play it. Voodoo Child, what's good, brother? Grand Rising, my brother Voodoo Child. Alone, I see you out there. Hey, I see you out there, hey. Foxy Moon, Wale, Empress Goddess Nami, None Your Business. Old Dude, my brother Nasir, D. Allen Warren. Appreciate all y'all support, man. Links in the chat. Y'all want to come up? Let me show this real quick. Good for crime, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoid it all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. The island flat motherfucking power. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, it is diabolical. My man, what's his name, sent it to me in the chat. There, my brother Rum Hand Solo. Shout out to Rum Hand Solo. Sent me this video, man. So you want to look up some TED Talk? I'm going to look it up in a little while. TED Talk. I got you. We'll review some of his videos. I got you, hey, let me finish this video, bro. My brother Rum Hand said this is song of 2026. Yes, sir. Brother Old Dude is one. Shout out to Old Dude. What's good, eh? You got the mic. Mic check, mic check.
This is
mic check, mic check. You there, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Peace, man.
Peace, peace. Much love to you and the family. How you doing this morning?
Sleeping in a position like this,
Man, I agree with almost everything you say. Only thing I don't like that you say.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead. I couldn't hear you.
I said I pretty much agree with your channel on almost everything you talk about, except you don't believe in a source of power above humanity, above human beings. But other than that, I see you pretty accurate on what you be talking about, more so than a lot of other places and peoples that's dealing with us being originally from these lands.
Yeah, I try to keep it real with the people and give my experience, brother, what I have experienced in my lifetime. So I appreciate that compliment. Thank you, sir.
Well, no, well, yes, yes, sir, no problem. I just wanted to say that because I know we had a disagreement before about, you know, a couple of things, but I don't really, I don't really see that much of a disagreement with you. Maybe because you, like you say, you're older, you got experience and mature. Only thing I don't agree with, I know there's something greater than humans and animals and insects and the stars and the moon, and it's definitely not no human being who got flesh and blood.
Real quick, brother, let me tap in. You know, if see, that's the part that's mind blowing. You know, if this creator would acknowledge itself like it did in the biblical times, it wouldn't be no unsurety. You see what I'm saying? But this creator isn't. And that's what makes my argument real strong because, in that Old Testament and New Testament, the creator was active in this creation. And we don't see no active creator. We don't see no God or no other entity that's, reassuring the people that, hey, I'm the creator. So if
Okay, well,
if we had that, I'm gonna give it right to you, brother, and I promise I'm gonna mute up. If we had that creator that was active in his creation and letting his creation know I'm the creator, then there wouldn't be no doubt in our minds. But that isn't happening. But go ahead, brother.
okay, no, that's a good. I see your point. That's understandable. But I think we do see the creative active in our lives. Like for example, okay, for example, say I had 20 kids, right, and 20 wives, right, and for some reason they all died overnight through the pandemic, right? Okay, if it was up to me, they wouldn't die. So if they die and I don't want them to die, that means there's something greater than me that allowed them to die. So to me, that is proof that there's something greater than me. Because if
That's
it was
not
up
the
to me,
proof I'm looking for. Like I said, if you go
give me
to
an example.
read some of those stories in that Old Testament and the New Testament, just like I gave you, the homosexuality thing, in that book, it let the world know or let the people know if you participate in that, I'm gonna turn your ass into ash. And I think with the situation you brought up is just life. Everybody grows, is born, and everybody die, and that's just a part of life. You
Okay,
know,
I got you.
I
I
didn't
know,
want
but
my daughter to die, but I had no control of it.
okay, so if I don't have control over life and death, that's what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with you, I believe, but
Yes, sir.
where I'm
My
deviating
my
from
my
is
biggest point is you say you brought up the life and death situation. We can't control loved ones that die. You know what I mean?
right.
That kind of shows you that it's a creator. And to
Mm.
me, not really. Like I said, that creator was a destructive creator. If you disobeyed it, it would take action. And
No,
we
I
don't
don't.
see no
No, I'm in
action
agreement.
being took. We see a lot of evil shit, and we know what the book said, but
I'm in
that's just
agreement
to
with you.
keep
I don't
people
care about the God of Israel, man. I'm
stuck in
with you.
their belief
I'm with,
system.
no, I'm
But
with you 100%. I don't care about the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is man-made. I don't even care about that. I'm in agree. That's why I'm saying I'm in agreement with that.
yes, sir.
But well, what I'm saying is the source of life, who they try to portray to be the God of the Bible. I don't believe that's the same. What I'm saying is whoever created the sun and the moon and the stars is not the God of the Bible. I'm in agreement with that. We had to, like you, I agree with you. We had to get away from that. The God of the Bible is evil.
And,
It's evil,
and
wicked
brother,
men.
dig this real quick, and I'm gonna give it right back to you.
Mhm.
Like I always say, my mother and father is my creator. I am a creator because I created my daughter. You know what I mean? So I look at in reality, we are the creators. Without us, making love or intercourse, whatever you want to call it, sex, it wouldn't
Yeah,
be no life
I,
formed
I
from this
get you.
point on.
I'm in agreement. What I'm saying is that
Yes,
there's
sir.
something greater than us. Because if there wasn't, like I say, I would use my power to control who lives and die. And since we don't necessarily have that power like that, that means there's something above my parents and grandparents and great great grandparents. Because if it was up to
We
me,
were taught that is something above our great grandparents. Like I said, when a baby is born, it don't know about no creator, no God. It know about mommy and daddy, man. But we want to complicate things and make things bigger than what they are when reality smacking you in the face.
reality, right? I agree. We shouldn't make things more complicated than what we should. But reality slaps you in the face when you find out that you don't have power to keep all your ancestors alive for 1,000 years. If we had the power to keep everybody alive for 1,000 years straight with no interruptions, no injuries, no accidents, then that would be proof that we're the creator or the source of life. We're not the source of life.
I totally understand what you're saying, brother, but we are the creators of life. Like I said, without it ain't no immaculate conception happening. If a woman don't get touched by a man, it ain't happening, brother.
Don't got
So
no argument with me. I'm 100% with that. I know that.
I'm
That's
just
that's
and no argument with you, brother. No disrespect. Like I said, that creator thing. That's what was taught to us. That's why I ask all, not saying you're religious, but that's what I ask religious people when I talk to them. Why isn't this creator active like it is in the Quran? Like it was during, these biblical times.
because the people that wrote these books are lying about who the creator
Yes,
is.
sir.
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
sir. I totally agree.
They have
I totally
usurped
agree. No
they have
argument
used
here.
no
But
doubt,
go
no
ahead,
doubt.
bro.
They have usurped they have put I don't know what that word is called, but they have given us a counterfeit source of life. The God of the Quran and the God of the Bible and the God of the Torah and the Tanakh are fake. That's men giving you their theology on what God is. And but some of it is truth, but they mixed it with lies. So I'm saying that yeah, whoever put that son out there, that's the infinite power. But then what the Quran and the Bible does, they'll say, okay, they agree with what I just said, but then they'll add something to it, like, okay, the God of Israel is the God of the creator. The God of Israel is not the creator. And that's what I had to figure out. I'm like, wait a minute, the God of the Israel is not the creator because the God of Israel is evil. He does wrong things. He does bad things to people who ain't did anything wrong. So I know what you're saying, but for you and me, even if we were fully trained experts in martial arts, intelligence, and all that, man, we can still be put to death. So we're not the source of life because the source of life can't be put to death. Do you see what I'm saying? You and me can die. Regardless of how greatly we are trained in military arts and other forms of arts or sciences and disciplines, we could die. So I'm not the source of life. I can't be the source of life if I can be put to death by another human being or by an animal or insect or a snake. You see what I'm saying? That's all. That's my main problem. That's the main thing I don't like about what you say. Other than that, man, you be really on point on so many things. It's interesting actually.
I appreciate that, man. I take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. You know, but like I said, I'm just giving you all my experience, man. I used to believe, but once reality smacked me in my face, and like I said, I'm retired. All I got is time on my hands, so I'm a researcher, and I
Okay, so
started
watch this.
researching.
So you used to believe, right? But that's what I'm saying. If you had the power, I don't even want to direct it toward you because that might be sensitive. But if I
I
had
mean,
the power to
but
bring back
we do
somebody
have
to
the
life,
power. We can give and take. We can give and take life. But if we take life, there's consequences because of you taking a life. You're going to be judged by 12 in this judicial system. But we
No, no,
do have the power.
right. But I ain't talking about that. That's still a form of weakness. What I'm saying is that if somebody was injured, like I saw a movie, like there's a movie out. It's dealing with Thor. Thor basically brought somebody back to life. Right? They were dead. So he brought somebody back to life by touching them in their chest and doing whatever he did. If if I had the power to do that and I had a loved one, right, or someone I cared about, then I would bring them back to life if I had the power to do it. I don't have the power to do that on a
Brother,
consistent
I
basis.
definitely understand. Like I
So that
said,
means
I'm gonna give it
that means
right
I'm
back
not
to
the
you. You
so
know,
that means I'm not the
I lost
that
my
means I'm
daughter
not all power.
I got you, brother. I lost my daughter in 2015. If I would have known I had the power or had the power, I would have gave my life so she can still be here and I wouldn't be here. That's how much love I had for mine. You know, if I had that power that you're talking about, I would gave my life so she can be living today.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So don't that show you that there's a creator or a source that's greater than you because you have a desire to bring life and to keep life sustained, and you didn't have that power though. So that
see,
lets you know that
brother,
we're
you
weak.
know,
We're weaker.
my problem with what you're saying is when you keep saying this creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every creation has a creation story. So all I'm hearing is when you say creator, I'm hearing creation. And basically, someone created that creator, and I'm gonna say all creation stories deal with mythology and theology.
Okay, I'm not trying,
You
but
see what I'm
this is what I'm
saying?
saying.
So
Yeah,
when
but
you
I'm not
say a
saying.
creator, I got you. I see mythology because nobody was there to record it. Nobody knows.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it like that though. That's I know you probably hear that. I mean, that's what comes to your mind. But when I'm
But
saying the
when you
creator, I'm
say the
saying
sun, the moon, the stars, something had to create all of that. I say it was already here. It was a part of everything or creation. But like I said, when you talk about creation, I think about a creation story or, the things that we were taught. Is it the Big Bang Theory? Did that start it all? Or did the creator, make Adam and Eve from the mold of the dirt and take Adam rib? Which creation story is? Because like I said, there's so many. We got the story of evolution, that creation story. We got the religious creation story. We got a bunch of creation stories. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. We can throw all the creation stories out. What I'm saying is that there's something greater than man. If because if it wasn't man, would like you say, we would be making sure our people who got children, we would making sure those children don't die. You see what I'm saying? And since we don't have that power to keep them from dying, then all the time, then that's proof that we're not the supreme beings. That's what I'm. So you
But
know what I'm
we
saying. So
are
it's
a
like,
supreme being because without us, nothing can be created. It's
well, hold on.
two-way street. Go ahead, brother.
Mountains are here regardless of we didn't create the mountains. The mountains are already, like you say, the mountains are already here. We create buildings and bridges and stuff like and tunnels, and that's what man does. Man don't create mountains.
I
If
I
he
I, I agree, brother.
so if man is not creating suns and moons and stars and mountains and trees and fish, then he's not the source of eternal life. He's not the source of power. And that's my main concern. That yeah, okay, we the original people in America is cool. I think we don't have a problem with that. We don't have a problem with that. I don't think nobody ultimately at the end of the day, maybe at the beginning of the day they will, but at the end of the day they're not gonna have a problem with that. The problem is gonna be denouncing something or something, not a human, but something supreme than yourself. And I ain't talking about parents and grandparents either. I'm talking about something greater than them.
See, for me, brother, when you talk about that, like I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in, these biblical angels and demons.
That's
You know what
fine.
I
Me
mean?
too.
So when you talk
It's
about
cool.
something greater than us, something outside of this solar system, it ain't nothing else.
What I'm
You
not
know,
saying is outside of the solar system. It can be in the solar system. What I'm saying
I'm
is that,
saying it's not inside or outside. There's nothing out there. There's no other life form other than us on
okay,
this
so
motherfucker.
you into gardening. You into gardening. I think I heard you say you into agriculture. How do you think these plants and stuff and fruits and vegetables is growing? Are you making that grow?
No,
I'm
sir.
saying, are we making that grow?
I'm planting the seed to make it grow.
But I know, but are we giving
Without me
this?
planting that seed, it's not going to grow.
It's growing naturally in other places. But when you
Yes.
make a garden, then you're in control. You're making something that you ain't kind of like you
Yeah, I
having a
can
form of
control.
control over,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes,
But
sir.
agriculturally, that stuff is growing anyway, or we wouldn't even have the seed to plant a garden, right? I know you agree with that.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is that where did that seed come from? It definitely didn't come from you and me.
Hey, brother, I say it's a part of the creation story. You know what I mean? Like I said, no one knows. So when that person knows, I'm encouraging them to let us know.
No
Because
doubt. But I'm
other than
saying
that, nobody knows, brother.
that's fine. If
There was no
nobody
one
knows,
there to,
that's fine. I'm agreeing with that. So if we don't know, we can't say that then there's nothing greater than us because we didn't produce that seed. We didn't create that
brother,
seed.
like I said, I go by my life experience, right? Like I said, I'm not keeping it with the unknown. I'm researching and knowing what I know. And like I said, every country has a form of mythology and theology. And there goes your creator story. Like I said, you can go to China, they got their form of it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is where
You can
does the
go to Russia, they
seeds
got their form of it. You
right?
go to
Where
the
does
goddamn Middle East, like we talking about, Israel and Pakistan, they believe in Allah. You see what I'm saying? But Allah is supposed to be that creator, but Allah ain't letting the people know. Like I said, confirmation. So when you talk about a creator, like I said, to me, and I can't get past it. I can because I'm trying to open up my mind, but I think of some kind of mythology.
Okay, so if you had a personal experience with this source of where the seeds and plants
I
come
used to
from,
think I had a personal experience with it. Like I said, I was a practicing Muslim for almost 30 years.
yeah, no, I'm not questioning that. I'm saying
You
if
know
you
what
had
I'm saying? I'm
if you
saying
had
like once did seen the connection between the church and the state and how the federal government controls all education, including religious education. You
that's
see what
true.
I'm saying? And
That's
how these
powerful.
churches are connected to the federal government
It
and
is.
the
That's
the
true too.
mythology and theology. Like I said, every nation has a form of theology that they teach to the people, or mythology, or folklore.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to that, that's fire. I mean, it's profound. It's straight to the point. It's accurate. There's no error in it
I
whatsoever.
just, if there was a creator, like I said, I like to, challenge. If this creator is real, then he needs to let the people know, so that way we would know, we wouldn't believe
Okay,
and
so let
have
me ask you
faith.
this. Okay, this is kind of deep what you're asking. You're saying you want the creator to let us know in what way though? Like what do you mean? Like,
Any
okay,
kind of way, man. I mean, like, I'm not talking nothing that, like I said, and we can go to different what they call them, scriptures in the Bible, and that guy was active, man. That guy in that Quran was active. When he talked to Moses or when he talked to Abraham, it wasn't no fucking thought. It was action. I want y'all to do this. Y'all don't do this, I'ma unalive you. Seems like a gangster to me. You see
Okay,
what I'm
so you
saying?
don't.
So
So wait a minute.
that's
So
the
you
point
tell.
I'm trying to make.
I get you. So let me. So you mean to tell me when people have an intuition or a thought, don't do this, don't do that, but then when they do it, they die or get in trouble or get hurt. You don't think that was the creator talking to them in that interaction that you're talking about, that personal interaction?
No, sir, I think that's their inner self. That's, basically, like I said, our body is like a computer. Our mind is like a computer. Our body is like a machine. You know what I mean? We know right from wrong, man. You know when you fucking up or about to do something wrong and it ain't gonna go right for you.
But you don't know if there's danger down the street unless something is intuitively. I mean, something innately is, or like you say, innately is telling you, or supernaturally telling you. So it's not that you necessarily want to do something wrong, something that might be trying to keep you away from trouble or danger. So if that happens, that's the same thing as the scenarios going or what they wrote in the Bible. Even though the Bible is mixed with lies, I wouldn't rely completely on the Bible either, because for one, you didn't write the Bible. We didn't write those Bibles. So that would be foolish for us to put our total confidence in the Quran, the Torah, the Tanakh, or the Bible. Of course, I agree with you. I agree with that 100%. That makes sense. That's intelligence. But to say that there's nothing that's interactively communicating and dealing with us on a daily basis, I would say we shouldn't say that, because there is something telling us and communicating with us on a daily basis. We may not listen, we may not hear, we may not even obey it.
I
But
think
there's
it's
something.
I think it's our brain. Our brain, is like I said, a computer. You know,
But our brain don't know everything though. Do you agree?
it learned things from your life experience. Yes, I do agree with that. But what I'm saying is basically like we got nerves and different things that's in the body. Like I said, the body is like a well-oiled machine. As long as you take care of this body, it'll take care of you. Uh, like you said, I think it's a built-in system that we have when you do something wrong. You know what I mean? You know you're doing it wrong, but then
Yeah, but I wasn't speaking of sins. I'm just or doing wrong. I'm
yeah, I ain't
saying
talking about sins either. I'm just
we
talking
know
about
we don't know, but we do agree that even though our mind has a memory and a database, right, of history and past events, right? Do we know everything and do we know the future? Because if we knew the future, we wouldn't have to figure out that, hey, this is our land. So we would already know that. So that lets me know that we're not the supreme. There's something greater than us
Tone.
because,
What's good, Tone? Grand Rising, Tone. Real quick, brother.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think Tone was the only one that came in. I'm with you though, man. I'm with you. Like I said, these are the questions that I've been asked. And I had a lot of good people that agree with me. And the links in the chat. In Alabama, you can tap in because I know you still believe in that creator. A lot of y'all still believe in that creator. I'm
I
saying that,
don't I don't think we believe in the creator of the
or
Bible.
a creator. My bad, a creator.
Yeah, a source. We believe in a source.
And for me, my mother and father is that creator, and that mother and father, and so on. And I think we created all things that's in this existence, like air conditions, cars, televisions,
No doubt. But that's man
GPS,
though. Right, but don't you
lights.
agree?
I
But
think
that's
we
us
created
doing
all
that.
of that.
Yeah, but we didn't create the seeds that's in these plants. We didn't do that though. We don't have no proof that we created uh what papaya seeds and grape seeds. We didn't create those things. So who did? That's what we need to find out and then deal with that source of power, not the source of power that's created, that's talked about in those Bibles, because they manipulating us with the truth and the lies in those books. But when we find out personally who put those seeds in the ground, who created these trees, then we're going to have access to that power that everybody keep so-called reading about. Do you see what I'm saying now? Is that more clear?
Yeah, I mean it's clear, but like I said, I challenge the creator.
Okay,
My
when you
my
do
biggest
that,
thing, like I said, if this creator was so real, it wouldn't have a problem with showing it's the creator of all things. But like I said, to me, when you're talking about that, you're going to mythology, man. Shit that
let's not
can't
right. I
be
agree with you.
proven.
We shouldn't go to mythology. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you pretty much on
I
almost
So
mean, but we
everything.
have to because go ahead, Alabama. Let Alabama tap
my
in. What's
my
good,
brothers
Alabama?
from other mothers, can I give you an alternate thought? Because this is like back and forth, give and take. What do each of you understand disharmony to mean? What do you think is disharmony as opposed to harmonious?
I would say it's the opposite of harmonious. It's the opposite. It's the other end of the spectrum. Simple answer for me.
As above, so below, Chief. I am.
Well, when a woman want to have intimacy with me and I don't, that means we in disharmony.
Okay. Uh, First of all, the human body as a small microcosm is exactly the same as the universe. If you to believe what we say is science, is that mythology?
Say that again. I didn't
The
understand that.
actual human, the individual human body. Do you know we have trillions of cells?
Right.
Billions of them die and slough off just on the surface of your skin every day. Well, we're told this is biology, and we believe, I'm using the word believe, that it's what we call science. Now, I don't want to trigger you, big dog, because we're going to get back and forth with this. Is science, religion, etc. Just stay with me for the moment on the concepts that we are giving each other that makes us all in agreement. There is a thing called the universe, correct, Chief I.M.?
I never calls it the universe, but that's fine. If that's the word we want to use today,
Yes,
that's
this is
cool.
for the point of the conversation we're having.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
no problem. No problem.
this is not just you and I as individuals, it's also the people that are listening
No
in the
doubt. Go ahead.
audience.
I
So,
got you.
this conceptual thing of believing is there is an all encompassing universe, that everything is in connection. That would be what we consider harmonies. Would you agree?
Okay, but just want to say this right quick before, and I'm gonna let you finish. I'm saying with Mister OG, I'm not trying to believe. I want to know too. I'm like him. Let's
Stay
experience
with
this
me,
for
brother.
ourselves.
Walk with me. And we're not going to say that we're going to be all knowing or even better at knowing, but walk with what I'm giving you conceptually. Okay? There is a harmonious thing called a universe that is operating in balance and in synchronicity. Okay?
All right.
And so each individual life form that we call human beings on this planet would have to also be in sync. Would you agree? I'm just talking the concept now, not about whether you believe it, agree with it, or disagree with it. Talking about the concept of what is harmony and what is disharmony. You follow what I'm saying, Chief I am?
Okay.
So anything that is out of sync is in disharmony, right?
But it
So
still
for
exists. But
example, so for example, any illness, dis-ease, as opposed to being at ease, dis-ease means that your body is out of harmony, out of
okay,
balance. You
we got
feel me,
it. Yeah,
bro?
that's basics.
Okay.
That's
So
fundamentals. Yep, that's
okay.
fundamentals. Let's go.
And at a microcosmic level, there are trillions of atoms and molecules inside your one body, right?
All right.
Now we're being told as science there's such a thing as DNA, correct?
Yeah.
But your DNA is not mine, and mine is not yours. There is a distinct thing that we consider a strand of DNA. However, all life and all existence has that thing we're calling DNA. I don't want to lose you, brother. Hopefully you're following where I'm going with this. So What is the connectivity of all things in the universe? Now, whether you want to call it Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Buddha, Bhagavad Gita, the Creator, what is that keeps things in harmonious connectivity? You feel what I'm suggesting, Chief?
Okay. I'm listening to you, man.
Would that be constructive or destructive? Because I think the whole issue people keep having back and forth is not life and death, because that is actually all a part of the process of existence. Death is not a bad thing. Life is not a good thing. In harmony is the optimal thing. You feel me, bro? Because disharmony would breed chaos. Would you agree?
We got chaos in the world right now.
Now, see, you're dealing with on an individual basis, and when you call something a nation, state, etc. I'm trying to keep this in a larger picture and on an individual. So both together, not one or the other. If the universe is out of order, then obviously all the individual constituent parts of it are out of order. To bring ourselves into order would be to act in connect. And this is where I'm going to get to what you were asking him about being, agriculture and food. We need food, clothing, and shelter forever. I'm sure you would agree with that, right?
Everybody does.
And all of that comes from the planet that we're on. While at the same time, explain to me how we're polluting it. Are we not defiling the same planet that sustains us and actually believe? That's what the bullshit going on right now. These dumbass motherfuckers that are off the chain believe that they have capacity, what they call nuclear weapons, to destroy the planet dozens of times over. The fact that you even say some shit like that, doesn't that make you disharmonious? Out of order?
Okay, so what's your point, Alabama?
I'm showing you it's not the issue of what you believe, it is the issue of what you do. That's what the whole point, not to put words in your mouth, big dog. It seems to me the actual back and forth that y'all were having was not on what you believe, is how you act. It's not on what you think, it's how you think. And because the belief systems are ruling the world, all wars are based on belief and religion. Certainly you understand that, Chief Iron.
Yeah, but hold on, man. So hold on, you going too fast, I think, for me. Let me slow down for a minute. I'm not in your class. I might be a little slower. The wars is going on right now. Man, our people really don't even have no part in that. We ain't causing these wars.
And the so-called creator is allowing it. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, good point. So the creator is allowing it, true indeed. We cannot disagree with that, regardless of what creator you say or what creative story you got. That creator is allowing these wars. I would have to agree with OG, and it's not too much I disagree with him on at this point. But even though he's allowing it, we are allowing it also, because we don't have to be a part of these people that's perpetrating these wars and this disharmony that Alabama was talking about. We don't have to be a part of that.
We're not a part of it. They're doing it without our consent.
And I would argue, without our participation, though there are some of us we know that are involved. But the point that I'm still raising, and I'm not trying to confuse Chief Iron, the operational behavior of every life form is to at least seek harmony. If not, disharmony, dis-ease. Death is a reflection of being out of balance. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just,
yes,
you understand
sir.
conceptually what I'm saying.
Since you said it that way, you made it real simple. Yes, sir.
So then what are we actually fighting over is the issue. And right now in your face, if you didn't know that, this degenerate, drunken frat boy, Pete Hegseth, do you know the tattoo that's on his body, the full body tattoo that he has? Do you know what it symbolizes?
What is it?
The Crusades. Now, what do you know the original Crusades to be, other than the Spanish Inquisition? What do you understand the original Crusades to be? And by the way, when they were implemented at that time,
crusades. It was about religion or
well, I know you know, big dog, not necessarily all of us old niggas know. But the warrior priests were called the Knights Templar. And who did they become? Now, Big Dog, we've talked about this in other bills. They became the bankers, right? Now, what are the Jesuits
Rothschilds,
today?
yes, the
Yeah, well,
bankers,
you know,
yes.
we could drop names and all that stuff, but I'm just talking about the actual behavior. Okay, so this degenerate drunken frat boy, because that's all Pete Hegseth is, an avowed Christian nationalist. Now that's what he is. He is a Christian nationalist. The Israeli ambassador Mike Huckabee is a Zionist. So both of these individuals are Christian nationalists pushing a 21st century crusade. Is that harmonious or disharmonious? Your estimation, Chief
Is
Iron.
this is disharmonious when it comes to what we think and what we believe in or what we desire? Should I say? I'm gonna say desire. I'm gonna say believe, but what we desire. I don't desire no crusades. I don't desire no
Okay.
Christian crusades, man.
Now,
Come
do
on, man.
you not with the original crusade?
Christian
Do you
crusades is
understand what their current intentions of Christian Zionists are today? Hmm?
to do what they did in the
I know
past.
you made statements that you said about you don't believe necessarily in the scripture, Old Testament, and Big Dog has said it similarly from the Muslim side of the aisle. Regardless of what each of us individually believe or agree to, what is going on is group zeitgeist. This is a group mindset. Do you know the difference between Armageddon and apocalypse, my good brother?
No.
Because Armageddon is not an event. Armageddon in scripture is a geographic location, the Valley of Megiddo.
Okay.
Apocalypse is an event, but not the event that these degenerate bastards intend to happen. Do you have some understanding of what their intentions are? And I'm talking about the Zionist and is not real. I'm talking about this drunken frat boy, the Crusader. I'm talking about the fact that he's telling four-star generals to tell other members of the military that their responsibility is to initiate this holy war. What is your understanding on that, Chief I am?
Yeah, I got a nice idea, but go ahead, man. I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with.
So
I'm in
whether
agreement
you
with
agree
OG.
with the scripture or not, I'm saying to you the
Hold on,
game
I'm in
plan is
agreement with
being
OG.
laid out right now, as according to supposed scripture and prophecy, that the forces of the world will be arrayed around Israel. Now, here's the problem, my brother, and I think you know this because we've talked about it before. Israel is not a geographic location. Israel
I don't
is a
know.
people,
Hold on. Let me
because
say
you
this.
know the name Jacob was turned into Israel by the so-called creator in the Old Testament known as Yahweh or Jehovah God
Hold on.
Almighty.
Let me say this, Alabama, before you finish. I'm in a full 100% agreement with OG Philly when it comes to the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah and the Tanakh, and all that religious stuff. I'm in the full agreement with him on that. I'm saying the creator is real, but not based upon the Bible, because the Bible give you a distorted depiction of who the creator
Don't
or
get me wrong, Chief I am not chastising. I'm being objective as a journalist. Only reporting the facts. Okay?
no, man,
Not
I don't
not
agree with that
not
Zionist
making a
stuff.
comment, not passing opinion, trying to explain the events that you're seeing. Because you're a young man, what, you're in your 40s, right? I
No,
presume you're a father, right?
no, I'm not. I'm in early 30s, but I believe that that what's going on now is just the same thing that was going on back then. It's the old manifest destiny trying to reinforce what they already
It
laid out.
is
Yeah.
because the degenerates that call themselves white Europeans, that are now calling themselves Christian nationalists, that are now, since Charlie Kirk got murked, calling themselves Christian Zionists. This is not about your agreement, my agreement, Big Dog, any of us. This is what they're agreeing to do. Do you follow what I'm saying? Chief, I am. So it behooves us to understand not just their behaviors and their intentions, but where it will ultimately take the actual American known as the Negro. Because you know my message is simple, and it's one thing only. Okay? All these other degenerate bastards who are United States citizens are imposing their agenda at our expense to exterminate us. Can we get this straight?
today? Yeah, but okay, hold on. But we're allowing it. What I'm saying is we don't have to participate in none of that. OGB's speaking about. We don't have to participate in that stuff if we don't want to. We got a
That is
choice.
true, Chief.
We
I
got
am. That is
choices, man.
also on an individual basis. This is not going to be dealt with on a person by person basis. We're not being attacked individually. We're being attacked exclusively as a specific people. Okay?
I would say both.
You don't have to agree with it. You don't even have to understand it. I'm telling you, my brother, not directly to you. I'm telling everybody
I just want to answer. I'm
listening.
gonna let you finish.
Hold
I'm
on,
saying we've
brother.
been
Hold
attacked.
on, hold
We've
on,
been
hold on.
attacked
We can't talk at
individually.
the same time. We can sing together. We
I
can't
know, but
talk.
let me
That's
just
it.
make this
But I
comment.
was not finished. I was
Okay,
not
go ahead.
finished. As I am
You said
explaining
something
for the
incorrect. Though.
people
What I'm
that
saying is you said something
as
incorrect.
well, you can correct it in your mind. Let me complete the thought that I am saying. For those that are listening, the degenerate pale skins calling themselves European, Caucasian, and United States citizens are trying to keep world domination. That is the only thing driving them, no matter what you misperceive to be what they're telling you at the water cooler or these so-called friends you may think you have working on these jobs. All of these degenerate United States citizens are compelled to follow the agenda of Christian nationalism, end times beliefs. And what you're seeing played out right now under the authority and the direction of a foreign government, the nation of Israel, is to attack everyone, which they've already done that. They have bombed at least 7 or 8 countries in the immediate proximity of Israel to set up the scenario where they all turn and attack Israel according to the misinterpretation of Scripture. Now, you got it, Chief I am.
Oh no, you just basically confirming what OG Philly be talking about. I mean, he basically saying that all that stuff is BS, and that we don't need to participate in that and believe in that stuff. So that's just confirming what he's been promulgating on his platform. And I'm in a full agreement with that. We need to leave that stuff alone, get out of that, stop believing in it. And because it's like this, you cause a problem, but then you try to come around and bring the solution. So the Israelite stuff, that Armageddon stuff, is nothing but a situation where they creates a problem, but then they the ones supposed to be the ones that solve the problem. I'm not buying into that foolishness. And that's what OG pretty much be talking about when it comes to that type of stuff. And we need to get up out of that. I don't care about the Bible and stuff like that. Man wrote that Bible. That's not the creator didn't write the Bible. So why am I gonna put my total trust in a Bible or a book that the creator didn't even write? That's crazy. That's
Now, be
ridiculous. I
that
remember.
as it may, Chief I am, be that as it may, that is your individual choice to make. But again,
just
we are
wisdom.
all going to be drugged down into this conflagration if we don't get our heads straight. Which again is why my message is simple: identity crisis is real, and there is only one American. Now, everybody on the entire planet is coming here to pursue the American dream, while the actual American is living in nightmares. Okay? And the fact that we have any dispute and argument over that is the chaos and confusion continuing to allow these people to hold sway. I wouldn't say oppression or domination, because that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay, but
This
hold
is
on.
only happening because of our chaotic behavior and not being on one accord. Not just to be unified, but to stand on the facts of the distinctness of American is exclusive to one people. And I yield.
That's true. However, you got to factor in what OG Philly always talk about. I don't mean to keep saying his name, but the reason why we like this because we believe in their religions and their gods and their Bibles. That's the right. That's why we like that over here in America. That's why we're not united and with one accord, like you just said. So combine that all together. That's the reason why we're like. That's why the reason why a lot of us are like that, because we stuck in we believe in their religions. We believe in their mythological gods and their mythological characters that they mention in these books. But that don't mean the creator is not real. We just believe in this false creator that they made and compacted in these books. And OG Philly is 100%. That's why I keep telling him, OG Philly, I agree with you pretty much almost on everything. He's wanted to me. He got that master. He has mastered that. A lot of people haven't mastered that like that. We need to get away from the God of Israel and Israel. Who cares what's going on? We in the West. I don't care. They can blow Israel up. Who cares? They can blow Iran up. I'm not over there. I don't want them to, but I'm saying if they do, so what? That's their problem. They the one created the problem. So if they get blown up or blow each other up, that's their problem. They created that problem. They deserve what they get. We in America. We don't want them to blow up America and the Americans.
Let's be realistic now. Your response is on an individual basis, and I would say on a surface level. And also there's a material aspect of this because people are being paid. There is profit. There is benefit to holding these positions. Now, back to the point I was trying to explain to you about what is being harmonious. You can hold the opinions that you have. I'm not checking you. I'm not chastising on having that opinion, but that's very short-sighted because everything is connected. And so what I'm saying to you ultimately, and that's why addressing the American is paramount, because everybody, even in lying on you and denying about it, are coming here. There is nowhere on the planet that literally everybody over the entire planet is trying to get to. You never ask yourself why that is? You never ask yourself why they all want to call themselves American while distancing themselves from their supposed nation, culture, ethnicity, and their points of origin.
I like what you say.
While,
That's good.
hold on, brother, hold on. While at the same time generating and extracting from the American, known as the Negro, through tax money and policies of ongoing warfare to go back where the fuck they came from to fuck each other up. And we're drug in the middle of all of this shit, brother. Now, you're talking to two veterans here, Big Dog and myself, not disagreeing or dismissing whether you are a veteran or not. But I want you to understand something, a simple arithmetic fact. Less than 5% of any population, I don't care where it is, what culture or language on the face of this earth, less than 5% take up arms to defend and protect the 95%. But the goddamn 95%, Big Dog, they got a lot of fucking opinions, don't they, Big Dog?
Well,
yes, sir. They got a lot of opinions. And
But they
welcome,
gonna bust, are
my
they gonna
sister
bust a
Foxy
grape?
Moon on the channel.
Are they gonna bust a grape?
Yeah.
Well, hold on, but before we get on, we don't want to hurt our, I mean, disrespect our own people. But what I'm saying is that a lot of the stuff that you spoke about is happening over there in the East. Man, I don't want them to do this, but if they want to play around with that Bible and Quran and Torah and blow each other up, that's on them. As long as they don't bring their bombs over here.
Chief,
Hey,
I am.
hold
You
on.
keep addressing
I'm
people's
almost done.
philosophical.
Let me just.
I'm telling you, no matter what has been happening, it still winds up on our doorstep. After
About to
every
answer.
conflict, Big Dog, where do these people end up, Big
About to
Dog? After
respond.
every war that we've had history of this criminal enterprise before the American Revolution, where have these bastards
To
ended up,
respond to
Big
that.
Dog?
I was about to respond to that, but you didn't let me. What I was going to say is that this is the safe haven. That's why one of the reasons. This is not the only reason. This is just one of them. This is the safe haven. You don't see no prophecies. At least I don't know of any. Should I say where the Americas get destroyed by nuclear warfare or bombs like the so-called East supposed to get destroyed by. Okay, so hey, if they want to destroy they part of the world over there and they have to start over from scratch, then that's fine. But a lot of people come over here because they want to flee the dangers that's going on over there. This is the safe haven. This is the so-called blessed place. I would want to come here too if I was a foreigner.
So whether you believe scripture or not, you just described the land of milk and honey.
That's fine. That's
But
just
you're still
symbolic
not,
stuff
you're
anyway.
still either not hearing what I'm saying to you, brother. First and foremost, regardless of what people's faith, philosophy, mythology, or theology, they're trying to get here. Where is the American known as the Negro fleeing to or running from? I'll wait, brother. I'll wait.
No, No, I'm in agreement with you. I'm saying, why would we want to flee a place of safety and hate in heaven on earth? Why would we want to do
You're
that?
being
That's stupid.
told by paying goofy bastards that you're a self-hating African, and you should need not only that, and the degenerates have the nerve to say, "I got a plane ticket." I'm talking about Eric and Donald Trump Jr. had the nerve to tell some of you folks, "I got a ticket for you to go back to Africa." So
Well,
this
I'm not an African.
degenerate behavior is being tolerated out of the ignorance of the actual American. That I will keep saying. I'm not asking you to agree with me.
Well,
And
no.
my
Hold on.
zero
Actually,
tolerance policy is they all got to fucking go. Period. I
that's
don't
kind of good.
care their point of origin. Get your ass out of here and go find it.
Actually, that's kind of good. If those who believe they're African, then and they want to leave, then let them go. We ain't stopping them. So actually, that's a good thing. If they can persuade people to think that they're African and they believe it and they know it, or they get to the point where they know it, then that's fine. Go home. Go home if you want to go home. But America is the safe haven. I don't see no prophecies where this place is getting destroyed. This is not modern day Babylon, and this is not modern day Egypt. This is the Americas. As far as we know, as far as I know, this ain't Egypt. This ain't Babylon, and this ain't Mesopotamia, and this ain't Israel. So if they want to blow up all that stuff
Depending
over there,
on your frame, depending on your frame of reference, brother, this is the oldest place on the planet. All those things came and originated out of here, which is also the reason why they're all coming back here. But I don't want to
no,
get bogged down into
no,
whether that
hold on,
is
Alabama.
true or not. What I'm saying, listen to again what I'm saying, Chief Fire. The evidence is in the behavior of individuals and collective things that we call ethnicities, nationalities, and people groups. And the behavior of all of these is to come here and convince you, the American, you're not from here. That has to be addressed first. That's what the identity crisis issue that I'm describing.
No,
In
you're in the
addition, because we are suffering from that crisis, that is the chaos and confusion exhibited by all this other nonsense of what's in a name, what's in a label, what's in a misnomer. But y'all got it. How you doing, Foxy Moon? Is that my sister from another mister?
Yeah, but
yes, it is. Peace, Grand Rising, everyone. Brother OG, thank you for having me up on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to Chief I Am.
Well, I'm not Chief I Am. I'm just the I Am. But thank you, sister.
Oh, okay.
But comment to Alabama right quick. Alabama, that's why OG Philly is the perfectionist on when it comes to that. The reason why we are allowing these foreigners, some of us is allowing these foreigners to think that we're not from here is because we're dealing with their religions, their Bibles, and their false gods. He's on point. That I don't know too many people that's got it. Like he's perfected the understanding and the insight. He's got the perfection of understanding and insight when it comes to that. That's why. So when we get rid of these, when we think about it, if we stop believing that we Hebrews, Israelites, Muslims, Christians, and stuff like that, then we're not going to be. Then we're going to have to question ourselves. Okay, well, if we're not those things, then who are we? So now now you're not identifying yourself from being from the East. Because if you stop being a Christian, you're not identifying yourself with being from the East. If you're not a Muslim, you see this. You see the scenario here. So OG Philly is on point on that. I mean, I don't see how you can't. I can't perfect it. I mean, I'm following that blueprint. That blueprint is perfect. I don't need to change the blueprint if it's perfect. That's so when we stop believing in the God of Israel, the East, that's the Eastern God. Islam, the Eastern God. Christianity, that's the Eastern. All those are Eastern gods. That's going to help us to see, okay, we're indigenous here then. Because we ain't from no Africa. We ain't no Canaanites. We ain't none of them people in the Bible. That's their stuff.
I am. First of all, you don't have to exist and believe yourself to exist as a negative reaction to things outside of external to you. Now, since a sister has finally come up here, the only one who brings forth life, could you please bestow some wisdom on us on the the essence of this chaotic nonsense that we continue to go in circles around Foxconn?
The brother that was up here before, who was talking about creation and creator. The only thing is that I get what he's saying, and there's first of all, the creator is not man, and there is, for me, my belief is that there is something outside that created a lot of things, but the energy is feminine. And when you scale all that back, when you remove the patriarch, east, west, whatever, because earth is feminine, its energy is feminine, it creates life. That's the only thing I wanted to add to that. Other than that, you guys can rock out.
So, sis, what about the supposed thermodynamic law that energy is neither created nor destroyed, but transformed? How does that strike you?
I mean, it's greater than me. That's above my pay grade.
Well, they like to attribute these things to these pale degenerates. So, and this is considered Isaac Newton's third law of thermodynamics. Okay, but it doesn't matter really who ends up writing it down on a piece of paper. It is either true or not. Do you believe that energy cannot be destroyed nor created, but is transformed? So this is the issue of life and death, reincarnation. Are we in tune or out of tune? What is, as you said earlier about the planet itself, are you familiar with the story of Tiamat? The precursor to Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt?
No.
There's some people who push the narrative called the Lost Book of Enki, or the great planet Nibiru, which some refer to in scripture as Wormwood. But that's neither here nor there, because all these things are different narratives. Whether you believe it or not, there are narratives. These are stories that are told. What can we actually know, sis? You feel me? All people come out of your womb, right? All life, what we call human species, etc., comes from the world. But we're supposed to be convinced in a single immaculate conception without the procreation of a man and a woman, right? That's a narrative, right?
But that's why OG Philly don't he say that.
Hold on, I'm trying to ask the better half of who actually brings life here.
Both
what is her
and
perspective?
Life,
young brother, please, if I may,
if
I may, sir, if I may. So, Foxy Moon, again, as he goes back to a defense posture, using the same scripture and Bible that he claims let's distance ourselves from.
OG says the same thing,
stop. Stop. I'm actually talking to the sister, please.
I know, but I'm talking to you.
All right, but I was not talking to you. So if you don't mind.
Alabama, how you get here? It took your mother and father, brother.
Sister.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. It's both man and female. And we know that the mad scientists are trying to eliminate. See, that's the problem. Is when we go back to the patriarch society, which is what they call man rules the world, right? And you have these demons who have been doing this, as we talked about yesterday on Brother OG's panel. They've been doing this stuff for almost 300 years. They're ahead of most societies than others, right? So what I can say is that whatever is in front of me is what I can see. What I can't see past that, I have to leave it up to interpretation. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a scientist. I'm an avid philosopher. I'm an avid theologist. I'm based on spirituality. So yes, the energy is ever transferring into wherever it needs to go. Can it be destroyed? No. Is it created? No. It exists beyond us.
Now that gets to the connectivity of the universe and all existence, is the point I kept trying to get to understand why I call it being harmonious or being disharmonious, being in order as opposed to being out of order. But why do you think these degenerates are trying to crack the code, sis?
Well, they're afraid because they already know who the true inhabitants of the lands are. And they're trying, that's why I said they have supposedly had a leg up for the past 200, almost 300 years, right? So they want to keep that, and they will keep their foot on the proverbial neck of others to stay, in the race, because that's what the race is about. It's not about, a white, black, Asian. Those are ethnicities. Black and white are constructs. We know this already, right? So they want to keep ahead of certain groups of people, certain cultures and ethnicities. That's the only reason why they're scared. And that's why they keep putting these things out here. They'll give you people like you mentioned, brother Umar, Tariq, who, are doing a disservice. But those are only two people. Yeah, they have thousands of followers or what have you, but the majority knows better. So we can't even put them and give them that limelight, because they're following the playbook of these demons that are trying to keep their foot on the proverbial neck.
And so therefore they're pushing the dichotomy.
Much love, sister. Go ahead, Alabama. Hold it down for like 10 minutes. I'll be back.
So pushing the dichotomy of white and black is both evil. Would you agree, sis?
When it comes to yes. In short answer, yes.
Because
Because
first of all, white requires black, and it requires it to be an inferior position to try to convince those in the white category of the superior position. By the way, that's a quote from Abraham Lincoln, if you're not familiar with it, making the suggestion that if I were to choose between the white and black race, I would choose to be white in the superior position. I'm paraphrasing, but you may have heard of that quote before. So when he didn't emancipate a single slave, it wasn't because the slaves were supposedly Africans or ethnic, quote, melanated people. Because the truth be told, we know who the first Slav is, right?
Yes.
So why didn't he emancipation through the indentured servants, which were supposedly as a category, mostly the Europeans, right?
Yeah. But we also have
That's
to
what
make
we're told.
Right. And we also have to make a distinction as well, because we keep, not we, but some people keep making this distinction that it's pale skinned Europeans. And you have to realize that they were, before the pale skin, they were melanated Europeans. And guess what? They still run the world. They just want you to think that they're peons and minions, which is these pale faced demons now run the world. But it's the person that looks just like you that's running the world.
They mean the black hand, the hidden hand, the secret
Exactly.
societies, et cetera, et cetera.
That's still there. And they want to, like, so when you go to look at pictures, you go to the MoMA, or you go out to Britain's the London Museum of Art and stuff like that, they'll keep showing you, case in point, that King Henry was this big white fat man. In actuality, no, he was a swarthy man. So was Anne Boleyn. Most of those people, most of those European royals were of melanated descent. So when we know about the Slavs being the white, those were the white degenerates that they brought over to the Americas. The rulers were black Europeans, for better lack of words. We're going to put black and white, say that right now, just to use that for better reference. But they're all, to me, in my eyes, they're all demons. Anybody that's putting somebody in slavery,
chains,
yeah, don't matter what color you are, you messed up, period.
And are stealing the labor of a person and their life, their livelihood. That is evil. I don't even why we even, well, maybe not you and I, because we're conversating about it now, but the fact that it's up for discussion is the cause the confusion. There is no difference whether you call it employment. What's in a word? You're telling people that your existence is based on a commodification of your time and energy. Can you really be paid for that, Foxy Money? Is there any level of compensation that's worth your energy and time that you cannot get back? putting them in increments of hours and minutes. You feel me, sis?
Yeah. I mean, you do get paid whether it's a high wage or not. I mean, you're getting paid for the labor that you put in.
But how does that devalue the labor itself? See, we all have unique talents, right? I mean, we can't all be doing supposed physical labor or things that we've allowed this society to claim is productive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what about the people who are the creative talent? You notice that they put a lot of energy and money on like sports, entertainment, music, art, film. Those are in the multiple digits, huh? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But who actually makes the money and controls all that intellectual property? And I don't want to get into this, the small hats and design, but you know the population I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But these are their titles: managers, lawyers, accountants, moguls, interlopers, brokers. What do these people create, Foxy Moon? I would say less than nothing. They don't create anything. They're managing and manipulating what we call currency. And then they're the go-between. And this is why the nation of Israel is as dangerous and diabolical as it is. Let me just give you a quick couple of facts. Are you aware of what they call Brussels and the European Union and how the global economy operates?
Is that the same thing like BRICS?
Well, that's the alternate version of what they're trying to replace. The SWIFT system is the actual monetary infrastructure. So whenever there's dollars and cents that are transacting across the planet, whether they're wire transfers, whether there are contract agreements between multinational corporations and governments, every millisecond, not even a second, every millisecond of every day, these transactions must take place in what we call the US dollar. You feel me, sis?
Mm-hmm.
But guess who's the broker and the middle agent of every single one of those transactions that you can't even keep in your head for an entire 24-hour period? Do you know it's Belgium? Brussels, to be exact? And what is that middle management doing for that transaction to take place over this system, this computerized system? And by the way, sis, it operates on American English, not British English. It operates on the United States dollar, not the British sterling pound. You feel me, sis?
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, when they flipped the script was at the end of World War II and what's called the Bretton Woods Agreements in 1944. At that point in time, the British sterling pound was what they referred to at that time as the coin of the realm. Why? Because of the naval empire of this little tiny island. They claimed the sun never sets on the British Empire. God damn, sis, how did that happen? I'm just trying to look at this logically, not racially, not emotionally, not feeling any some kind of way. I'm just describing a scenario. You feel me, sis?
Yeah.
Now these motherfuckers, and I do mean motherfuckers, because they fuck their mothers, okay?
Right.
These British and German motherfuckers committed white on white genocide. That's called World War I, World War II, right?
Mm-hmm.
And who did they convince to go in the middle of that shit? The American known as the Negro.
Yeah, right.
We went to save the world from two crack-a-lackers at odds, taking the world to its demise. And what the fuck are they doing now, sis? Is it the same British, German?
And not to mention when they came back after saving those two whatevers, get treated like
How was the
3/5.
American Negro treated, sis?
The 3/5. What is it in the Constitution?
Well, it's
3/5.
not the mythology that we're told. It's actually a arithmetic formula. We were not reduced in our existence as 3/5 of a white person. We were only being counted for political apportionment. Only 3 out of 5 people were being counted in the head count. You feel me, sis? That's not exactly the same thing, but
No,
we
but
seem to not understand.
what I'm trying
But
to
go
drive,
ahead. Go ahead.
what I was saying is that when they came back, they were treated as if they were animals again. They
No,
were
they were treated in a black fashion so that they could keep having the white condition of a United States citizen. You feel what I'm saying, sis? It's not that we were black or that they are white. It is a condition that is created so that people believe they get privilege of being white, and I ain't a nigga being treated black. You feel me now, sis?
yeah, and so that condition they were treated was very poor. After they, what I'm trying to say is that they were heroes in the war, but when they came back, the conditions that
They
they
were
came back
treated
to,
less than animals.
yeah, exactly. That's all I
Now,
just wanted to say.
oh, you all point. Now let me tell you the facts. Right here in the so-called the republic for which it stands. That's the Lone Star State, Texas. Okay.
Mhm.
German prisoners of wars were treated better than the returning so-called black men in uniform. Now, what is that? How does that strike you, sis? The actual enemy, Nazi enemy, was being treated better than your father and your grandfather. And we still haven't addressed that to this day. You're speaking to a Navy veteran, sis. And you know Big Dog is a veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of us would be respected by the same degenerate bastards that we saved from themselves.
Right. And my grandfather was a Navy man, and my great grandfather served for the British corporation. So I think that they would definitely be treated just like you two, unfair, disgusting, deplorable. I think that's effed up because you guys went over there to serve to help this country and other countries, and then come back here and be treated like animals.
You've heard of the phrase, no good deed goes unpunished.
Mm-hmm.
And the road to hell is paved with good intentions. When we gonna get off that road, sis?
I think some of us are getting off that road. There's a lot that are awakening to realizing that, the corporation that's not our job. And there are people that are getting their act together. And the masses is too great, and we can't get everybody off the plantation.
No,
But
we
at least
don't
if
need to
we
get.
could
It's
get
always a few. It's going, like I
right,
said earlier,
exactly, and
only
that's all that
5%.
matters. That's
Only
all that
five
matters.
percent of the population. And by the way, that includes all military forces, all law enforcement, all first responders, of which I've been all three. Less than 5% of the population defend the 95%. But we're all 100% on accord with the confusion of the narrative because this criminal bastard, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., said, we are all from somewhere else, but we are all Americans now. That must end. You feel me, sis? Because that's the delusion. United States citizens running around hiding behind a hyphen, Japanese, Nigerian, Australian, Mongolian American. There is only one American. It is not an adjective. It is not something to attach to another ethnicity or nation. You follow me, sis? And until we are standing tall on that, who the true American is, and squash all of this United States criminality, because that's what's going on. This is a criminal enterprise,
Oh yeah, big
federal,
time.
state, and local. And it is operated by foreigners who are all United States citizens, claiming to be American. And if you notice their diabolical bullshit, they're now calling themselves American citizens on the news every night. They're going around the world creating mayhem, claiming they're Americans, right? Isn't that what we're seeing right now? Bombing Iran and shit.
Right.
So they are blaspheming and taking our name and doing that they damn well please in all their evil and debauchery. And guess who ends up paying the price, sis? Because we're getting an example of that with this black immigrant cosplaying shit that's going on. So they do all
Well,
their debauchery of dirt and they drop it on a black person, right?
I
When
want
they
to ask
get
you this.
benefits,
I want to
they
ask
call
you,
themselves their ethnicity and their nationality, don't they?
right, right. And I want to ask you this because you mentioned natural citizen, naturalized and citizen. Now, I'm a what Tariq Nasheed would call a so-called tether, which I'm 3 generations born into the States. However, I am descendants of the Caribbean, Jamaica, and Cuban islands.
Okay.
Also a product of those
Well, the
pale
cultures, I
skin.
would say. Yeah,
I'm
well, the
sorry.
cultures. You have the cultures and the amalgamation is what you're saying. Now, I'm not sure what you
So,
feel about the European aspect of it,
well,
but
no, I know. That's all included within my DNA is the European and maybe 1 or 2 or 3 Africans, specifically the Ivory Coast, right? My family's done the genealogy.
right.
So what I'm saying is they didn't come over here to invade or usurp the Black American. What they did was come here because they, like most people, are looking for that golden opportunity because in Jamaica it wasn't happening, in Cuba it wasn't happening. Here they paved their way, they paid their dues. And they pretty much minded their business. They didn't, it wasn't like they treated anybody else worse or less. They just stuck to their family. And like I said, I'm 3 generations in. So I guess that would make me a native New Yorker. But
Empire State.
yeah.
Okay.
But my
So
family would be, the descendants would be of the islands.
okay,
and,
but
and I
again,
get
this is
upset
just my
when I hear tether. I'm like, I know what they mean. However, there are immigrants that do come here, and like for instance, my family, most families that I see, most of these immigrants do stay to themselves or stay in their groups, and they work. Not all of them are usurping the natural people that were here.
right.
And in fact, going back, because the islands are all attached to the Americas, because we want to get that technical, and when the natives, the indigenous people were being brought from the lands over to the islands, right? They were all being circumvented around that Gulf, the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic. All that was up and down trading. Maybe the Arawaks, yeah, some of them were coming from Venezuela, but some of the indigenous people were actually from the states, which weren't states at the time, the territories, and being brought into the islands. So, they don't want to talk about that. They want to isolate and make it, oh well, you guys, the islands are separate and they're different countries and they run independently. But they still, like right now, case in point, Biff is showing us, no, we went into Venezuela. Guess what, Cuba? If you don't get your act together, you're next. Now there's
You're
blackouts
next.
in Cuba.
Yeah.
Their supplies are running low. Jamaica just got hit with this big a storm that they're still recovering from.
And I'm sure you know this is the Blanqueamento intentions of Marco Rubio and Rafael Edwards, Ted Cruz. So again, just my opinion, sis. So Foxy Moon,
Yeah.
take it with a grain of
I just
salt.
want
You
to say,
take it
like,
with a grain of salt.
how do you
But as
feel
far
about
as American is concerned, a Cuban is American in Cuba. Okay. And you can go all the way down from the Mexican border to the tip of Chile and Patagonia and Argentina.
that?
You're American from your indigenous point of origin. You feel me, sis? Again, that's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah.
Now,
No,
as far as
I respect that.
but the American issue at hand is the contiguous 48 states. Now, Hawaii and
Correct.
Alaska are somewhat problematic because you've got the Russian narrative of purchasing Alaska. And then you have the Hawaiian kingdom, which would be an indigenous kingdom.
Correct.
Okay. But the continental United States
Right.
That's the battleground, sis. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. And
anyone coming
I'm
to
right behind y'all. I'm gonna stand 10 toes down.
Okay. So again, this is not to remove you or distance you. We're the Americas is from the Arctic Pole to the tip of Chile. Okay. But you are indigenous where you originate. Now, my only question
Even
is,
if I have 3 generations born into the continent.
yeah, but you migrated, right? I mean, not
Right.
you personally,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
again, your
That's what I
people
wanted
and
to
your
know.
point of origin. No, that's what I'm trying. I try to
Okay.
be exact in the language that I use,
Uh-huh.
Foximo,
Go ahead. No,
because
I appreciate that.
well, this is where the chaos and confusion is coming from.
Go
People
ahead.
interpret things and don't stick with the definition. So everybody then wants to put their spin on it. You feel me? So that's why we're not speaking on one accord and we're not communicating if you're not having the same understanding. So for me, the American status at issue is within the United States, started with colonial invasion. You follow me?
Correct.
So when the colonists came to the mainland, not to the islands, getting to the mainland, they dropped that African cargo off in the island chain. You feel me, sis? And they already know this because the arithmetic is simple.
Yeah.
Brazil has 85%, the island chain has 10, and barely 5% made it to the that's just not even up for dispute. I don't care what the number is. And if you notice, that number has reduced from 100 million to 12 million to less than 1 million.
Exactly.
So let's just stay with 1 million, okay?
Okay.
850,000 of that 1 million went to Brazil. You feel me? 100,000 went to the Caribbean island chain. So what does that leave making its way to the mainland? 50,000 at best. And it's going to be reduced because that house nigga at Harvard, Skippy Gates, he's dropped that 1 million to a third. So let's just say it's cut it in half to half a million. Damn, now you don't went from 50,000 to 25,000. Now please, sis. Now again, it's your womb that's overtaxed that they telling you gave birth to slaves. All right.
Right.
How the fuck did 25,000 turn into 50 million? Please explain that to me, sis. And by the way, the other part that these pan goofy bastards don't want to deal with, you'd have to have all of your ancestors, half of them. If 10 generations back is 1,024 people, 512 of them would have to be African just for
Hey,
you to be half
Alabama,
African.
it's called multiplication. We
Yeah,
learned
you know, arithmetic,
multiplication
the math
and we
ain't math.
started multiplying
Yeah.
and
We don't
binary
die.
numbers.
We're baby's kids. But again,
Well,
sis,
if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it paper genocide that changed the numbers?
it's absolutely all about paperwork. So
Okay.
again, liars figure. Figures don't lie. Liars figure. Okay? There's liars, damn liars, and statisticians, if you haven't heard that phrase. Okay,
Yes.
so again, I'm dealing with the numbers they say. And that's slavevoyages.org with the white massa that handed it over to Skippy Gates. If you haven't heard of David Eltis, this is one of the white degenerate European descendants. And even his numbers has said in the 1870 census was less than 1%. Sis. Now, again, they claim, again, using their numbers, they claim at the end of slavery from 1865 to 1870, which would be that first census after the end of the Civil War, 4 million so-called slaves, whether you call it indentured service or whatever, but it's 3.9 rounded up to 4 million, right? 10% is 400,000 of 4 million, correct?
Yes.
1% is 40,000. Are you following? Are you picking up what I'm putting down, sis?
Absolutely.
So now I've gone from 50,000 to 40,000 to 25,000. Do you feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It's not.
So between 25 to 50,000, still explain to me how that turns into 50 million. That don't make sense.
Just like
It
Brother
don't
OG
make sense.
said, the math is not mathing.
So then, does any nigga in the woodpile eradicate all the Americanness of you? Even a European in the woodpile, does it wipe out all the? See what I'm saying, sis? Going back 10 generations is 1,024 people that make up you.
Right.
If you're able to map each of those persons, 512 of them would have to be African for you to be half African. You feel me, sis?
Mm-hmm.
Not this shit, oh, I found an African jigaboo in the woodpile. That's called the one drop rule. And who came up with that shit, sis? Them folk.
Right. These pale Europeans.
Now, stay with me now. Stay with me, sis, because I'm going to land here for those in the short bus and the peanut gallery. These same degenerate motherfuckers, I know you've heard of Walter Ashby Plecker and the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. So this is still now 3 centuries from the Mayflower of 1620. Okay. So for 300 years until 1924, this miraculous white nigga with an afro then declared there are only 2 categories of people, white and colored, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to add insult to injury, now I'm going to say all the powerful people in the House of Burgess, that's the legislature in Virginia, are the descendants of one Aboriginal. What's her name? What's her name, sis? Foxy man. What's her name?
Is it Pocahontas?
Oh, ain't that? Did they bust that womb wide open?
Mm-hmm.
They take and notice they go to an Aboriginal grandmama.
Right.
They don't never say shit about Paw Paw.
Right.
Because Paw Paw is a colonizer rapist, right? So when you're talking about anyone with a Spanish language surname, that would be what? The descendant of a Spanish conquistador or a Portuguese colonizer?
Correct.
But you are indigenous because you got a black abuela, sis? You feel me? You see the trick of nigganology here? And then they tell you one drop of African nigga blood makes you an African nigga slave, while one drop of Aboriginal American Indian makes them what, sis? And if it don't make you that, how about $5?
Native American.
How about $5?
Right.
Now you got to the paper genocide that we just
$5
described for you, sis.
Indian.
Right. Yep.
The Racial Integrity Act, the categorization of the American, known as the Negro, to be colored, and to then claim the white, pale, degenerate descendant, because that's what it says in the definition of American, now applied to the descendants of Europeans. Doesn't say Arab, doesn't say Asian, doesn't say African, doesn't say Hispanic. So who's the criminal again, sis? This is not to dismiss or disparage your ancestry. This is them talking about them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I answered your question, but I will
You
say
did.
once again,
You did. And
the American is indigenous to where they originate. And I yield. I got a train screaming in the background.
Yeah, we hear you, Alabama. Handle your business, brother. We had a train. But yeah, let me shout out the chat for real quick. Shout out, I am on the panel, Foxy Moon, my brother Alabama. None your business. Emperor's Goddess, Namaste, Elk Bay. My brother Juice, Mac V Productions, D. Allen Warren. I got you. The legend of my Naga Charlie. I got you. I just modded you up. Good seeing you, brother. My brother Darius McNair, old dude. Who else came through? Tone, appreciate you, Tone. Poison Puppet. Ray Ohio, all alone. I see you out there. Welcome. JT Get Money. I see you out there. Keep coming back. Y'all will get modded up, man. Wale, Royal and Loyal, Foxy Moon. Who else? MacV. My brother, Greedy Vegan, TYT Media. Shout out to everybody in the house, man. I appreciate everybody's support, man. The link's in the chat if you want to come up. Flat motherfucking power, man. Peace and love to everybody.
Yeah, salute to the chat. Peace.
So, sis, after having said those things, which I hope I didn't confuse those listening, your womb has then been suggested to be a slave factory. What's your take on that? Because this argument of American chattel slavery, how does that sit with you as the vessel of these slave babies, allegedly?
Thank goodness I'm in the time where I can say that it pisses me off. Because if I was in that time, I'd probably be beaten to death for going and saying, no, you can't enter my body. Yeah, that's it. Point blank. That pisses me off. And this is where that religious and some religious sets, well, most of them do that to their women. They use not only just chattel slave, but it's the women also that they will have as servants. And not too long ago, a wife couldn't, divorce her husband or report that her husband assaulted her because that's his wife and that's her property, that's his property, and he could do whatever he wants to her. If the wife says, no, I don't feel like doing it, he can wrestle her up and put her down.
Patriarchy and the subjugation of womanhood. Are you familiar with the rule of thumb?
No, but that's why I was mentioning about the patriarch, that this is the problem.
Well, in their culture, and again, we talking about them folk who are of European descent, that a man was not authorized to beat his wife and therefore his children, his household, with a rod wider than his thumb. That's the rule of thumb, sis, if you didn't know that. So just the notion of that alone tells you the insecurity of white male dominance. And all of these religious beliefs are lifting up a white man on a cross. Now, Jesus is a white man, right?
You got come on, Alabama, man. Come
by
on,
default, then Jesus's father must be a white man, correct?
Come on, Alabama.
In addition, the doctrine of discovery, which has been instituted specifically on this land, my dear sister, that the ruling from the Supreme Court in 2005 said all property law is based on that edict of theft. So then, since this is just my opinion, Foxy Mill. So if we have a Roman imperial problem, do you think we would require a Roman imperial resolution?
That's for the Vatican to decide.
Yes and no, dear. Because the Pope ran to Canada 3 years ago now, at the end of this month, March 30th, 2023, and supposedly denounced, not renounced, and certainly didn't rescind the doctrine of discovery as immoral and illegal. Now, of course, we're still leaving it in their hands to undo the evil they've done since 1452, dear. That's what we're waiting on. Sounds like we're waiting on the white man's favor.
I mean, I don't know if we're waiting on it, but that's their, like Brother I Am said, that's their problem. Like, I mean, we don't have the some of us don't have the authority to go and challenge the Vatican. And we know that the Vatican, it's really a big conglomerate that rules the world.
Well, ironically, the resolution is with the statement you made about paper genocide, because all of the facts and the records, all of the paperwork is evidence of the crime. We don't have to prove anything. I know we keep twisting ourselves in pretzels as if we're going to convert and convince the so-called good white people, if you will. But they're condemning themselves. All we need to do is to stand on the facts of the matter. You feel me, sis? And that's what we're failing to do when we continue to let other people call us something, not deal with what is the actual American. You feel me now what I'm saying? And standing on that, that's the only authority on this land called America. Does that make sense?
So we deal with what's going on here, like the brother said.
I did not disagree with I am. I think that we're just not in the right frame of mind.
Not all of us, but most of us are.
Yeah, I would say the Christians are not in the right frame of mind. The Muslims, our people who is claiming to be Christians, Muslims, and Jews and Israelites, they are not in the right frame of mind because that means that takes them over into the East instead of being right here, origin right here in America. So again, OG Philly has perfected the blueprint when it comes to that. I don't see any better blueprint than that. I mean, if the blueprint is perfect, there's no need to changing it. So as long as we continue to think that we Israelites, Hebrews from the East, Egyptians, Canaanites, Muslims, Christians from the East, then yeah, our mindset's going to be messed up. Period. Bottom line, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. And OG Philly is perfected. I mean, to me, he's perfect. I got to give honor where honor is due. I mean, if I see a blueprint, if a man got the right blueprint or a woman got the correct blueprint and it's perfect, ain't no sense in me changing it. I'll just follow it. I don't care who created it. I don't care if a woman or male created it. If it's perfect, just follow it. If the blueprint is correct.
But even if you're saying that I am, follow what and to do what?
Okay, quickly. He's saying we need to leave those religions, those Eastern religions alone. I'm paraphrasing. If I'm wrong, OG, you can let me know. We need to get away from them, leave them alone. Don't believe in them. Stop trusting in them. All those Eastern religions, aka Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Yahwehism, Allah, Buddhist, Judaism, Israelites, Hebrewism, all that. Leave all those religions alone. I'm not saying you can't study them and learn them, but don't believe in them as if they're our origin or for us. And if we do that, that's going to help us understand who we are in America, in the Americas. If we do that. And I feel OG is 100% correct on that. The blueprint is perfect. There's no error in it. If it was error in it, I would say something. Just like I told him about, okay, yeah, there's a source of power. I think that's his only error that I can see at this point. At this point, I mean, I don't know everything he say because I don't listen to it every day. But other than that, man, OG Philly is on point, man. All this stuff is BS. Is we don't need it. It's not for us, and we need to get away from it, separate from it, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, financially, and politically, and economically, and et cetera. And all this male and female opposition, that's stupid. That comes from the Bible. I'll give you an example. In Genesis chapter 3, it talks about, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman. Why are you putting enmity between a male and a female? That's stupid. That's dumb. So that God that did that, who want to serve a God that puts enmity between a male and a woman? No one, I don't want no God like that. So we need to get away from that. A lot of these, we need to get away from that. Men and women don't supposed to be naturally in opposition with each other. That's stupid. It's supposed to be a harmony. It's supposed to be natural to be able to get along and to do things together and to build together and stuff like that. It's some ignorant stuff.
Exactly. And also in the Bible, it does say that in the part I think is Ecclesiastics or I can't remember which book, but it's in the Newer Testament that you should be equally yoked to your helpmate. And I was brought up Christian, but I challenged, and I went to Catholic school for 9 years. I challenged all that I was taught from both. That it made me want to then study Islam and convert to becoming a Muslim. And who was giving me some teachings were these Sunni brothers. And every week I would, talk to them, challenge them. I even spoke to the Hebrew Israelites. I was talking to the conscious community, the Nation of Islam. But these Sunni brothers had some books out. Oh, read some books of Malachi Z. York, the Nuwapians. So he gave me one book and told me to read it. Come back next week, and it was a book about what women's role is as Muslims. Again, this is Sunni. This is not the Nation of Islam, which is the offshoot. So it said that the woman needs to walk. She needs to be 5 paces behind her husband. If she's menstruating, she's considered unclean, which also is mentioned in the Bible, but she's considered unclean. She cannot sleep in the bed with her husband for 7 days. She cannot cook for her family for 7 days. I gave him back the book and told him, no, thank you, and never converted because, again, I'm not subservient. I'm equally yoked to my partner. I am the helpmate, but I cannot be subservient. I will not sleep, not in the same bed with my husband. I didn't grow up that way. So it was hard for me to go and convert to that type of religion.
Yeah, you don't have to convert to religion. Religion is man-made, like OG Philly keeps saying.
Absolutely.
So it's all man-made. So if a person wants to comply to those religious standards, then they can.
Right.
But if they don't want to, they don't have to. It's all about treating each other right when it comes to male and female. I don't understand why men and women don't get along. Well, I do understand because it's been the seed sold, but naturally, women and men are supposed to be able to get along naturally. It's just a natural
Oh,
thing.
but hold on now. See, that's called coercion. You know, the seed of dissension or the enmity in the womb, whether you take it from scripture or not, this battle of the sexes is again external. Everything that we're talking about, I don't care what it is, it's been brought to us by others.
That's
So
what he
I'm not
said,
saying the resolution is going to come from ejecting all these people, because I have no problem with the mass deportation scheme that Steve Miller and the criminal in the Oval Office are trying to implement. They just think they're going to be exempt. You feel me, sis? So I'm going to encourage you both. I hope you will take the time tomorrow evening to engage the sister with the ongoing discussion of who you calling black. And that'll be tomorrow evening, 7 Eastern. I am.
Who's doing
We
that?
want to
Who's doing
try
that
to
show?
focus on we want to try to focus on a Q&A session tomorrow
Who's doing that show, I'm
because
saying? Who's doing that show tomorrow?
right here, same bad
Oh, okay.
time, same bad channel, right here on Phillies.
I got
Oh,
it
okay.
across the screen now. I'm screen sharing it right now.
Oh,
What
okay.
y'all looking at?
All right, let me look.
So yes, Sister Foxy Moon, feel free to pop in and engage on Sister tomorrow. What I'm trying to encourage is to get our women on one accord and start getting us in our right frame of mind. You feel me, sis? Because until we are thinking in appropriate fashion, our behavior cannot change. It will not change. We're going to keep going like a dog chasing his tail. We're going to be at each other's throat. Divide and conquer is the rule of the day. The
I'm not
Hegelian
ignorant.
dialectic and the cognitive dissonance that comes from picking and choosing a team. Okay? Political, sports, idol worship. I don't care what it is. This is all external, brought to the American for him or her to choose to attach yourselves to a foreigner. You got me, sis?
Okay, but that's what OG Philly keep teaching. He constantly. I hear him constantly teaching what you just said. He constantly teach. He just don't say it that way. He just say it his own way. But that's what he keep teaching. I'm gonna say that's the blueprint. That's perfect. We don't need these religions. We don't need Islam, Christianity, because they just make us divided against each other. It makes men and women be in opposition. It's stupid. I don't understand, man. Normally, a man's gonna let a woman do what she want to do as long as it's not wrong. He don't even care. Like me, I don't care what a woman do, as long as she don't bother me and try to hurt me and kill me. Do what you do. You free. Ain't my slave. If you want to serve me, serve me. If you don't. It's that simple. People making this stuff too complex. And I mean people when I mean these religions make it complex. They divide Genesis 3 put that enmity, that hatred between male and female. And then we're gonna believe in it. And when you believe in the Bible, then you believe in that enmity supposed to be there. The enmity is not supposed to be there like that. And OG brings all that out. That's probably why he got a good family and a good relationship with his. I think he said he was married.
So,
You're not
sis,
going
if
to get
I
me to come again.
understand what you said your lineage was to be, it's between the Commonwealth and the Communist Empire. Am I correct? Because one of those islands
Yes,
was in the British Commonwealth,
right.
and the other one, we know Cuba, is considered a part of the Communist Empire.
Well,
But now,
that was pre-communist.
right,
Well,
you
no,
talking about
actually,
Batista,
yeah.
Batista, etc. Okay,
Petita, yes,
so
yes. Hmm.
right, so what is it? Have you traveled there recently?
Nope.
Have you ever gone back to the island?
Went to Jamaica almost
Well,
three
in
decades
Cuba
ago.
specifically, what's your understanding on how the supposed melanated ethnic Cubans are treated and respected as different to what be in Jamaica? I say, even though
Well,
you had the experience in Jamaica, you may not have had the experience in Cuba. But is it
I've
your
never had the
understanding?
experience, but I've watched documentaries, and I hear, that so for better lack of words, the Black Cubans are still treated unjustly. Some fear that they're doing all right, but for the majority of the part, they're still, ostracized or outcast. They're in the hills. They're not in Havana as much. But then again, like I said, I never had my foot to the ground there, so I don't know. I'm just observing as a third person.
And how do you feel the colorism is in Jamaica?
It's not as prevalent, but it's still there because you do have dark skin Jamaicans, women bleaching out their skin because the colonization is there. But it's not as, the colorism isn't as bad as it is in Cuba, but because Jamaica is the melting pot as well, you got Asians, Indians, East Indians there. You have Africans, and then you have the indigenous people. So that's also a emergent of other cultures and ethnicities brought over to Jamaica. So it's not as culturally bad. I think they're all on one accord, but there is some colorism going on in Jamaica.
So, how did you feel about the outpouring of grief for the death of Elizabeth? Did you
Um,
travel before or after that happened?
I've never, like I said, I've never been to Cuba.
No, I meant to Jamaica because
I haven't
Jamaica
been to
is a part of the
Jamaica
British
in,
Commonwealth.
yes, I haven't been to Jamaica in about 3 decades.
Okay. So then you would be looking at it on TV like the rest of us. So,
Correct.
what is your
Shout out
feeling on
today's
their
blessing. I see today's blessing. Go ahead, Alabama.
what's your feeling about the outpouring of grief for the colonizer? The German, by the way, most people don't know the
Yeah,
Windsors are
German.
German.
Mm-hmm. Saxagolpa or whatever their name is. I don't have any feeling. That's how they feel. That's
Now
I
I've said this
have
is
no opinion on that.
don't take personal offense, but I have said that
No, I'm not.
the
I'm not.
big
I'm
apple.
not.
No,
I'm
just hear me out. Just hear me out for a second. This is just
good.
my take on it. That the absolute crime scene is the Big Apple. So now let's address the so-called nation of immigrants narrative they like to push. So
Mm-hmm.
but I would say the vast majority, maybe New York's first and Miami is second, let's say, is
Mm-hmm.
where this alleged melting pot and what Tariq and others of his ilk in the FBA column would say is tetherism. Now,
Yeah.
you're not a tether because you're an immigrant. Tether is a behavior. You feel me,
Correct.
sis?
Correct. I'm aware of that.
So if you are undermining the American known as the Negro by such uh, debased, degenerative commentary of, you don't work hard, you're lazy, blood clot, you know what I'm saying, sis? Those
Mhm.
type of things.
Right.
And then you go and try to insinuate yourself with the colonizer here, but you won't go back home and kick their white ass out. What's
Mm-hmm.
up with that? What's up with that, sis?
Then that would be what Tariq is talking about. That the tether, fixed to the Black American, but you're not going back to your country and banging on them. But he plays
But you
devil's
want to get the
advocate.
benefits that come from the programs that we're actually denied. Now, we fought for them, not just the civil rights movement, not just ending Jim Crow and segregation, redlining, all the other things, gentrification, that have
Right.
come from our personal suffering and experience. The black immigrant comes here and dismisses. Not you, I'm not saying you,
No,
sis.
absolutely. Because
I'm
it's not
saying
only Jamaicans, it's Africans that'll come over here and put their nose up in the air. You got the Pakistanians and whatnot that got cornered. And they moved out the mom and pop bodegas and got delis up here, and they're giving grants, right? But you still have Black Americans in the community. You still have for better lack of words, Hispanic, Puerto Ricans, and Cubans that have been here since the 40s and the 50s that can't get grants to open up their businesses, but they will give the businesses to these Pakistanians and whatnot and open up these delis. The government will give them $5,000 to open up these businesses. No
now,
redlining.
do you think it's a disingenuous position to have when they keep telling us these refugee stories? I came here penniless and all this type of stuff. Will not acknowledge that they get 5 to 7 years tax-free status, the loans, as you just said, extended to them, the fact that their documents and their papers, whether work visas, student visas, or green cards, either designate them as Caucasian or white.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you paid attention when Michael Blackson, who's famous for the "I'm under the bed black" joke, or 1159 black, when he became a naturalized citizen, he redacted his documents on the internet
Mm.
because he didn't want you to see that he had been considered a Caucasian or a United States citizen, essentially, as a white person.
Right.
So this is a disingenuous position to have as an immigrant who comes here to benefit at the expense of the American known as the Negro, sis.
Right.
You feel me? Again,
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to cause division or to spout hate. I'm objective as a journalist, okay? So the facts are what they are. They're either true or false. Now, if these people are being propped up by their governments, and I would say specifically the Red Dot Hindustanis and the Chinese invasion, now, in the 21st century, since the year 2000, do you know on average both of those nations sent over 100,000 of their young people to schools here to become engineers, mechanical, electrical, computer engineers? And that would mean after 25 years, about 2.5 million of them have benefited at our expense, the same colleges that we can't get in.
And also
Did you
have
know
the
that?
laws protected by them as well. The
Yeah, but
Asian
Alabama,
bill that was passed with Barry Obama, right? They get benefit, they get protected. But as long as so-called Black people keep putting, and I say so-called with no disrespect, because when you're using those terms, they know that that term is legally dead, right? But if you keep putting that on a status, they're not paying any attention. But if you put Asian, you'll get the Asian crime bill and it gets passed. But the so-called Black American can't get that same protection. They don't get that act for them.
a lot of this stuff is a disposition. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with Alabama, but if you call yourself Black or Indian or Asian, but you are truly indigenous to the Americas, then that's what ultimately matters. You have to know within your soul and within your mind and your spirit that you are indigenous to the Americas, whether you're calling yourself Black or not. And then we cannot get caught up in their paperwork. Yes, their paperwork are relevant and when it comes to trying to maneuver in their system, but you can also have your own paperwork, even if they don't acknowledge it. So this thing is deeper than just, or greater than just, oh, their paperwork. No, okay, if somebody call you out your name, do you have to agree with that? No, you don't.
No.
You have to know who you are from within. And I think OG Philly spoke on that too, but as well. So to confirm, you can call me a nigga if you want to or whatever. I don't care. At the end of the day, that's not going to change who I am and who I know I am.
Right.
I am who I am. That's why I say I'm the I am. So it doesn't matter what somebody else call me. They can call me whatever, sucker, sorry, weak, whatever. As long as I know who I am.
Right.
I don't care what the government say. Okay, I'll play the game. Okay, you want to come in there? Okay, I'm black, whatever. Okay, but
Right.
I know I'm indigenous. Okay, now what? I'm still maneuver in this situation that we in as an individual and as a collective, and get the benefits that I'm trying to get the benefits of, and get the and accomplish the goals that I'm trying to accomplish. I don't put too much time into the paperwork stuff. Some people can, that's fine. If they good and skilled in that area, fine. But I ain't about to go change my name and all that just to
Right.
prove to the so-called system that that's not me. No, I'm okay. You say I'm this. I don't have to mark that I'm that, but if I do, I still know who I am within.
Correct.
And then I'm gonna have the energy from coming from my soul and from my spirit and my mind, emanating that out, and you're gonna perceive, okay, they can't get over on me like that. They can't do that to me because I'm not that.
Exactly.
A lot of people out here walking around here like they really don't. They don't know. They just a criminal. They want to be criminal. They want to be murderers. Okay, well, then you might get murdered inside your car by a police officer because your mindset ain't even right.
Exactly.
A lot of this stuff going because people's mindsets not even right, or they don't understand, or they don't even know.
They would be like the Walking Dead, then, brother. They would be shells of themselves. They're not there's they lack the soul that they need, that they should be embodied with.
Because nobody's gonna come just do anything to me. Because
Right.
my spirit just ain't gonna even let them do that. I don't carry myself like that. You just can't do anything to me. You may say something and you may not even say it because I carry myself where you're not gonna say that to me.
Mm.
And if you say something to me, I might not even react to it because I'll be like, okay, you the fool. You the one that's ignorant. I know who I am, and keep it moving. And I'll fight the battles I want to fight the wars I want to fight. So this stuff is deeper than just paper. This paper can be burnt. Papers can be changed. Information can be changed on paperwork. I'm not gonna buy into that paperwork stuff. That's cool. Those who want to do it, cool. But at the end of the day, if you don't truly know that's who you are, you just did your paperwork for no reason.
Right.
You gotta know who you are as an individual.
My pushback to that is like, because I've been sitting on that for like the past almost 10 years. But I keep questioning, if I changed all my paperwork and I changed my status and X, Y, and Z, but I'm still operating in the corporation, how does it, I don't know, like that's just me personally. And I'm just like, how does that work? Because like I follow some brothers that have changed their status and things of that nature, but like, I have certain things that I still have to be tied into the corporation with.
And
And
they keep the memory of your old name. They were like, what was your alias? They still gonna want to know that. At the end of the
right.
day, when you change your name, you're gonna have to tell them what your alias was.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, which means that's a paper trail.
Right.
So it's not like they're gonna erase it from history. I'm not knocking people that doing it. I'm not doing
Well,
it
no,
because to
me
me it ain't
neither.
working. Only
Me
way I
neither.
would do it, only way people should do it if they're gonna get some type of political,
Right.
financial,
Yes.
economic gain. If you can get some gain without hurting anyone by doing that, then fine, do
Right.
that. But I'm not getting any financial gain by changing all that stuff. Some people may. I don't know too many people that are, but the ones that are, then cool. Well, God, Almighty bless them. But
Right.
I'm not about to do that because when if you change your name, they're gonna ask you what's your alias, what names have you went by, and then you're gonna have to list those on there with that social security number. Even if you get a different social security number, you still gotta list those aliases. So hey, fine. No, I am who I am. You can't change it. You can try to change it in your paperwork, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna know, and my paperwork gonna know, because I got paperwork too.
Well, let me give you both a thought on this paperwork thing. Okay. So, regardless of what the paperwork says, the evidence proves they're displacing the actual American. See, what we have to do, this is back to, that muscle called discernment. We have to actually exercise that. So, like any muscle unused, it atrophies. Kind of like the muscle between our ears, these brain cells. They're not effectively being used because we keep regurgitating shit from other people. Now, what the paperwork will show, it will show the criminals involved in the crime. You feel me, Foxy Moon? So I'm not asking you to go pursue paperwork. I'm saying any paperwork you acquire needs to be filtered in the right consciousness. You feel me? So, for example, when you go back, to Jamaica and or Cuba, and I think you will for your children's sake at some future time, you will find where your ancestors were displaced from a crime documented on paper. You see what I'm saying, sis?
Well, they've obliterated some of those paperwork, so even that,
Oh, I'm
I
sure
can't.
they did.
Yeah.
I'm sure they did. But even if they burned and did whatever subterfuge that they've done, the documentation of merit today, ironically, you familiar with the UN Indigenous Rights of Indigenous People and the American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People? That's UNDRIP and ADRIP. Both of those particular documents need to be in the hands of all Americans from the tip of the North Pole to the bottom of Chile. You feel me, sis? Because only the indigenous peoples have these things authorized by your birthright. The problem with us is not enforcing it. You feel me, sis? So if you have a slave mentality, you don't even own yourself, right?
Right.
So you can't act in an authority. You see what I'm saying? But that's just a state of mind. I mean, who actually is a slave?
But you know what? The
Yeah.
UN don't give you that. Can't you got to have that authority from with? That's like I mention the creator all the time, the source of power. The UN don't give me no authority on who I am. I got to get that authority from the creator.
No paperwork, no constitution grants you anything. It documents what is being violated, bro. This is why
No, I'm not.
I hope I'm making myself clear. You
You
can
making
pick
yourself
up
clear?
what I'm putting down.
Yes,
All
you're making yourself clear.
paperwork does is identify the crime.
I agree with you.
Okay?
What I'm saying is the UN though, who are not related to
I
me.
don't care what the body is, the organization, the governmental structure. What I'm saying is addressing the statements you all are making about paperwork. Okay?
No, I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying your
Okay.
paperwork
So
can possibly prove that these people have did certain things. But what I'm saying is that paperwork don't give me the authority to be who I am. That comes from somewhere else. That's what I'm saying.
And my own right, and my thing with that is, yeah, I mean, you brought up the UN, so we're just responding on the UN. But as far as with the paperwork and stuff, I'm in agreement with I am that, it doesn't matter what paperwork says, is who I am and what I am and how I carry myself. And first and foremost, I'm a human. Now, according to the corporation, skin complexion, can determine who's looking suspect or not. That's them. But I carry myself as a human first and foremost. And if I change my status, I think it's only like if you have commerce, or there's some political, or you're trying to obtain land and things like that. And I'm not there, so I don't think I should or could change my status yet, because I don't know. I have questions. I've spoken to people about it, and it still has to resonate within me at the end of the day to change and move forward. Because it's not just me; it would be my children's status that I have to change, and it's bigger than that. And I'm just like, okay, but I'm still operating. I still move in the corporation, and we've seen what, even if you have a different license plate and things of that nature, the corporation's foot soldiers still give you a problem. It's just a lot. And I think it's also like legal things. And again, I'm not in that legal spectrum. I don't have legal debt. I don't have, I gotta get baby mama issues and all that, baby father. I don't have those issues. So that's where I see I don't need to really change my status and change my name and all that stuff to get off the corporation.
Yeah, I'm leaving my name as what my mama and my father
Right.
gave me, and I'm cool with that. And then I know who I am, so I don't care what you call me. I don't care what the state call me. But like Alabama was saying, if it do let you know it can let you know that, okay, these people have done these things. It can let you know that. But then history and observation will let you know that as well. In present day history, let you know what these people are, because they're doing the same thing they did in the past. It's not like they're doing anything different.
Absolutely.
I ain't against neither. I'm not against that. I'm just saying that for me and a lot of people who is beginning to know who they truly are and learning who they are, man, I'm not caring about no paperwork. You want to call my ancestors a nigga, fine. You want to call them a nigga, call them a nigga. Okay, but that don't mean I gotta accept that. And if you want to call me a nigga, you cool. You want to do that, that's you. But I don't have to respond to it, at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to respond to it on a legal matter either. I'm like, who is that? I don't know who that is. So this thing is like it's a lot of it's mental and spiritual and soul in your soul. I'm not bound to what the Europeans say. I'm not bound to what a so-called black person say. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to be ignorant. I don't have to be a murderer. I don't have to be a robber. I don't have to be a drug dealer. I don't have to do none. I don't have to be bisexual. I don't have to be a whatever. I don't have to be none of that. And I'm not going to be none of that. And can nothing make me be that. I don't have to be an Israelite either. And I can still believe in the Creator. See, what they want to do, what the Israelites want to do, and the Christians and Muslims, if you don't believe in their God, then you don't believe in the source of power. I do believe in the source of power. Whether and I still reject Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, and Yahwehism, and the Israelite God, because I know that God is lying in many ways. I don't see no significance in animal sacrifices. The animals didn't sin. I don't need no blood sacrifices. Those animals didn't sin. You did the sin. You should be whooped for your own crimes. No, you can't offer no sacrifice, blood sacrifice, human sacrifice for your sins. No, you got to deal with that problem yourself. You did it, not the animal. So I don't have to bow down to that. And thank God for OG Philly, who's standing firm on that. And I appreciate him doing that, because that's helping me stand firm on that. He's a pathfinder for me. You see what I'm saying? So it's not but Alabama he got a whole nother level. And I'm not saying he's wrong on anything he's saying. I'm saying that he know how to maneuver in the system very well. It's obviously that's what it sounds like. So and that's cool. Some people do, some people don't. And the ones that don't better not try to do what Alabama is doing and speaking, because they're gonna get caught up. And then you're gonna have more problems. You got to know how to maneuver in a system in order to be fluent and proficient and successful. And when you don't know how to move in that system, don't do it that way. Move in the system that you know and the level that you at. And then when you gravitate or advance in that level, then you can maneuver in that level. Because there's levels to this thing. But I'm not going to be fighting against women and stuff, and all women and men fighting in opposition to each other. That's some ignorant stuff. I think that's very immature and silly. If you don't want something, okay, you don't want it. You can't make a woman do it. You can't make a man do it. Let them people be free. As long as they're not hurting and harming you, let a man and a woman be free to do what they want to do. As long as they're not harming you and hurting you. And if you don't agree with it, you let them know you don't agree with it. If you agree with it, you agree with it. What a true love at, they say. People talk about this love. This love, true love at. You don't supposed to be trying to hurt people out here.
Right.
If you don't love me, don't love me. If you don't hate me, if you hate me, then do that. Just be yourself. This stuff is wacko. And the reason why is what OG Philly keeps saying. It's the Christianity, it's the Judaism, it's the Islam, it's these Bibles, it's these religions. Yes, it's a lot of good stuff in these religions, but they have mixed it with so much corruption. It's almost beneficial to just throw it away. He said get rid of all of it, though. If I'm not mistaken, he said get rid of all of it. Don't even keep none of it. I'm keeping the creator, though, the source, but I'm getting rid of their religions. And it's that simple to me.
That's how I feel. That's why I said I gave up all those religions a long time ago, and looking, searching for self, and then came to consciousness of self, that I was like, okay, I don't need these religions. Now, do they have some nice little parables or what have you in there to make you think? Sure, absolutely. But
they do. For example, not drinking blood. Like, for example, not drinking blood. Okay, it's wise not to be drinking no blood. That's a wise thing. Okay, but I don't need to be an Israelite to know not to drink no blood.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't have to be. I don't even like King David. King David killed a man, or influenced a man to get killed, and he slept with his neighbor's wife. I don't want to. That's not my. He can't be my leader. So people honor King David like he's something special. How are you special when you don't slept with another man's wife?
Right.
And you the one said, you the one got the 10 Commandments from God, and you the one said, come on,
exactly.
man. Forget all that. I
But
don't care about
that's
King
the thing.
David. King David was a demon, as far as I'm concerned.
But see, and that's case in point that they use these religious sets or whatnot, the dogmas to keep another person subservient. So they'll tell you, oh, that's in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's wife. But yet you still go ahead and do that. Thou shalt not kill. I think that's the first commandment. And that's exactly what they've been doing every day.
Manifest Destiny, being an Israelite is condoning to, and I thank God for OG Philly. Manifest Destiny is condoning to, believing in the God of Israel is actually, whether you know it or not, you actually condoning manifest destiny in the doctrine of discovery. It goes hand in hand. They're the ones use that book to go and say, okay, we got a right to go conquer all these indigenous people on these lands.
Right.
They use the Bible or in the Torah and the Tanakh to do it. And then once we convert it, we do it to each other. We become in agreement with them, an alliance, allies. So now you got brothers and sisters who start these major organizations like the Church of God in Christ and the Methodist Church, and then we go around and convert other people of indigenous people. Even though we're indigenous, we convert them to the manifest destiny doctrine and the doctrine of discovery to undermine them and destroy them and get them out their land and out their original standing in life or status. It's that simple.
I agree.
The Jewish people really don't have no authority over anything. We let them have authority because we're following, like what OG Philly said, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. If we stop following that stuff and stop believing in that stuff and stop endorsing in that stuff and stop advertising that stuff, then that breaks the chains of bondage that they have over us.
Yep.
It's that simple. He made it simple. I don't agree with Dr. OG. I don't agree with Dr. OG Philly that much on hardly anything except that one particular thing. I do believe there's a source of power that I don't have necessarily absolute control. I don't have absolute control over. And I do believe in that power. But it's not the God of Israel. The God of Israel says it's that power. See, when you read those books, the God of Israel says it's that power. But the God of Israel is not the source of power. Islam or the Allah is not the source of that power, but it tells you they are. Jehovah's Witnesses says, okay, now we're the source of that. Our God is the source of that power. Christianity says the same thing. We're the source, but those entities are not the source of that power. I'm not going to reject that power just because they're saying they're the source of that power. I found out now, with the help of OG Philly and other people, in my own personal studies, that those forces, those entities, those people, those Bibles and those people who created those Bibles, they are not the source of that power.
Now,
I'm not going to
at the
reject that
risk
power.
of standing only on religious dogma, because that seems to be where you keep going and circling the drain.
Religion and political
Can
is
we
the same
circle
thing.
back? Can we circle back to the video? Did you see the video about the 10 things that black people were not allowed to do, Foxy Mel? Did you
No,
see that video earlier?
no.
A lot of the dilemma is the creation of a black condition. This has nothing to do with religion. No, all the belief systems have come over here from the entire planet and agreed to shit on the American known as the Negro because of creating a black condition. Now, sis, what's your thoughts on that? And not whether we call ourselves black, not whether we call ourselves niggas. I'm talking about the condition that was laid out in that video. Don't make eye contact with the white man. Wolf whistling and reckless eyeballing got Emmett Till lynched. And lynching has happened as recent as during COVID. Here in Houston, supposedly 3 young men, considered black and a Hispanic, mysteriously unalived themselves by hanging. Now, really? Foxy?
Well, I
Really?
mean, we
I mean,
know it's not true.
So then this black condition that is created by a people who want to be white and believe in white superiority, that is a religion of sorts, isn't it?
Yeah, but the black condition is Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. OG
No,
Philly broke it down.
let's put a pin on that. Okay, we
That's
get
what it is.
that you want to keep banging on whether religion is good or bad.
Black
I am
condition is
talking
that.
about. I am speaking specifically to a condition targeting a people exclusively. Foxy Moon, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The
There's
American known as the Negro is being put in a specific condition so that all immigrants who are United States citizens,
mm-hmm.
all immigrants are extracting wealth, tax dollars, profit, and privilege at the expense of the American. You feel me, sis? What say you about that?
Well, I didn't see the video, so I can't really speak on that. But yes, there is this conditioning. It's a fanatic. I don't know if it's really a religion that, people want to be close to proximity, but it's definitely a Stockholm syndrome mindset.
So
Yeah, that black
then
condition is coming from
blackness
the
and
religions, though. So
whiteness, well, but now we are talking about what is pure evil. Now, again, there are some who will misconstrue what the scripture said. It is not money. It is the love of money is the root of all evil. Now, the money here has come from the belief in someone born a slave. That's what it's called, American chattel slavery, which is why it's described in history of all servitude and enslavement systems to be the peculiar institution. Is that your understanding, sis?
You gotta say that again. I'm sorry.
American chattel slavery is the basis of, I would argue today, global capitalism.
Oh yeah.
Because it took the American, known as the Negro, and turned him or her into a nigger slave or a commodity that is something owned by foreigners. All United States citizens think they can own an American Negro. You feel me, sis?
To this day, even though they told that the chattel slavery is over, no, to this day they
Well,
continue.
chop that up and how it's different in the island chain to the mainland.
Again, I cannot speak too much about the island because I never stayed there longer than a week, and I've lived all my life in the States, specifically New York City. So I can't talk about that, honestly speaking.
Do you think that people differentiate the North and the South in any way?
Oh, absolutely. And there is
So what
there's
would you say
differences.
is different?
Um, Case in point, prejudice, as we were talking about this yesterday on Brother OG's panel. Some people's ideas, some people don't think in the northern states that there's racism, and I have to beg to differ. Just because it's not overt and in your face as the southern and western states, it's still here. Still here. It's just not in your face like that.
I think our brother Copper Draco has joined. You got some 2 cents you want to stack on this?
Salute to the Capo Chico.
yeah, the root of our problem is like OG's Philly says. I think he says is these religions and these Bibles and these false gods. That's the root of all this problem. That all everything that you're saying of Alabama is just a result of the root problem. It's a result of the root problem, which is these religions, Bibles, and false gods that we believe in, these foreign gods that we believe in. Look, that's the root of it, period. At the end of the day, all of it.
No, I think again you're still misconstruing. I said, as the scripture said, the love of money. It doesn't matter what your philosophy is. It doesn't matter what your belief system is. Global capitalism, which is the pursuit of greed for profit's sake, is at the expense of the American known as the Negro. Do you understand what I'm saying, sis? I mean, because I don't want to be confusing here.
No,
I'm
it is, and
suggesting
it's still
go ahead.
going like this, i.e. sports, i.e. entertainment. Sam Cooke, rest his soul, was one of the icons back in the 60s that, his death is kind of shrouded in mystery and conspiracy, but however, he was going to have his own record label, like a Sony. And this was back in the 1950s when no Negro was going to be doing all that. They would make sure that that wasn't going to happen. And he
Do you think
supposedly
these
got shot.
moguls, the
Hold on, let me
Clive
drive this plane.
Davises,
Hold on, let me drive. Right, he would be equivalent if he was successful. He would have been equivalent to a Clive Davison, but they weren't having that, and so mysteriously he gets shot in a seedy motel room. Not to say that that couldn't happen, but it's just ironic that he was at the point where he was going to have his own, be his own conglomerate, and now he's taken out. So
did you know that similarly happened to Otis Redding?
absolutely, absolutely. So the chattel slavery, maybe not like the way it was in the 1800s, it still continues to this day under the guise of entertainment and sports. They buck break the athletes and do all kind of nefarious things to condition them. Same thing when you go into these entertainment realms, the Clive Davis, what you got to do to get in there. It's not just, oh, I have a God-given talent and I want to sing and I want to be somebody and I want to take my family out the hood. Yeah, well, there's a price to pay when you do that. And you are theirs. They own you. So that's a form of slavery.
And they're controlling all the currency and money, but literally produce nothing. Now, if that's not a parasitic relationship, I don't know what is. You still with us, Copper Draco, or did he drop?
I think he dropped.
Yeah, a lot of all that stuff about keeping brothers and sisters from having their own record labels and all that. That all that comes from the Doctrine of Discovery and Manifest Destiny. All this is the root of that. It's come from that. If they trying to put the Doctrine of Discovery on you and enforce that religion on you, then of course they're going to try to keep you or nullify you or stop you from having control of your own indigenous lands and territories and patents and all that type of stuff. All that comes together. It goes hand in hand. You can't separate the two. You cannot separate religion and politics from each other. People need to stop doing that. All that's hand in hand. It goes hand in hand. The political agenda and the religious agenda is the same as Manifest Destiny and Doctrine of Discovery, period. When something is perfect, I don't try to improve on it. If it's perfect, I leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I trying to, I can't perfect what OG Philly is teaching about this religion and the state and all that is perfect. There's no need, there's no room for improvement. Certain things you cannot improve on because it's perfect. Leave it alone.
And people get emotional behind it. That's why I don't really talk about religion and things of that nature or politics, because everybody everybody who has an asshole, that's what is this saying? Everyone who has an opinion like assholes, everyone has one. And then they get emotional about it. So yeah, if it's making sense for me, like Brother OG saying, then if you don't need that in your life and you can move so-called freely, then so be it. Leave it alone, because people will try to twist their views on you as far as they can and try to imprint and imply. And it's like, listen, that's not how I operate. It's not how I'm moving.
Well, the Creator gave us all a mind, right? If we
There's
believe in the Creator,
supposedly there's free will, right? That's what they tell us. That's what the Creator has, given us free will to make decisions. Do you?
Okay, so if we all got a mind, what we need the God of Israel for? I don't need I don't need to read no book to see what the God of Israel. The God of Israel ain't talking to me. That book is talking to me, but the God of Israel is talking to me through the book.
Right.
Okay, so I got my own mind, so I can listen to the Creator myself and listen to my parents, my ancestors, my sisters and brothers and uncles, and see what they got to say, and then I weigh it all out. Then I make a choice. I got my own mind.
Right.
We ain't weak like that. We weren't born to be weak like that, depending upon some book like that we don't even write, that we're not even influencing, and we're not even getting the money from it either. These people making tons of money off those Bibles and Torahs and Tanakhs and Qurans. We're not making no money off those books. No, I'm not putting my faith and confidence in those books like that. It says thou shalt not commit adultery, so that's idolizing them books. We do not supposed to idolize books like that. And then they're gonna
Or
say
anybody.
they're gonna say don't commit no adultery, but then they want us to idolize their book.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, brother? Like I said, I went to Catholic school for 9 years, right? From elementary to freshman year of high school. It's crazy because the Catholics believe in saints. They'll idolize the statues, the saints, but they have in the book, thou shalt not idol or worship anyone, any false or anyone but God. So this is why I started questioning all this stuff from a kid. Like, wait a minute, you telling me not to pray to the saints, yet you're praying to the saints. That shit was mind bugging. And I'm like, but y'all praying to, so it was becoming very hypocritical. I couldn't take it. And I told my mom, like, I don't want to participate in any of this stuff anymore. Like, I just can't. I need to come to my own enlightenment on my own. Like, I can't do this anymore. These people telling me it's this way when I'm seeing the hypocrisy of them using these books.
That's right. Then now you see why that's why OG Billy he go beyond what I would go, but he say, okay, forget God, forget all that. Now you see why he be saying forget God, forget all that. That's why I understand what he's saying. I just won't go that far with it. But I can see why he go that far, because look what the stuff, your testimony and other people's testimony, right? So again, the East is the East. If they want to blow themselves up, that's just more for me. Y'all want to, you Iranians, Iraqians, and Afghanistanians, and European Americans, and you wicked, crazy so-called African Americans want to go over there and blow each other up. Y'all do that.
Right.
Just leave America alone. Leave all the Americas, including the islands. Leave us alone, because we ain't participating in that foolishness. That's y'all stuff. Y'all want to believe, y'all say Babylon is over there. Listen, this is very important, right, Craig? Babylon, Samaria, Canaan, Israel, all that crap is over there. Not here, according to their philosophy and texts and scriptures, not ours. So if you all want to continue to fight and have Armageddon and all this other stuff over there, do it. Y'all blow each other up. That's more for us. And it's less, and then that's less we have to worry about with y'all, bringing y'all foreigners over here, trying to destroy us over here. Good. They deserve to die. They deserve to kill each other up because they want to be stupid. They deserve it. So if Israelites, Palestinians, when they blow each other up, blow each other up. Turkey, Europe, British, all y'all folks want to continue to play around with those religions and those fake religions and mythological religions, like OG Philly says. Then you want to kill each other up. That's y'all way over there. Cool. Just make sure y'all don't, we don't want all that poison from the air and getting in the ocean or the water coming over here when y'all blow each other up.
I mean, but like, we got our own battles at the same time. So it's like they're poisoning us. There's terrorism, domestic terrorism happening right now.
Why? Because those religious people are over here.
Well, but I mean, yeah, religion and these powers that shouldn't be. So it's like I could feel sorry as far as innocent people, women and children getting, losing their lives to those injustices that are happening out there. But at
that's
the
what I'm
same
saying.
time,
we don't want them. Don't bring that stuff over here.
no, but and rightfully so, and also because we also have our own issues going on over here that aren't being rectified. So, choose and pick your battle. My battle is here. I got to worry about what's going on here. I can't.
I'm not worrying about the East. I agree with you. I'm not worried about the
I'm not
Middle East.
invested over there. Like, this is
the
where
Middle East started the problem. The Middle East started these problems. So according to their book, the Middle East started this problem. Esau and Jacob and all them crazy Abrahamites started this problem, not us. So keep that crap over there. Don't bring that stuff over here. And all you that's over here who believe in that crap, why don't y'all go back? Why don't y'all go back over there and finish y'all battle? Don't bring that battle on this land, because Abraham, Israel, and Jacob, and Ismail, and Noah, and them ain't from over here. According to the text, they're not even from over here. Why are we tripping over what they doing? Let them Europeans do what they do. Go back over there, Europeans. All you Europeans and Germans and Russians, they want to be a part of that foolishness over there in Turkey and Iran and Iraq, Israel, Canaan, Judah, all those other Egypt. Y'all go back over there and play y'all little games and stupid games and kill up each other. Fine. That war did not even start over here. Why is that war? Why y'all trying to bring that war over here on this continent? Nah, but that's why OG Philly. I keep saying OG Philly got the blueprint on that because it's perfect. We over here, Judah, the tribe of Judah, Israel, Levites sacrificing animals, Jesus Christ dying on the cross. Man, all that foolishness is over there. Mary, son of Mary, is Paul, Apostle Peter. All that stuff ain't even from here. Why are we even engaging in that stuff? I don't even like engaging in that stuff no more. Because it's not me. Our people just been colonialized, evangelized, and believing that stuff is the truth. And that's why the problem is over here now. And then you got major corporations or religions like the Church of God in Christ and GOCC and all these Israelite camps, ISUPK, perpetuating that same drama that's over there. Y'all done brought that drama over here. None of these people that's preaching that stuff is even from over there. ISUPK, GOCC, Israelites United in Christ, ain't none of those people that I know of are from over there. But they believe in their doctrines and their teachings and their religions and their politics, and they done brought it over here. Now it's over here. And we got the problem. I'm not fighting your wars. I'll fight my war, but I'm not fighting their wars. I don't mind. I don't have a problem with border control, but I'm not about to border control theirs.
Right.
I don't care what goes. I mean, that's Israel. You border control. You want to control your borders over there? Do
it. I gotta push back on just the border part because, there has to be some extent. Like, so Texas, New York State, they're sanctioned states. New York City is a sanctioned state, a city, right? So when they had the migrants come over, now it's this, it flooded even more. And
no, I'm not saying we need the border. I'm saying we need the
border.
Yeah,
because I'm
like,
like,
I don't care about Egyptians' borders. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't care about Israel's and Palestine's and Iranian borders. That's their problem. We need to be concerned about the borders over here.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not. No, we need to. Yeah, we need to help. We don't. In fact, but the reason why we don't control our borders over here as indigenous people is because we allow foreigners who are Christians and Muslims and Israelites to control our borders.
Yep.
We have problems over here with our borders because we allow foreigners to control our borders and dictate what goes on with our borders and dictate what goes on when it comes to international trade and stuff like that. That's what we do. We're allowing. I ain't trying to put no names out there, but these presidents, they ain't not from here. Why are we electing foreigners to dictate what goes on an international and national and local level? That's ignorant. That's very ignorant and stupid. If you got a family, why are you letting a foreigner dictate what goes on in your personal home life? If you got a wife and kids, why are you letting a foreigner tell you what to do in your home? You're not going to do that naturally. So why are you doing it on a massive level? It's just stupid. But OG Philly is correct. We need to get rid of all that stuff. Burn all them books too. We don't even need them books. Even if we got to start from scratch, sometimes it's just better to start from scratch. A reset. We don't need them. We don't need them people like that. We'll figure out that you don't need to eat pork if you don't want to eat pork, and then if you still want to eat pork, eat pork. You just deal with the consequences of eating pork. Then. We don't have to make it no law. We're gonna kill you if you eat pork. No, you're gonna kill yourself, bro. We don't have to make nothing no law. These religion and politics go hand in hand with the Europeans. They'll tell you it don't. That's just to
Right. They
deceive
try to do
you.
the separation of church and state.
Yeah, but that's a lie. That's a lie. How you separate church and state when the person that's representing the state is a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid.
A so-called Christian.
Well, you know, he's a Christian according to their standards.
Yeah, exactly.
Because a Christian, according to their standards, is wicked. But they tell you through the book, oh, the Christians are righteous. No, you're not righteous. How are you righteous when you don't came to indigenous lands and destroyed these people?
So I am. Since you're going to stay on the religious tip, I'm going to try to redirect the conversation one more time. But
it's political,
the
sir.
actual term Christian was created by the Caesar, which means criminal. Now, most people don't know that. That's just the fact. The term Christian, Jesus was not a Christian. His name was not even Jesus. But again, the term Christian was created by the Roman emperor to identify those who were in rebellion, okay? Therefore considered criminals. The actual crucifixion was over sedition, okay? So now, back to the American known as the Negro. Again, I don't care what belief systems or philosophies are discussed. They are all out to get the nigga. You feel me, Fox Moon? See, we want to keep quibbling over how they're doing it. No, they're all doing it. Okay? And that's where we have to stand on who is an American. Everyone who is not got to go. I'm not telling y'all to agree with me, okay? This is my zero tolerance policy. I don't give a damn if you're from the dark side of the moon. Pack your shit, hit the bricks. Then maybe I could clean up my shit in my house. You feel me, sis?
100.
That's where the focus of the conversation should be. Again, just in my humble estimation.
Okay,
all
now,
this other shit is distractionary.
So
But
why
y'all
should
got it.
everybody? Why should so let me ask you this, Alabama? Why should everybody that's not an American leave? I just want to know. I'm not saying you're wrong, but why are you saying that now?
And according to the birthright citizenship controversy being brought up by the current occupant, actual convicted felon, but they were all criminals, that anyone who is of foreign origin, I do not quarrel with legal versus illegal. All alien invaders are not from here. All United States citizens, by definition, are foreign. The ones that were naturalized, I'm still waiting for the evidence and the fact that they followed the law. But then we're talking about outlaws, right, sis? So none of them are here legally. None of them have followed the law. And even if they did, and these are the two qualifying factors of the Naturalization Act of 1790, you must be of good moral character and not an alien enemy. Now, if I just got through saying that the entire world is out to get the nigga, that means they're all alien enemies of the American. And I yield.
Okay, so how do you think that that's going to happen then? How do you get rid of all these enemies that you just mentioned? How's that possible?
They came here, they can leave here. I don't know why we keep getting bogged down with how it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Okay, but
now the
how?
irony of it is how it's happening in your face. As I told you earlier, if you pay very close attention to what their intentions are, they're arraying their forces around the state called Israel, which is not in scripture. Israel's not a place, it is a person. But showing you again the arrogance of their belligerents. They think they are God, not just that they're chosen of God. They think they are God. You feel me, sis? So they are, right now as we speak, they have already bombed 8 of the neighbors in the neighborhood. Okay? Now, why do you think that they're bombing these locals around them. They have also invaded Lebanon. They are waiting for the foolish troop movement into Iran. Have you heard of the Greater Israel Project, Fox?
I don't know the details, but I heard the term.
Their Israeli defense forces are actually wearing patches of what they perceive the geographical boundaries to be of this greater Israel that the criminal Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying for over 40 years. So if they're intending to do this land grab, as most pale degenerate Europeans have done since 1452, as he pointed out, Doctrine of Discovery, what makes you think that they will be any different in 2026? So as they do these things, confiscating and stealing from the actual people who are indigenous or aboriginal to whatever lands those are, they, the parasite, not from anywhere in specific, I might add, because they don't even know where the hell they came from, sis.
Right.
So they go and set up shop wherever they damn well please, and their belligerent behavior is constant bloodshed and warmongering, right? And they themselves have said they worship Baal and Molech. I know you've heard these things.
Right.
It's not about your agreement, I am, in Scripture. It's what they believe and intend to do. You feel me, sis? That's why you should inform yourself so that you are aware of what the enemy's agenda is. But again, after having said that, they are trying to convince the whole world that they're the ones that people are out to get. But who did I just tell you who everybody is actually trying to get? You're trying to get the niggas.
Right.
So they're redirecting your attention away from yourself, away from your homeland, and having the nerve to tell you you came from over there.
Right.
All of them are agreeing to do. Do you think that a coincidence or an agenda? And if they're all in agreement in telling you you're something other than who you are, you're from somewhere else other than where you are, they all seem to be lined up to do the same thing, right?
That's an agenda.
Why are we having discussions and debates about something that should be clearly understood? Now you see why, and this is my story I'm sticking with, okay?
Technically, we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying it a different way, man.
I am not disagreeing with what you are saying. I'm saying the discussion of religion is irrelevant. The actions are what's pertinent. And what the American, the actual American, called Negro, colored, and black, that had nothing to do with religion.
I'm not talking
It
about
has
religion. I'm
to
talking
do
about the
with
actions.
policy. It has to do with policies, and
It
the
does.
intention is your extinction.
And
That's all that matters.
religion is dictating these people's policies. Policies and religion go to, I keep saying it goes together. I don't separate it. You may want to do that. I don't do that. Policies, religion, when it comes to these, as you say, Israel, Europeans, Germans, all that's the same thing. So I don't get caught up over that. When you say policies, that's their religion. When you say religion, that's their policy, sir. I understand is everything you say. Believe you me, you ain't above my head. You're not above my pay grade either. I understand everything you're saying. And I'm in agreement with what you're saying. I just don't necessarily articulate it that way because to me, it's more challenging to understand it that way. So I articulate it the way I articulate it because to me, it's easier to understand it that way. I'm not knocking what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm saying that yes, those people, those forces are against the indigenous people of the Americas. Yes, all of them. However, our people is involved in those politics or religions of theirs, and in order for your people to break free from that and think like you're thinking, they will have to get away from those policies or religions. Because
So
a
let
lot
me
of our
try this one last time, I am. And again, this is not directed at you. I'm talking to people in the audience that are continuing to troll and to participate in the ignorance. The only thing that will be unifying is the distinct exclusivity of the status of America. No discussions about anything else is only going to exacerbate the ongoing division and chaos. So I'm not asking you to agree with me. It's not. I'm only stating the facts. And the fact of the matter is, and all the evidence shows it, that everybody is trying to be American, except the American. And I yield. Y'all got it.
Okay, so even though that may, even though we probably would all agree that that's true, a lot of us are not trying to be the real indigenous people or people of this land, but it's because we're caught up, not me and you per se and other people, but they're caught up in the religions that OG Phillies keep talking about. That's why they're not identifying with who they really are. And then the other people who are not from here is claiming to be the original. Well, I don't know if they're claiming to be the Americans or pretending, but they know they're foreigners, but they're trying to act like this is their land and they got rights to this land and the benefits of this land. But the reason why they act like that is because we're allowing them and giving them the freedom and the liberty to act like that, because we're not doing what we're supposed to do as indigenous people as a whole, not individually, but as a whole. We're allowing them to do those things. So I think we're kind of like saying the same thing. I'm just saying it I try to say it in a way where everybody can understand it. They don't have to know all the history and all that type of stuff that you know. You see what I'm saying? So if we do what OG Philly is saying, hey man, get rid of this. Stop believing in these Bibles. Stop believing in these Torahs and Tanakhs. Them are not your people. Those are mythological characters and mythological gods and lies. They put all that. They tie all that into their politics. Their politics is based upon their religious beliefs that they got a right to go and conquer everybody on the earth. That's what they live to teach. That's what the Israelites teach. That's what the Israelite doctrines are. The Judaism, Zionists, all whatever you want to call them, they teach that they got a right and the authority from their God to destroy and conquer and take over all indigenous lands. That's what their religion teach. So that's their policy. That's their politics. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep it simple so everybody can understand. You don't have to have a thorough understanding of the Bible or the Quran or politics to understand what I'm saying. And those who already got those thorough understandings of those particular fields of study, then that's cool. That means they understand what I'm saying even better. So if our people can stop believing in these religions and gods of Israel, gods of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Ishmael, we can become more freer in our thought life, political life, social life, economic life, political life, in our personal or whatever religious life, if you want to even include that, or metaphysical life or whatever. Because you can be an American, like you're saying, but have the wrong mindset. So yes, it's a lot. You saying they're against the original American, but a lot of the original Americans are corrupted with their policies, and they agree with their corrupt policies. Do that make sense, Alabama? So just because you're an American don't mean your mindset is the way it's supposed to be, because you might have been contaminated through generational teachings of thinking that Jesus of Mary is the truth and the way and the life.
Facts. I definitely, yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So because like I used to think that they brainwashed me. I didn't think like that when I was a kid, but they told me Jesus, which is the Europeans, that's Israel. Whenever you mention Jesus, that's Israel. See, people got to understand that all that's synonymous. You cannot separate the God of Israel from Jesus of Mary. You cannot separate the God of Israel from Muhammad and Allah. All those believe in Jesus of Mary.
Yeah,
But
what you're saying, brothers, is that when you're talking about the nations here, they have been indoctrinated. Some their descendants have been indoctrinated and co-opted with that particular religion and culture and political views.
Yep, and economic views too.
Right, economic views. So it's hard to, again, that's why it's just like, you know what, we can't bang on the proverbial drum and wake everybody up. It's, you know what, pretty much every man for themselves. And it's unfortunate because we do need to get together in air quotes, but everybody has different ideologies. One person's view, even just on this panel, we can agree to disagree and agree on some things, but we still walk as separate entities. We still operate slightly different, even though we're under the corporation. So to bring everybody together, I don't think it's possible now. Maybe 10 or 20, yes. But to
I'm not
do
speaking,
the whole,
I'm not speaking necessarily bringing everybody together. What I'm saying is, but
no, I know that, but it's not possible. And when I hear people that say we all need to get together, that's not possible.
What I'm saying is the strong is going to dominate. So what I'm saying is the strong supposed to dominate. They're going to dominate, whether it's good or bad, right? The strong is going to dominate the weak. Period. So even though the majority may not be in agreement, we're supposed to be we supposed to dominate over these false religions.
Right.
That's how strong we supposed to be.
But if the majority is not on that accord, and you have the minority that is, then it's the minority that's going to have to move and make things happen then, because the majority.
Yes.
Right.
The majority that knows the truth and live in the truth supposed to dominate over the people, over the masses who are who's going in error.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't supposed to let the people that's wrong dominate. You supposed to dominate the weak or the people that's wrong. I'm not about to let some weak man or somebody with the wrong philosophy dominate me. I don't care who he is. He can be your blood relative. I'm going to dominate him because his job, his agenda is to dominate me. So guess what? I must know my identity is to dominate him. Subtly or covertly or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to dominate him. I'm going to dominate the wicked. I'm not going to let no wicked people dominate me. I'm not letting homosexuals dominate me. I'm not letting none of them people dominate me. Pedophiles, none of them. You can't dominate me with your money, with your enticing, your entertainment, nothing. But that's how you got to be if you're going to be an indigenous person.
Mm-hmm.
And try to recover and regain for your descendants or people that's going to live in the future. We got to stop being weak out here. All this talk is good, but you got to do more than just talk. You got to live it. Dominate these people. Let them know they wrong. I let people know they wrong.
Well, that's a blessing with social media now, because back in the days it was like the powwow, we just sat together and it be a cluster. But social media, even though it's a blessing and a curse, I say, but the blessing is that we can converse now at a larger, we can reach the masses, and we can start slowly integrating what we're saying or implementing what we're saying now so that it can travel. And I think this is why there is this consciousness that is awakening, this shift that's happening, that people are realizing, specifically here, the Americans, is that they're realizing, wait a minute, because I hear a lot of younger people now saying, no, I'm not, my family's not African, we're not African. So there is a shift, and thank goodness for that, because they can come into these channels and hear the elders or hear other groups of consciousness talking and realizing, wait, this is all not us, and realizing who they really are. And we may not see it in our lifetime because we're a little older, but the younger generation could definitely spin the block back to right the wrong and shake up
watch this.
stuff.
True that. I'm not old. So what I'm saying is that I don't care if a person is indigenous. I mean, that's one of the foundations. But if your mind is into murdering and robbing and killing, I'm gonna speak against you.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
care who. See what I'm saying? So we got to know. So these people have to know more than just that they're indigenous, because a lot of people know that they're indigenous. But guess what they into? Crime, or should I say murder, stealing, robbing, doing things that's not right. So I'm against them too when they doing that.
Absolutely.
If you
But
are
you can still have these conversations with them as well about the right and the wrong.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I'm commissioned to do. I don't know what other people commission. I'm commissioned to keep that moral standard there, because you can be indigenous and then be corrupt. Like a lot of them Africans, they're indigenous, but they corrupt. They don't even care about their own people.
Nope.
I'm not gonna be like that. And I don't want and I'm not in agreement with people that's like that. I don't care if you are indigenous. I don't fear these people. These people just wicked. They need to fear me. What I'm fearing them for.
John?
See, I don't hear nobody talk like that, but that's how I talk every day. Every day I would say that, or I just be saying it in my mind. You gonna feel the energy when you come around me, though. You gonna feel that. I'm not going with that. So if you a murderer, you a robber, you a killer, are you killing people unnecessarily, or you don't have no justified? I'm against you. Even if you indigenous, I'm against what you're doing. I'm not against you being indigenous. I'm against what you're doing against other indigenous people of this country, of this continent. Now that's my religion. You don't got no business stealing. Go figure out how to get it without stealing. Don't have no business murdering, robbing, or none of that. Not indigenous people stuff. Go get your own wife if you want a wife. Leave that man and wife alone. Leave those kids alone. Don't mess with those little girls. If that father didn't say you can marry his daughter, leave her alone. It's simple stuff. It's about morality too, and uprightness. You just can't just be an indigenous. Oh yeah, I'm indigenous. I'm an American. Yeah. Well, one reason why they got a foothold on the people's necks over here is because we don't want to do what's right. A lot of us who are indigenous, they don't want to do what's right. That opens the door of what? If you open the door to chaos, then chaos is gonna come in there. Close the door of murdering. Close the door of stealing. Close the door of doing wrong. Close the door of bearing false witness. Don't be a witness if you know you didn't see it. Why are you trying to say you're a witness? You didn't even see it. Or it didn't happen that way. You're lying and saying it happened that way and it did happen that way. Stop doing stupid stuff. I hate our people acting like that. I love us being indigenous, but I hate it when we acting wrong. Not enough of us stand up for what's right. And then make these foreigners do what's right. If you want to be a foreigner over here, y'all got to develop y'all own little city. You can't come up in our cities that's already developed and take it over. No, you want to be a foreigner? Okay, we figure out you get your own little area and we're going to govern that area, but you'll be under us and we'll let you stay over there. Don't come in our neighborhoods taking over our neighborhoods. But we need our own, we got to get policy. We got to have control of the government.
Right.
If you want to call it that. Or the policies. Why is they making our policies for us? You can't go to jail selling weed. We need to get rid of certain policies. I don't smoke weed, but I'm just saying, I don't sell weed either, but I'm saying, why is people going to jail for so long for selling weed? That grows out of the earth. That's some stupid stuff. We got to get this stuff together. And in order for us to get this together, we got to stop doing all this wrong stuff too. We just can't be indigenous. Indigenous, okay, you indigenous, okay, I'm indigenous, okay, now what? But you still robbing, stealing, and murdering, sleeping with other men's wives. Don't get married if you want to sleep around. Fine, just don't get married then. Stop breaking covenants with your woman or with husband. If you don't want to be with just one person, then just be that. Be that. Don't be fake. Be real. Weak people are fake. I don't even respect weak people like that. I don't respect their ideology. I mean,
The hypocrite.
I ain't weak. I'm not a weak person. I promise you that. I'm not weak. I don't have to be a hypocrite. If I like more than one woman, I'll let you know if you want to know. Don't ask me because I'm going to tell you. If I don't want no woman, I won't be with no woman. It's that simple. I definitely ain't going to be with no man because I'm a man. I wasn't put here to be with no man. Indigenous people need to know that. You ain't born to be, you ain't a man and then you want to be a woman with a woman. That's why are we agreeing with transgender stuff? We just stupid. I hate this stupid stuff, man. Yeah, you indigenous. Yeah, this is our land. Okay. But you messing the land up by trying to be a transgender person. And you want to mess with little kids. They don't even know north, west, and south and east, and you want to mess with little kids. No, I'm not in agreement with none of that. You want to do human trafficking and stuff. You can't take women and make them slaves to sex, and they ain't even old enough to even decide that's what they want to do. What's the matter with these people? And yes, some of our people is involved in that foolishness. You can't be giving young people drugs and stuff. If you want to use drugs, you use drugs as a grown adult. Don't try to put that stuff into people and kids. Don't sell that stuff to kids. Nah, I ain't with that. All that ungodliness and unrighteousness, I ain't for all that. You don't have to be religious either to do what's right. You don't have to be with none of these mainstream religions to do what's right by people. You saying you gonna fix a man's car, it costs a certain amount of money, then do that. Don't take his money and then don't fix his car. I ain't for none of this foolishness that people be doing out here. There's some weak people out here. There's some sorry, weak, indigenous people out here. And they know it. They know they sorry and weak and filthy and unclean in their minds and thoughts. And you can't offer no animal sacrifices for your stupidity sins either. That's like I might hate the God of Israel. You think you're gonna get away with what you just did because you offer a blood sacrifice or a human sacrifice? Jesus died on the cross for you. No, you gonna have to pay for that wrongdoing. You got to pay for what you do that's wrong. And grown men is willing to deal with what they did that's wrong. They gonna accept what they did is wrong. They ain't willing to deal with the consequences of doing wrong. If you don't want to deal with the consequences of doing wrong, then you're not right. Even if you're indigenous.
Like still little boy.
You ain't right. You got to be willing to do. And when I do wrong, I deal with the consequence. Oh, I made a bad investment. Okay, I got to deal with that. I made a bad investment. Okay, now deal with that. Just try to fix it and try to figure out how to overcome it. But you got to deal with it. And if you indigenous and you're not willing to deal with your wrong decisions that you make, whether you do it in ignorance or knowingly, then you're not doing right as an indigenous person. You American, okay, so what? Then you can whoop on all these wicked ass foreigners is over here. Excuse me, wicked foreigners is over here. When you make yourself a righteous person as an indigenous person. The foreigners got to move out the way. And then we won't need this big government like OG Philly be saying. He don't like big government or whatever he be saying, something like that. He can correct me if I'm wrong. We won't need all this big old government. But we need all this. We need government now because people don't want to do what's right.
No government.
Okay, amen. Now, are we going to take a pause on the proselytizing, my brother?
Man, I can go on and on because our
We
people.
hear that. We hear that.
We need to go.
Okay.
We need to do what's right,
So,
man.
regardless of the moral outrage is not taking action. Okay. Again, I'm not dismissing none of what you're suggesting. We're still going in circles. So again, as we will move forward, it's not about everyone. You're right, Foxy. I've already told you the simplest part of defense is 5%. We are killing and bombing the world. The United States government has at least 700 plus military installations. Is it correct, Big Dog? Did anyone ask you to set up shop there? Did anyone ask your approval to pay your tax money? Which, by the
No,
way,
sir.
the Indians should not be taxed first and foremost, and you should not be molested. So let's not get it twisted. See, we're not dealing with coming from a right frame of mind. Can you not comprehend what I'm saying, young blood? Now, I know there was someone seemed to popped in there, and I'm probably going to have to step out, big dog. Was
Yeah,
it
I'm here,
Daryl?
brother.
Let's
I'm
see.
here.
I
What's
think,
good, Daryl?
Daryl, you just had a guest come in. So, what's your 2 cents, brother?
Welcome. Welcome. Can you hear me, Mike Chat?
Yeah. I'm just
Go ahead,
on
brother. You
point.
got it. Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm just on point with y'all. Talking about the hypocrisy and how the government they just bloodthirsty. They just taking advantage of the people. Power to the people.
Is moral outrage
Yes,
going to
sir.
do
Power to the
anything,
people.
Daryl? Will moral outrage resolve the situation, or will locking some motherfuckers up start the trend of moving in the right direction? I don't know. Just a suggestion.
I mean, it's only but so much moral outrage, a person can have if, living in a society or living amongst the majority where ain't no principles, ain't no standards. People make rules that they don't even follow. They only make rules to cage people in, to limit their resources and limit their perceptions of, reality that everybody got to eat, but you can't eat with everybody because motherfuckers will try to eat you.
And
Shit.
I'm a vegetarian, bro.
No, right.
No, I'm
Extra
just kidding.
high.
I'm just kidding, bro. But
Real
again,
shit.
the only point that I'm stressing is the only moral authority here is the American acting on American soil. You feel me, bro?
Mm-hmm.
It's called taking back our power. We got to take back our power that we've been given to them. But yeah, hopefully everybody good. Grand rising, everybody. I've been letting y'all build. Appreciate you, everybody that came through. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
But yeah, but like I am was saying, like it's the immigrants and the people coming over here acting like they know something when they from third world countries or just from different places and they only know what they see on TV or what they learned at home when when we come together or when they come over here they gotta understand it's different perspective. They
And,
think
and
they
brother
think
Darrell, real quick, I got you. You know, it isn't just what they were taught; it's what they're being taught in these naturalization classes, or that they have to do, go to
for sure.
become citizens. You know what I mean? I keep telling people, these people they pledge their allegiance to the corporation and not to the people. And that's what happened with a lot of the foreigners. The foreigners and migrants and immigrants, they for the corporation. They don't understand it. Just like y'all were talking about, certain uh, Jamaicans gave, respect to the queen. You know what I mean? They give them, their pledge to the corporation. And we got to realize that. And every country has a corporation that's being controlled by the corporation.
Well, see, big
Right.
dog, see, that's the whole point of the clause that you showed in the video. Not just that Canadian bastard Cuban. The subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Let's chop up what is
Yes,
subject.
sir.
Let's chop it up, brother. What is subject?
the people who, participating. They're the subjects.
And that evolved from European monarchy, right? Subjects to the monarch.
Yes, sir.
So now you're subject to the United States government. That's what I think people fail to understand.
Yes, sir.
That's what a citizen is. You are a subject, you are a government agent, paid or unpaid. You are subject to the ongoing criminal enterprise. And until the American puts on the record that this crime is taking place on American soil, you think I give a damn what their philosophy is, Daryl?
For real. Yeah, they pawns, puppets. They only subject to what they know or what they taught. They don't know, especially when they new over here. They don't know what the indigenous people already done been through. They just only see what they see on TV or what's propaganda. And they come over here thinking it's all fun and games, and then what? Now they talking about being angry and shit about what when they paid to come over here. We the ones talking about shit. Migrants get paid. They get more consideration than the people over here. The people here in the country. Yeah, that shit crazy.
Remember, brother, they're being conditioned to become United States citizens. That is their 30 pieces of silver, just like Judas Iscariot. So they have no qualms in turning on us and giving us the kiss of death. So they go and identify us to Master Charlie, just like Judas did, right?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we need to deal with foreigners like they are foreigners. I deal with foreigners like they are foreigners. I don't treat them like they indigenous to this land. Stop treating them like they indigenous. Treat them like who they are.
I mean, the people treat people like people, especially the people who aware of shit, not the people who just getting along, doing everything for a check. It's the government. It's really, the higher ups. They might hire somebody because they see this a foreigner. They gonna do more work and for a lesser wage, and that's really the whole scheme right there. That's the whole. That's like slavery is just in a different generation. It's just because it's already people here who we've been through uh that shit.
No doubt, no doubt. But proclaiming what we should and should not do is the fundamentals, it's the principles, it's the foundation of getting change. You call it moral outrage. This ain't no moral outrage. You have to declare to yourself, to your people, what's right and what's wrong in order for them to begin to do what's right and wrong. You got to have a foundation. If you don't do that, they're going to feel like anything goes. They can do and say whatever they want to say, and it's okay. Well, not it's not okay to human traffic on
That's what
people.
we're here for.
Not okay to be messing with little kids. It's not okay to rob and steal and murder each other for unjust reasons.
Yeah.
That's got to be laid out verbally And if you want to put it in documentation, that might be even better. And they have to know that this is not right, this is wrong, and if you violate these rules, there will be consequences. So I don't have a moral outrage. I'm just saying I'm standing my ground. I got passion. I'm standing my ground. I'm not moving. I'm not letting nobody budge. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my mother and father. If you agreeing with some of these wrong things that our people are doing, then you just on the enemy side, as far as I'm concerned, whether you're indigenous or not. And I would hope people would be the same towards me. So if you sleeping with men and you a man, you wrong, and I ain't gonna never agree with you. And you an enemy.
Hell no.
You an enemy. You an adversary forever.
The enemy against God.
Enemy against me too. And
To his
manhood.
own nature.
Yeah, manhood. Yeah, you're an enemy against manhood. And I'm never going to agree with that. And until we can get that right, you got to say that stuff. You got to say that, proclaim it, and stand with it. And people got to know, hey, man, don't even go there with him because he ain't even lay like that. They can't even come like that with me because they know how I stand. But for some reason, these politicians, they can go into these politicians and get these politicians to agree and to vote on, pass and stuff like that, where you can have people get married and they're the same sex. So that means that was a weak indigenous person who didn't stand on what's right, or they didn't know who they were, and they didn't know what they supposed to stand on. We don't need them type of people in office. Forget them. And I ain't afraid of none of them. None of them. The same way I'm talking to y'all, I talk that way the same way to them people right in their face. Sure would. I do it all the time. So you don't have to fear evil. Evil's supposed to fear good. And they're not fearing good because good is not standing up like they supposed to. Period.
Right.
A man gonna try to tell me there's only three races, so-called black man. I said, who taught you that? Yeah, he said, I learned it in school. I said, right, from your enemy, right? His teacher was a so-called European. I said, there's more than three races on the planet, man. Nationalities on the planet. He gonna try to make it seem like I'm wrong, but then he come back to me and say, well, what did I mean by that? Can you explain? Yeah, I can explain, because you wrong.
Sure, that always been in them, that homo gene, that homo shit. Cause I mean, just for you to worry about what another man lay his head, like just for you think you could sell another man or buck break or you know that shit been in them. I mean, we've been hearing about that shit since even when like shit Hollywood and all that shit first started doing, like even before then. But I mean, it really ain't go like socially until we hear about old dudes doing shit behind closed doors, wearing dresses and shit. That shit ain't
Word. Yeah, word.
like that homo shit.
We can't be believing that. That's
It goes
right.
back to the Greco-Romans that they were doing their homoerotic stuff. And that's in antiquity.
Yeah, if a woman want to be a warrior, you can be a warrior, but that don't mean you have to be
No, I'm talking about the homoeroticism that's coming out of Greco-Roman, that has been co-opted down through the centuries.
Yeah, I can accept that.
So when we hit what we're seeing in Hollywood or Hollyweird, and what we're seeing with these entertainers, that their handlers are just performing out what they've been doing in Roman time, which was the men would dress up when they do their theater, would dress up as a woman because they didn't want women, again, that patriarch society. They didn't want the woman, or the woman couldn't perform with these men. So the men would dress up as women. And that's where that whole cross-dressing comes from, and them having their relationships with one another, all coming from them. And when they got on their little boats and came over to the West, they were doing that over here. And Hollywood just, that's their guise, so that they can show you what they do and put a little fabrication behind it. So you're not wise to, you're not hip to it. But yeah, it's coming way back in antiquity.
Yeah, I'm not embracing none of that. And we got to just stand up for that as original people of these lands. We have to stand up against that. And we're not Hellenist. Hollywood is just another word for Hellenwood or Hellenist. Hellenist wood. That's all together. They all the same
Up
people.
that mountain shit.
Yeah. But right. Right.
They're the same people.
Mm-hmm.
The Hellenists are the Greeks and the so-called Jews
Right.
combining forces together to do their wicked agenda. I'm just adding to what you're saying. I'm not. I'm in
Yeah,
agreement
yeah,
with that.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm just. Yeah. And you and Daryl, I'm just adding to that. So I'm not. I'm just. I just stand for what's right. I don't. I don't. I don't. If you're more okay, if you indigenous, okay. Now, I'm gonna be like, okay. Now I'm gonna use my. I'm okay. I'm gonna be okay. Cool. What's up, bro? Sis or whatever. Okay. What you standing on though? What's your moral standard? Not your religion. What is? If you want to know, since you people get it, what's your moral? What are you standing on politically? What's your political stand or religious stand? What's your moral stand? Because that's going to be the factor of whether that. Because if you find a loop, people try to find loopholes, your weaknesses, and immorality is one of the tools they use in the military to do. They try to demoralize that country or state or people or tribe or you know, they try to demoralize the people because that's a way to get in. All the people that's been in the military know about that. They want to demoralize you, and they will use propaganda and the other ingenuity to get in to conquer. But if you stand on your morals, how they gonna win? They can't win. You can't bring. No, we ain't going for that. We ain't falling for that. So we not let we not. So you unpenetratable. But you become penetratable when you drop your moral standard. And then you wonder why you get conquered. You get conquered because you don't stand. You're not standing for nothing anymore. You're not standing. You don't have no standards. So you're gonna get conquered, and you deserve to get conquered because you become weak and silly and foolish. Period.
Knowledge. They say knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave.
How you gonna be? Yeah, right. And if you drop your morality as being, if you okay, so okay, well, you know, you can put on a dress, you can put on skirts, you can wear all that. Okay, you dropping the manhood standard. Or what is being a man or a male? You're not a woman. Why are you trying to red breast? You can't breastfeed. Let a woman do what she do and a man do what he do. These people are weak. I don't have no respect for weakness, man, when it comes to stuff like this.
None.
I don't have no respect for it, and I don't compromise. And everybody that know me know. And they better stay away if they want to compromise. You want to compromise, stay away from me. 'Cause I don't care. That's why I believe in the higher power, the power beyond or greater than me, or there's a part of me. Because I know these folks, a lot of these folks just want to be weak. They want to, you going to sell your soul for money? You don't have to do that. I mean, what I'm saying is you don't have to do wrong to get money. You don't have to be a bisexual to get money. You don't have to do what Diddy or whatever they were doing to get money. You may not be rich, but you're going to have what you need. So is money that important to you that you're going to become a bisexual or a homosexual? Come on, man. These people are weak, man. I don't have, man. These people are out the way. We indigenous, but we have to do what's right. And then we make these foreigners do what's right. If they know we stand for what's right, they're going to respect that. They might try you at the beginning because they're trying to see, are you serious about what you're standing for? But when they see that you standing for what's right, man, these people going to have to bow down to what's right. I'm going to make my man going to have to bow down to what I say. If it's right, he going to bow down to, because I'm not bowing down to what he say. If he tell me something wrong, I'm not bowing down to that. I don't care what man it is. I guarantee you he going to bow down to what I say. Because I'm not going to tell him, I don't have intention of telling him nothing wrong. And if I do, I will repent of that. And I'll repent. And I'll bow down to what's right. You see that? Don't got no humility, no nothing. If you wrong, you just have to say, okay, I was wrong for that, man. Forgive me. But a man, I don't care who he is, he gonna bow down to what I say. When I tell him homosexuality is wrong, I'm never gonna bow down to him. He's gonna eventually have to bow down to me if we gotta keep going at it. Because I'm never gonna give in. Ain't no man never sexually molested me and never will. You see that? So I don't know what these people doing out here talking about, oh, we indigenous. Okay, now what? Land don't mean nothing if you doing all kind of polluted activities on it. Who cares about having land? You corrupting the land with your actions and your deeds. Your actions and your deeds is polluting the land. Your actions and your deeds is polluting the land. You act like you can't get a woman. You gotta slave traffic females and little boys. Man, what's the matter with these people? And that's a big problem in America. All these people coming up missing. Okay, you indigenous. What you gonna do about that? You gonna speak about that? Because OG Philly and all them other people, they done laid down the law. We indigenous to this land. Okay, that's settled. Alabama and them, they said that stuff is settled already. Chief Holiday, they done mastered that. They done put down the blueprint. Okay, this is our land. Okay, now what? All right.
We gotta keep fighting.
Now you got to do what's right on these lands. That's what I'm saying. We know it. These are our lands now. Now you got to do what's right. The Barbados, here, Honduras, those are our lands, right? The Americas, right? Now you got to go there or wherever you at and fight for righteousness. Fight that righteousness be retained and sustain itself and have dominion over the wicked. What's the purpose of living if you're not going to enforce righteousness verbally, mentally, physically, emotionally, economically, and all that? What's the purpose of living then? Anybody can eat and use the bathroom. Anybody can eat and use the bathroom. Everybody do that. Oh, go ahead.
You mean catch you later like you ain't seen me?
We can barely hear you.
Yeah, I would say basically, I blame it all on the church. A lot of our moral standards was given us through these religious institutions, and that's why a lot of our people are spiritually dead because of these institutions and because of the religious teachings that have been given to us.
No doubt, no doubt. I agree with that. But I feel like a man could get a woman. It's not hard to get a woman.
It's definitely not, man. It's definitely
If you do right by yourself, you can get a woman. You must not be doing right by yourself.
No,
you can't get one woman? One woman? Come on, man. These people are tripping. These folks is crazy, man. And like you say, religion got them mixed up. And then choices, their own personal choices. Some of them ain't even caught up in these religions. They just want to choose what's wrong because this country gives them the liberty to do what's wrong and get away with it.
That's just because we battle not just against flesh and blood, but principles and morals of beings in different places.
And who are those beings? Those principles are judges and lawyers and attorneys and policymakers or lawmakers.
Who are
That's who we
corrupt.
battle against. Those people that's in office making policies. Those are the principalities. Those are the powers. Those are the rulers of darkness and spiritual wickedness in high places. It's those people that's in government that's doing these things. That's what we're battling against.
Corrupt.
Yeah. Real quick, let me shout out the chat. I ain't shout out chat in a minute, man. Poison Puppet, Empress Nami, T Cortez, what's good? Elk Bay, Mac V Productions, D. Allen Warren. Who else came through? None of your business. I don't McCormick. Hood, what's good? Grand Rising Hood. I see you out there. My brother Charles Johnson came in. Much love, Charles Johnson. Copper Draco. Who else came through? Foxy Moon, my nigga Smoke Signals. Power to the motherfucking people.
Oh, to the people.
Today's blessing. I think that's about all that's new that came through. Alone. My nigga Juice. The Legend of Naga Charlie. I see you, brother. Darius McNair, old dude. Appreciate everybody that came through. Tone. Ray, Ohio. Wale, Royal, and Loyal. Yeah, the chat been jumping. Shout out to the chat. My brother YT Media, greedy. Appreciate everybody that came through. But yeah, brothers, I gotta great shut this down. I gotta go get my 4 hours or more practicing, shooting pool. Get ready for this tournament in Vegas that I gotta go to in about a month. Great, what's good, Great? Much love. D Island Flat motherfucking power. Mod you up, Great. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the club.
Salute, Brother OG. Thank you for having me up on the panel.
Yes,
Salute to the
ma'am.
brothers. Thank you for the intelligent conversation. Peace to the chat. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side.
Make sure y'all sub to my sister Foxy Moon channel, man. We're about supporting each other over here, man. Make sure y'all sub to each other channel, man.
Appreciate you, OG.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to the people.
Peace,
Power
peace,
to the
baby.
motherfucking people. You welcome up anytime, Daryl. And my brother I am. Like the sister said, I appreciate y'all conversation. I had dozed off for a minute. Getting up 5:30 in the morning, that shit be rough every morning. You know, and sometimes I don't get much sleep, but it's all good. You know, that's life. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all close out now. And we're gonna play a song to get out of here, man. You wanna close out, Brother Darryl and I am? Oh, they both done left, man. Thank both of y'all for coming up. Been a fire show. I love what we doing over here, networking. You know, not arguing over every little point. Networking, man. Shout out to network, man. Flat motherfucking power, man. We're going to close it out like we always do. And like I said, I'm going to keep the channel active, man. I appreciate everybody's support that been supporting the OG, man. Nobody told y'all they love y'all today. OG and his family love y'all, man. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep building. And like the brother Alabama said, tomorrow, 7 o'clock, we're going to have the author of Who Are You Calling Black? You know, one-on-one. You know, anybody got any questions for her, the sister that wrote the book? You know, write them down, man. We're going to have the sister, we're going to talk about indigenous Americans and, you know, who we are. You know, so I appreciate everybody that tapped in, man. Let's go.
Entering the Love Palace.
Break from it any way that you can.
You are now entering the Love Palace with the goddess, where we're getting into the lives of the people behind the bars. You feel me? Now you talking with the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love. Now you talking with the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love. Now you talking with the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love. Now you talking with the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love. You feel me?
Foxy Moon, the day's blessing. Empress.
Well, you know, it's so despicable. And think about what kind of monster takes a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's hearts. Takes a tragedy like this to advance some weird political agenda.
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these descendants that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like a seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything that seems small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit change when I get in the V. Cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist, you fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light-skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning it to a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth, this shit is psyops. The sunset and sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course. See, that's that girl lost, she did that in front of their kids. And the world saw, it's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Man, shout out to all the sponsors. Like I said, nobody told y'all they love y'all today. OG and the family love y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Peace.